man. Maaabot lahat ng iyong inaasam. Kasipagan ng sagot, salat ka man sa kayamanan. Buksan ang pahina ng mga aklat ng karunungan. Edukasyon ating kailangan, kamamangan ating iwanan. Peace!
Ating lilipalin, ating papawilin,
ating tanawin,
bagong pag-asa ay muling tatanawin.
Kinabukasan pag-ibayin, piliin mo gawin.
Puspusan pagsisikap,
Pag-asa ay yakapin. Edukasyon ang kayamanan ng kahit di naman. Isang pangarap ang tutupad, pagsisikapan ng lahat.
puspusan pagsisikap,
Kaya mo yun, kaibigan.
mabubuo isang pangarap.
DepEd Vision. We dream of Filipinos who passionately love their country and whose values and competencies enable them to realize their full potential and contribute meaningfully to building the nation. As a learner-centered public institution, the Department of Education continuously improves itself to better serve its stakeholders. DepEd mission: to protect and promote the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education where students learn in a child-friendly, gender-sensitive, safe, and motivating environment. Teachers facilitate learning and constantly nurture every learner. Administrators and staff, as stewards of the institution, ensure an enabling and supportive environment for effective learning to happen. Family, community, and other stakeholders are actively engaged and share responsibility for developing lifelong learners. DepEd core values: maka-Diyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa.
Greatest of all teachers and giver of love, hope, faith, and wisdom, look upon your children, the teachers, learners, parents, guardians, and out-of-school youth and adults. We humbly ask for your mercy and forgiveness. Guide us to the right path. May our efforts be blessed with insights and understanding, wisdom and respect for all. Bless us with patience, for the path of learning is never easy. Bless our commitment to keep on learning new knowledge and experiences. Let your light shine upon us as we make our world a better place to live in. Amen.
There. Good morning to our teachers, administrators, librarians, and reading enthusiasts. Hi, Tutor Nova. I am partnered today with one of my dearest friends in Italai, Tutor Nova.
Hi, Tutor May. Hi, Ma'am May. Good morning, and thank you so much for allowing me to be here. I'm just so excited, and I think we have a lot in store for today as we end the National Reading and Book Month celebration.
That is right. And it feels great again that we are together in one screen.
Woohoo!
It's like the summer camp that we had during was it was it April to June? But
I
it
think so.
seems
I suppose so.
that was
It's
months ago, but I can still remember the things that we did for our Itulay summer camp public speaking. How are you, Tutor Nova?
I'm doing just great. It's a great day today here in northern Cebu. So hi to all the viewers right there from Bugos City, Cebu. Aloha.
And also, Tutor Nova, I would like to ask you to maximize this time to greet the very important people in your division.
Hi to our schools division superintendent, Mr. Rosselier Enhilig, and of course to our EPS, and of course my school head, Dr. Ranolfo Silanyuhan, and my teachers from City of Bogos Science and Arts Academy. How about you, Ma'am May? Take it away.
Oh, I would like to introduce myself like I do
Oh,
every session.
sure, no
I
problem.
am Teacher May, one of your EdTech specialists from SDO Novatus. And like what Ma'am Nova said, this is the last day of our webinar series, and I am more than excited. I actually feel great today to bring you the most brilliant people in educational technology, storytelling, and story writing because we are celebrating the National Book Week today. By the way, we want to thank our participants who have stayed with us from November 6 until today, November 27. We know na hindi talaga madaling gumising ng alas 7 or alas 8 ng umaga para abangan ang aming webinar. Pero nagpapasalamat po kami dahil binigyan niyo po ng pagkakataon. And you really give time to learn and to listen to our dear participants. And for this week, Tutor Nova, grabe, no, buti na pagbigyan tayo ng mga bigating mga tao na ito.
Yeah, despite their busy schedule, they still said yes to us, and that's like an honor for us to have them here.
Yes, before we introduce our first speaker, alam ko nakaabang na yung ating mga participants para sa kanya. We would like to greet first some of our early birds on the comment section. Sige, I will comb the comment section and see who got the first messages. Okay? So, hello po kay Ma'am Karina Roque from SDO Bacoor Molino Elementary School o taga Cavite si Ma'am. Hello din po kay Ma'am Jeneline Bandalaria Lestanco of Inusloban Maraway Elementary School. We also have someone from Zamboanga del Sur Division. Hi, Ma'am Maria Victoria Descaliar Mariano. Please help us to share this webinar series, in particular this link, because we have a lot of guest speakers, okay? Starting
Mm-hmm.
from Siyempre, hindi ko ipe-preempt, secret muna, pero alam ko nakita niyo na yun sa ating poster. Pero, I'll be saying their names later on. How about the other early birds in our comment section, Tutor Nova?
Of course, Tutor May. We got here from Ma'am Yvette Marie Abayari Dalidad. She is watching all the way from Santo Angel Sur Elementary School District of Santa Cruz, Laguna. And also watching here is Ma'am Emerita Abaya. She is from Candon City. And from Geraldine Esmas, she is watching from SBI NHS Annex Louisiana District SDO Laguna. So we have varied participants today, Tutor May. And I think perhaps they do not know that this is an open registration, so no need for them to
That's
register,
right.
but
Mm-hmm.
they will be earning their certificate through our PD LMS website.
Thanks for taking note of that, Shooter Nova. And I received a lot of messages na hindi pa raw nila nakukuha ang kanilang certificates like what
Oh,
Shooter Nova said. No, wala po tayong attendance link. Maliban na lang kung magbibigay po ng attendance ang inyong mga division or ang inyong school. Pero coming from the EdTech unit po, there's no attendance link or attendance form that we are catering. Aside from that, we will your certificate of participation will be gotten through the PDLMS. Okay, so that's training.deped.gov.ph. Answer the evaluation every week because we have a 10-item quiz every time we have a webinar session, and then get the full score. So kung 10 items siya, Tutor Nova, hindi siya pwedeng 7 lang. Okay, hindi po
oh, dapat
makakakuha ng
perfect
certificates.
talaga. So
Yes po.
they really
Dahil
have to stick around.
yes. And hindi po siya fixed question ha, naka-jumble po yun. That's why we are really testing yung master. Kung talagang nakinig, alam ko po busy po kayo ngayong Saturday, pero syempre, we want to also gauge how well you learn in our webinar series. 10 items lang po yan, hindi po masyadong mabigat. Once you completed all the quizzes, the 4 quizzes, and naka-full score kayo doon, you'll be getting your certificate of recognition and Tutor Nova. This is a national paper, no? Pag promotion, no, kailangan yan. Alam naman natin yan, di ba, Tutor Nova? Oo, nag-free si Tutor Nova. 'Di ba kahit naka-free si Ma'am Nova, Barbie pa rin si Ma'am. Ang ganda-ganda pa rin ng mukha ni Ma'am Nova. So we will get back to Tutor Nova and I will not prolong this part any longer. Ayan, kumilos na si Ma'am Nova. 'Di ba kahit naka-free yung mukha ni Ma'am, Barbie pa rin si Ma'am. That's how beautiful Ma'am
Nako, hindi
Nova
po, Ma'am
is.
May.
Okay, we will not prolong any longer. Keep your comments coming in our comment section and please share this episode because we really prepared for this. Grabe po ang ating mga guest speakers for today. So I will be now presenting our first speaker for today. Okay, here's our first speaker. Our first speaker for today is the GS-EdTech Coordinator and Department Chairperson of Xavier School San Juan in the Philippines. Oh, Xavier School, a sought-after
Oh,
speaker and trainer. He has shared his experiences and expertise to teachers and school leaders in various conferences and workshops held in the Philippines and overseas. Yung mga taga-Xavier, malapit yan sa puso ko because I had previous students from Xavier, no? Talagang very competent ang mga bata dito. He
I
is the
definitely
founder
agree.
of opo, tama po yan. He is the founder of Empowered, spelled as Empowered Ed, an education advocacy platform that aims to celebrate and elevate the teaching profession. In 2017, he was the first, take note of that, first Filipino to be a Global Teacher Prize finalist. Mapapasana all ka na lang. The Nobel Prize of Teaching. Take note ha, this prize po, this Global Teacher Prize is equivalent, tantamount to Nobel Prize of Teaching created by the Varkey Foundation in London, UK. I hope I pronounced that well. Pero sana all. Wow, we have really a very distinguished first speaker for today. His classroom innovations that focus on the use of technology tools, marker space, and STEAM has been recognized by various international institutions such as 100 or 100 in Finland, Sir Jim, was also included in the 30 under 30 global list of literacy leaders and change makers of the US-based organization International Literacy Association for 2019. He is an Apple Professional Learning Specialist, Apple Distinguished Educator, Digital Learning Consultant, and sits as member of the National Basic Education Commission of the Catholic Educational Association. Recently, he co-founded the EdTech startup Tagpros Education, an online learning platform for K 12 learners that is anchored on passion based learning. He hosts the Empowered podcast channel on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. So now it's my time to listen to his podcast. Now, welcome to our virtual stage, Sir Francis Jim B. Toscano. Hi, Sir Jim.
Good
Good
morning, Sir
morning.
Jim.
Good
Good
morning, Tutor
morning,
May,
sir.
Tutor Lima. Good morning to everyone.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. Um, may I request for my shared screen to come out? All right. Okay. So good morning, everyone. So like what Tutor May and Tutor Nova said, it's very challenging to wake up. It's a Saturday morning, so I hope you're all awake. Can you send in your chat box how in your comment box how you are feeling today? So maybe an emoji or something just to wake everyone up. All right. So just to start my sharing, in the introduction, you heard the things that I've done. And while this is a national reading month, one of the few things that I've really focused on is how we can elevate literacy. You know, literacy is not just about being able to recognize the word, reading or reading comprehension. When we speak about literacy right now, literacy is so wide. You have the traditional literacy, the reading, writing, well, three R's, arithmetic that we always learned before. Those are the traditional literacies right now. Reading's one of them. However, one of the things that we recognize right now is that there are also 21st literacies that build on this traditional literacy. And I am happy today to be here, honored actually, because I'll be talking about how we can put literacy in action so that students are not just, reading and reading. That's the first step. But what do we do, or what will students do with the things that they read? Right. So my session today is entitled Literacy in Action: Building a Better World with Literacy and Creativity. Um, as I was already introduced a while ago, so I'll just skip this part. In 2018 or 2017, I had an idea, and this idea was all about asking myself and my fellow teachers, how might we engage our students? How might we develop empathy in our students? How might we help our students to be creative? One of the main concerns of 21st century learning, and it's already cliche because you've been learning about the four C's of learning and innovation. One of the biggest ideas right now is how do we engage students to be more creative, to be more outgoing, to be more risky in the things that they do in the classroom. A lot of these ideas or questions are coming from the shift from traditional assessments to authentic or performance based assessment. But more importantly, one question that I really wanted to focus on was asking ourselves, how do we help students develop empathy? One of the major skills, essential lifelong learning skills that we intend to develop in our students is the idea of empathy. Students are not just anymore there to read and write inside the classroom, or maybe right now remote learning, distance learning is happening at their homes. There are certain skills that need to be developed so that students can use them even if they are outside the classroom. These are called the essential skills. They transcend, meaning if they graduate from our K to 12 school, even when they graduate outside or graduate from college, those skills are the things that they need to have so that when they join the workforce, they can become successful, right? So it's empathy and creativity. So what was the answer to that? A while ago, it was mentioned that I had a program or I had an innovation that was multi awarded. This is the one. It's called Kids Can Innovation Camp. The Kids Can Innovation Camp is not about learning something new. Kids Can Innovation Camp is actually about embracing real world learning in the classroom. That's I think that's one thing that I love about the innovation camp or the innovation approach that I have created for our school. And now it's actually shared online. So if you go and search for Kids Can Innovation Camp, it's actually, you can actually download the resources and everything, and it's translated in more than 11 or I think 15 languages, international languages, which includes Chinese, Mandarin, Spanish, Portuguese, Bahasa Indonesia. So all of these are free. But one thing that I want to emphasize is that for us to talk about 21st century literacies, when we talk about competencies, when we talk about character, it's very important that we rethink the way we teach in the classroom. Teaching in the classroom where the teacher is the center is not anymore working. You know, right now, even in distance learning, in online learning, if the teacher is the only one talking and talking, you will have students going to TikTok, not listening anymore to the teacher because the teacher is just speaking. A lot of us in our school think that even discussion is actually helpful, but most of the time, and I know a lot of teachers are guilty with this, when the teacher is the one talking more than 50%, that's not discussion, that's a lecture. And you know, teachers, you've been a student before. Remember, what were you doing when your teacher was just lecturing? You were not listening. You were drawing on your notes. You were doodling. You were drawing your teacher with horns and tail. That's how it's happening right now. And right now, some teachers are doing that to their students also. So you're just, being part of the vicious cycle of students not listening to their teachers because teachers are just lecturing. So we need to rethink the way we teach our students right now. Gone are the days when the teacher is always thought to have the fountain of is always described as the fountain of knowledge. In the innovation approach, we use four important ideas. Number one, all discussions are anchored on interdisciplinary themes, real life, global, and local issues, or what we call the UN SDGs. We just don't talk about the kinds of clouds, the kinds of weather, the parts of the atmosphere. We anchor them on discussions like climate change, greenhouse effect. We don't just talk about materials in science grade 3, the kinds of materials, the shapes that they have. We anchor them on the idea of the problem of plastic, the problem of pollution, those kinds of things. DepEd actually is mandated to look at UN SDGs and integrate in your classes. If you're not doing that, then you have to do that. Because in my school, where I'm teaching, we actually ask our students to talk about UN SDGs or the Sustainable Development Goals. When we talk about and then interdisciplinary, which means that all subjects are talking about this. I'm gonna show you later on how we do this. We have project-based learning. Project-based learning is one of our approach where we ask our students to find solutions to real-life problem. We have design thinking. Design thinking is a human-centered innovation approach where our students create solutions specific to people being affected by the problem. And then we have makerspace and ICT tools. So our school, we've been doing one-to-one iPad for more than 10 years now. So the ICT is an integral part, essential part of our learning. And then we have our makerspace. And then of course, empathy-driven learning. Empathy is at the core skill of everything that we do. So you're very familiar. Our innovation approach includes sustainable development goals, the UN SDGs. All our discussions are anchored in this. We're not teaching them. This is not a new lesson. We're just teaching them that a lot of our discussions in our school or in our classes are anchored on these real life problems. And then we use project-based learning. Project-based learning is when we ask our students to engage in questions, engage in inquiry, in research. Teachers do not tell them how to solve problems. They're the one looking for ways on how to solve the problems using what they learn in the different subjects. And when they create their products, they follow design thinking. Design thinking starts with empathy or knowing the people affected by the problems and then listening to their concerns, designing, prototyping the product, and then going back to them and making them test if the solution to that problem actually works for them. So this is project-based learning. It's authentic. There's a lot of authenticity. There's a lot of reflection, and students are required to pitch or to present their ideas to the public. A lot of us teachers will just get the best work of our students. We hide them in our cabinet, and when your supervisor, when your district's supervisor or whoever comes to your class, you just show them for display. No, because in our school, in our class, every student gets to present publicly, whether in an exhibit, whether in a public presentation or public pitch. We call them elevator pitch. They have to show them. So it's not just for display. Everyone gets to do that. And then this is our innovation approach. So when students start to create their products, we ask them to go through this process. We feel, we investigate, we imagine and plan, they build and test the solution, they share and listen. So this is a child-friendly version of design thinking. The original version is empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. Okay. Now this is one of the best part that I love. We elevate literacy so that it encompasses digital literacies also, technology-based literacy. Like what I've said a while ago, we've been doing for more than a decade now. We've been using the iPad inside the classroom. All our students from grade 3 to from kinder to grade 12 make use of the iPad in their classes. Our grade 3 to grade 12 students bring their own iPad. So they have their own iPad in the classroom, and all teachers are required to use them. However, one of the things that we like is they don't use them for PDF or worksheets or whatever. They use them to create amazing products. So we have our makerspace. Our makerspace are a combination of digital makerspace and analog or material based makerspace. These are your old boxes, shoe boxes, t-shirt rolls, old toys or whatever, things that they can create to prototype or to make their digital products, right? So this is how we do innovation approach. We talk about our real life problems and we ask our students to create solutions. That's 21st century literacy, competency, and character development. Now, what was the impact on students? Well, the impact on students really focuses on inquiry driven learning. They are developed, they are guided to ask questions, not just to look for answers. We teach them how to ask the proper question so that they can properly understand, make sense of the problem, and also as well, so that they can dig deeper. So usually we have the four parts. Number one, we teach them to ask themselves, what do I want to learn? For example, if climate change, what do I want to learn about climate change? And then they investigate, how will I learn it? How will I learn climate change? What do I think? What do I need to know? Right? That I learned about that so that I can learn more about the climate change. And then create, how will I show what I have learned? So what will I do to show that I've learned so much about climate change? Is there anything that I can solve? And then in the end, the last question also is, what do I think about what and how I learned? There's a reflection, metacognitive skill, on asking themselves how they did well. A lot of us teachers kasi afterwards, after they submit the project, that's it. Let's go to the next unit. Let's go to the next topic or lesson. No, it's very important that you leave a space for students to reflect on their performance, to reflect on their learning. That's a very important skill, reflection, so that they can further improve what they're doing. That's a very important metacognitive skill for students. So ask, investigate, create, and reflect. Now, another impact that we see concerns creativity and innovation because our students are pushed to think critically about the projects, about the solutions that they're thinking, about real life. They are pushed towards the side of creativity. Right now, a smart student doesn't anymore mean that the student who can memorize the book. I'm a product of the public school system. By the way, shout out to my fellow Ilocanos. I was born and raised in Tayum Abra. My teachers are now the supervisors. A lot of them are supervisors in DepEd Abra. Okay, shout out to my mother and sisters. They are also public school teachers in Abra. One of the things that I've realized back when I was in elementary in Tayum Central School, a lot of competitions are all about memorizing. There's a quiz bee in English, a quiz bee in Araling Panlipunan, a quiz bee in science. We always believe that the best students are the one who can memorize the book. Actually, now no. Memorization is the lowest form of thinking. The best students are those who can create something about what they've learned. That's why we're pushing the idea of innovation approach because we are developing creativity and innovation in our students. They have to think how they can solve problems. So what if they've learned about the climate change? How are they going to apply it? Memorize only, answer them in your unit test or whatever? No, that's not the way how we want learning to be. We want them to be creative because creativity is an essential lifelong learning skill. Creativity, in fact, is an active process necessarily involved in innovation. A week ago, I finished a 5-day workshop, 5 Saturday workshop with DepEd San Fernando, Pampanga. I've trained their 200 master teachers in designing their own innovation and education initiative. One of the things that I emphasize to them is as master teachers, you should innovate. You should find real world problems in your school to solve. And second, you have to be creative in solving those education problems. So even you as teachers, you have to be creative because if you want to submit innovations to your principal, to your division offices, you need to make sure that you are creative enough to look for creative solutions. Creativity is the heart of innovation. You cannot be an innovator without creativity, without being creative. And when we say creative, these are the key indicators of creative and innovative teaching that we emphasize in our students. Number one, students have to think creatively. Students have to think outside the box. Students need to learn how to think um, more than beyond the box. Thinking creatively is coming up with radical ideas. You cannot be creative when you give safe answers because you're afraid to commit mistakes. No, you cannot be like that. No one in the world was creative and yet gave safe answers, right? Another mark of creativity is being able to work creatively with others. You have to practice collaboration, work together. You have to recognize that your idea alone is not good enough. You have to share your ideas to other people and listen to them. That's part of being creative. No man is an island. We teach our students to work together, right? So in your school, teachers, you should also be willing to work with other people. And last but not the least, implement innovations. When you think about innovations, you have to implement them. You have to make them work. You have to make sure that you try them in your school. You cannot claim an innovation to be an innovation if you don't implement them. Actually, you're not supposed to name an education initiative or project an innovation without even implementing them. 'Di ba? Parang it's too much assumption. Innovation na agad, hindi pa na-implement. Wow, right? And it's not possible. You need to measure impact also, right? So, another impact on this innovation approach is social emotional learning. Social emotional learning is something that we don't teach our students in our academic or instruction. Social emotional learning is developed when you give them space to work with other people. When they feel frustrated, what do they do? When they commit mistake, what do they do? When they are creating their projects and their projects are not working well, or maybe their classmates are not listening to them or working with them, what do they do? That's social emotional learning. They only get to be developed if students are given enough space for them to practice social emotional learning skills such as empathy, collaboration, working with other people, negotiating ideas. We need to teach our students that their ideas is not might not always be the best. That they might always that they might need to listen to other people. That's social emotional learning. You know, in the end, the innovation approach started in 2018. It was an experiment. It's not an easy road because we have to change the mindset of teachers. A lot of teachers would say, Sir Jim, there's no time for us to do that. Ang dami-dami na nga namin ginagawa. We don't have time to do that. Teacher mindset. See, if the teacher is thinking that way, how will we able to improve our curriculum? How can we further improve our education if teachers themselves, if teachers ourselves are not open to new things, right? If that's the way, our education system becomes stagnant. It does not move. It's not anymore responsive. And we are not giving our student what is due for them. A lot of teachers will say, you know, Sir Jim, I can teach my class even when I'm closing my eyes. That's good for you, but that's not good for students. You know why? Because we're robbing them the chance to be better by giving them new opportunities to learn. What we're actually doing is we're robbing them of the opportunity to be better just because it's convenient for the teacher. A lot of decisions are all about the convenience of the teacher. But remember, when you do new things, you have to sacrifice and give up something. So change teacher mindset. You cannot be an innovator if that's the way you think. You have to make space in your curriculum. What does that mean? You have to rethink the way you teach your curriculum. Don't be the teacher that lectures all the time, because we know what we do when the teacher is a boring lecturer. The teacher becomes a drawing with horns and tails in our notebook, right? Or your student might be doing the flames. Uso po ba ang flames ngayon? Baka nagpa-flames na sila. And very important, sustainability. Sustainability means what happens after you do it one time. Will you do it the next time? Will you work with other teachers? Things like that. This is an example. This is an infographics on the grade 6 PBL, project-based learning interdisciplinary unit. Our challenge question was, how can we make Savior School more inclusive? This is a theme being taught by Filipino, our campus ministry, math, language, guidance, and Christian life, or our values education. This is a big theme, and all subjects are talking about how we can make Savior School more inclusive. And a lot of our students underwent infographic design. They learned. These are grade 6 students, by the way. So they used Canva, their iPad, to create this real life convert real life data from National Council on Disability Affairs into infographics so that they can better understand and share the situation of our disabled fellow citizens, right? And we also use Buri Books in an online app, a Magic Silya ni Titoy, where the story is about a child creating something for his brother who cannot walk, a disabled something, the Magic Silya, the magical chair. And then we actually asked them to visit Tahanan na Walang Hagdan. So that's their service learning, so that they better understand what it means to live without being not being able to walk. We invited guests, symposium, and then they underwent, when they were already creating solutions, projects for our disabled brothers and sisters. They were able to undergo empathy map, collection of data, ideation, rapid prototyping, maker space, creating their project. They also did research writing, and last but not the least, they have to present in an elevator pitch. They only have 3 minutes to present their project and convince us that their project is worthwhile. This is innovation approach, and these are easily done even online because we do online learning right now. So just the power of Zoom and video conferences, we were able to do these things. Now, what are the roles of literacies here? It's about finding intersection between traditional literacy and 21st literacy. 21st literacies build on the basic literacy. That's very, very important. National Reading Month. Our students cannot solve real life problem if they don't know how to read and write. Very, very important that we always make sure. But what happens if they know how to read and write? This is the time when we give them the opportunity to make use of the things that they've learned. Traditional literacy skills like reading open different doors towards various opportunities to ask more questions and search for better answers. Literacy today is about making real the aspirations and learnings we get from books, texts, and media, among others. I always believe reading takes us to places that's Dr. Seuss, di ba? The great author. Reading takes us to places. However, reading also helps us make the only world that we have a better place. So therefore, that's how we elevate literacy. We use literacy and creativity together to make the world a better place. Just an update. Our Kids Can Innovation Camp is a multi-awarded innovation that started, designed in our school. It's now a big project, international project. In 2019, it was selected for 100 Sustainability Project Spotlight because we teach sustainability and SDGs. We were also selected last year, I think last year, 2020, one of the top innovation in 2020 education innovation in the world. And with Lego Foundations and 100, we were chosen as 100 creativity innovation. 100 spotlight and creativity are only 10 education innovations around the world recognized for this. So look for Kids Can Innovation Camp. Actually, they also flew to our school, interviewed our students, and we have a mini documentary video showing how we do innovation camp in our school. So go online, go on YouTube, look for this one, and yeah, make sure that you check them out. So thank you everyone for having me here. It's been an honor, and happy National Reading Month to everyone. And thank you to DepEd EdTech Unit for having me here. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Sir Jim. We really learned from your talk. Actually, I have a couple of insights here. You said that you emphasize on problem-based or project-based learning, and as a teacher who once teach or like help a student from Xavier, I can really feel how you really emphasize this on your curriculum. You don't like crammed curriculum, walang masyadong learning competencies, but you really focus on the product and the processes that are really going through learning skills and learning competencies. You also mentioned that we have, as a teacher, we have to rethink the way we teach our curriculum, and it's really important to really go on and change our mindsets because it's really important now that we have a changing world. Any insight to Ma'am Nova?
Of course, Ma'am May, I'd like to say that was a really great talk or presentation, Sir Jim. It feels like I'm listening to a podcast, but I can see it. And I really like how Sir Jim put it, like creativity is the heart of innovation, and you cannot call
That's true.
innovation an innovation without implementing them. And I guess all of
Mhm.
our teachers right here in the comment section also gave their insight, Ma'am May. They said that helpful for us to be more creative and
Mhm.
innovative. And of course, we also got here from Marife Olohan. She said creativity is a result of a growing mind. And we just
Mhm.
have here one question, Sir Jim, coming from Mr. Nelson de la Cruz. He is asking,
Mhm.
how about communicative competence po? Guess, is it part of the literacy, and should it be part of creativity as well? The communicative
Yeah,
competence
Mhm.
po.
yeah. Actually, I didn't emphasize communicative skills because when remember the three indicators of creativity. One there is creatively working with other people. It is assumed that when students work with other people, they don't do sign language, naman, or they communicate by brain, mentally. They actually speak. A lot of us focus on communication as if it's a performance when you go in front. and do a declamation, extemporaneous speeches. You know, communication is best developed when you allow students to work with each other. Because communication is not just presenting, reporting ideas. That's the one that we usually do, di ba? We teach our students how to report in front of other people, very performance based. But seldom do we teach them how, for example, tutor May, how would you communicate your idea so that teacher Nova listens to you? What if you have different ideas? So communication is not just about presenting ideas. It's actually making sure that your ideas and the idea of another student or another teacher, if they're different or the same, what do you do with it? Right? Communication is about, it's a two-way process. But a lot of us think that communication skills is a one-way process, and
Mm-hmm.
it's always performance based. It's
Yeah.
practice. But the, di ba, someone I saw someone in the comment that says, you can find the real character of a person when you let them work with other people.
True.
That's communication. All, you know what, in real life, all the things that we teach our students about communication, they are thrown out when they work together, because it's not just anymore about speaking. It's
Mm-hmm.
understanding, listening, and negotiating. What if I have a different idea? What if my idea is better than, for example, Tutor May's idea is better than Tutor Nova? I'm pretty sure Tutor Nova will not just communicate it. She will also think if her approach to telling Teacher Nova about her having a better idea is done in a well-mannered way. Kaya nga ang daming nag-aaway-away kasi hindi sila natuturuan how to work properly. We just assume as teachers, group work, bahala kayo dyan. Yung pala, ano na, nag-aaway-away na. I have just one note
Sige
about
pa.
innovation. A lot of teachers focus on titles. Ang hilig kasi
Mm-hmm.
yung mga acronym na yan sa project. You know what? In my training, 5-day training in San Fernando, Pampanga with master teachers, I always tell them that, huli nyo nang gawin yan. Focus on the problem that you're solving and focus on the solution that you're going to implement. So, sunod na yung title na yan. Bahala kayong mag-acronym, buong letters ng alphabet ilagay nyo. But like what Tutor Nova pointed out a while ago, you need to implement, because if we don't have creative and innovative teachers, it's very unfair to expect our students to be creative and innovative if teachers do not model them. Diba? Teachers, you are model to your students. So please, it's unfair if you ask your students to be creative and innovative if you're a very stagnant teacher. Yun.
Right. And it is also
Grabe.
anchored by the philosophy of John Dewey, Tudor May,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's
Mm-hmm.
learning by
Yes.
doing. So, as what Sir Jim said or mentioned earlier, that we need to change our teacher mindset. You cannot be an
Mm-hmm.
innovator if you think you can't
That's
do it.
true.
So, we need to change the way we think as educators because we are now in the 21st century.
That's right. And remember that communication is collaboration. And by the way, we will not prolong this moment any longer because we know how busy Sir Jim is. So we would like to
Yeah.
confer the certificate of recognition to Sir Jim. Okay, so Department of Education, the Office of the Undersecretary for Administration (OUA) through the Information and Communications Technology Service, Educational Technology Unit ICTS-EdTech awards this certificate of recognition to Francis Jim B. Toscano for sharing his invaluable knowledge and expertise as resource speaker on a topic entitled Literacy in Action, Building a Better World with Literacy and Creativity on November 27, 2021 during the National Reading and Book Month webinar series. His inputs assist in retooling, reskilling, and upskilling of educators on current trends in reading, literacy, and pedagogy streamlined to the emerging technologies in cultivating the critical thinking skills of learners towards responsible citizenry. Given this 27th day of November 2021 at the DepEd Central Office, Meralco Avenue, Pasig City, Philippines, signed Sir Mark Anthony CC, the head of ICTS EdTech Unit, Director Abram YC Abanil, Director of the ICTS, and Undersecretary Elaine Del B. Pasqua, Undersecretary for Administration. Thank you so much for your time, Sir Jim.
Thank you, Tutor May. Thank you, Tutor Nova. And shout out to Mark Anthony C. He's a friend of mine also. And
Wow.
Undersecretary Elaine and Director Abram. So, yeah, good morning, everyone, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Jim. All right.
Thank you, Sir Jim. Okay,
Have a nice
so
day, Sir Jim.
yeah, thank you. Have a nice
We will
day.
have the next speaker, Ma'am Nova. Pero before
Yes,
we go over to our next speaker, no, alam ko marami din nag-aabang kay Sir. And one of his stories, alam naman natin na he is one of the palangka Hall of Famers, 'di ba? So grabe, bigatin ang ating next speaker for today. And one of his stories which is Sandaang Sapatos, no. Talaga namang paulit-ulit nating narinig sa mga storytelling events kasi naman ang ganda-ganda ng kwento. So I will give the virtual mic to you, Ma'am Nova,
sure,
and let us
Mami.
introduce our next speaker for today.
All right, so our dear reading advocates, our second speaker is a medical doctor and an author of more than 60 books for children, including San Dosenang Sapatos and Pambihirang Buhok ni Raquel, and the two popular children's book series on health and hygiene, Mga Kwento ni Tito Doc, for school-aged children, and Okidok, which is for preschool children. He also came up with two chapter books on puberty concerns, Tule o Di Tule, circumcised or not, and Unang Dala, which is first period. His children's stories have been translated to Nihongo, Thai, Bahasa Indonesia, Mandarin, Bangla, and Danish. Some of these titles were mounted into musical plays, animations, apps, shadow puppetry, audio drama, and other theater productions. Dr. Gatmaitan is the former chairman of the Philippine Board on Books for Young People, or what we call the PBBY. He won the Palanca Award 7 times for his children's stories and essays in Filipino, and was inducted into the Hall of Fame of the Carlos Palanca Memorial Awards for Literature in 2005. He also received recognition for his literary works from the Catholic Mass Media Awards, or the CMMA, the Manila Critics Circle National Book Awards, the Gold Anvil Award, the Gawad Mariano Ponce, the PBBY Salanga Prize, and he was also conferred the Gawad Dangal ng Wika by the Komisyon sa Wika Filipino for his contribution to the propagation of Filipino language in his children's stories and medical literature. Now, in 2003, he is one of the 10 recipients of the Outstanding Young Men of the Philippines for his contribution in the field of literature. In 2017, he was awarded the Gawad Pambansang Alagad ni Balagtas, a Lifetime Achievement Award in literary writing given by the Union ng Mga Manunulat sa Pilipinas. He is also listed in the CCP Encyclopedia of Philippine Arts. Wow, with the Cultural Center of the Philippines. He is a graduate of FEU and RMF, Institute of Medicine in 1991, and he is the immediate past president of the AIDS Society of the Philippines. Currently, he is the chairperson of the National Council for Children's Television, an attached agency of the Department of Education that oversees a child-friendly landscape in Philippine television. Our dear viewers, our second speaker is Dr. Luis P. Gatmaitan. A virtual round of applause.
Hello.
Hi, sir. Hello,
Hello, good
sir.
morning. Hello, good morning,
Good
Tutor
morning
Nova
po.
and Tutor May. Thank you. Tutor May, hindi sandaang sapatos, sandosen ng sapatos lang.
Ay, ang dami.
Yeah.
Kinakabahan ako this
Oo,
morning, sir, no? Kasi kanina
dumami, no?
magkausap tayo sa comment section, dumami. Pasensya na po.
Yes, pero isang malaking karangalan to get invited by the Department of Education, no, through USEC Elaine Pasqua and Director Abram, to share my journey, no, sa field ng children's literature and tungkol sa importance of storytelling in this time of pandemic. Yan.
Opo.
So, yes.
That's right, sir.
Thank you. Teka, ready ba yung PowerPoint natin? Sige, mag-share ako. Yan. Okay. Sige. Nakikita nyo na ba yung slides? I'm sorry, nakikita nyo na ba? Okay, sige. Why reading and storytelling for children matter during the pandemic and beyond? Siguro napansin nyo na ngayong pandemic, ang daming nagawang storytelling, no? Kasi siguro if there's one advantage ng online lahat, no, naging of course, syempre hindi mas gusto sana natin face to face, no. Pero kung may advantage na nadulot itong online thing, no, ito yung mas maraming mga webinars, no, mas maraming naging mga storytelling na gumagamit ng online, ano. So ganun din during this time of the pandemic, ang daming mga storytelling events. So, next slide. So, stories are powerful, di ba? Life lessons are best remembered when rendered in stories. Do you agree with me? Oo. Siyempre, no? Next slide. Even Jesus, when he was still on earth, he made use of stories to teach kingdom values. Siguro iniisip ni Jesus during that time, paano ko ba ituturo yung mga values ng kaharian, no? ng heaven? Kaya he made use of stories, and we call these stories parables, no? So kung si Jesus, when he was talking of kunwari the different kinds of the seeds being planted in different kinds of soil, hindi naman siya nagdi-discuss about geology or agriculture, no? or landscaping, but he was discussing about a particular kingdom value. And Jesus knew that stories could change the behavior and worldview of people. So in his ministry on earth, he made use of stories. Napansin niyo yung Bible punong-puno talaga ng mga kwento at kadami mga parables. Jesus even said, "Let the children come to me," di ba? "For the kingdom of heaven belongs to such as this." Kasi there was this scene in the Bible na pinuntahan, nung nakita ng mga bata si Jesus, takbuhan lahat yung mga kids papunta sa kanya, and then the disciples parang barred the children from approaching Jesus. And so Jesus said, "Let the children come to me." At siguro kayo ho, bilang mga teachers, bilang mga educators, ang laking privilege para sa inyo na ang mga bata ay pumupunta palapit sa inyo. In fact, kapag nakikita nila yung mga teachers nila, lalapitan, binubuhat nila yung mga gamit, and nakita mo yung ibang klaseng paggalang ng mga bata sa mga guro. So parang nakikibahagi kayo sa karanasan ni Jesus, nilalapitan kayo ng mga kids, and I would say na napakagandang privilege nito. Next slide. So what's unique with the act of storytelling, no? Kasi inisip ko nung si Jesus ay pinuntahan ng mga bata at kinandong ni Jesus, no? Or nasa tabi niya yung mga kids. Anong ginawa ni Jesus, no? So I'm sure nagkwento si Jesus sa kanya to entertain the kids, no? Nagkinuwentuhan sila ni Jesus. So bakit ba maganda ang storytelling, no? Kasi learning through stories is fun, di ba? Let's admit it, talagang masaya kapag nakikinig lang tayo ng kwento. And the process is done in a natural way, no? No actual teaching is involved at all. Basta nakinig ka lang ng kwento, no? The children learn from simply reading the story or listening to the story. Kaya nga siguro ito yung sinasabi natin, ano, that the best way to convey a message is to give an impression that no message is being conveyed. So ganun din, ako din when I write stories, yan din yung aking isa sa mga guiding principles, that the best way to convey a message to the children, ano, is to give an impression that no message is being conveyed. Alam nyo kasi, ang mga kids, they can, from far away, no, agad-agad, makikita niya agad if a particular story or a particular book parang wants to teach him a lesson. Ang mga bata ayaw nila nung pinipreach sila, napipreachan sila, no? So, ang napakagandang paraan is yung storytelling, no? This is a very subtle way of parang getting your message across. Okay? Next slide. So storytelling is an effective tool to impart knowledge and values to children in a subtle way. Next slide. So why write and tell stories in the midst of pandemic? Sabi ng writer na si Grant Faulkner, stories remind us that we're alive and what being alive means. So sa isang panahon na parang feeling natin namatay yung daigdig, no? Or huminto, no? Parang huminto lahat ang galaw, no? um, yung mga kwento, no, pinapaalala sa atin na buhay pa tayo. And this is also probably the reason why maraming mga plantito at plantitang naglabasan during the pandemic, no. Nagulat ako na kabi-kabila yung mga halaman na dinidisplay nila sa mga Facebook post nila. And siguro yung mga halamang na 'to pinapaalala sa atin na buhay pa tayo, no, na habang umuusbong sila, namumulaklak at lumalago ay kagaya rin natin, no, na kahit may pandemic hindi tayo dapat parang huminto ang buhay, no. So yung stories remind us that we're alive. Okay, next slide. And also, sabi rin ni Grant Faulkner, our stories are the candles that light up the darkness that life can become. So we must live in the warm hues of our imaginative life. So sa isang panahong madilim, no, ang pandemic talaga, tingin natin madilim talaga tong bahagi ng ating kasaysayan na to, no, na may isang maliit na virus na pinasok yung daigdig, no, na talagang nagdulot ng marami. Okay? And so para siyang mga ilaw, mga mumunting ilaw na nagpapaliwanag sa daigdig. Next slide. Why write and tell stories amidst the pandemic? Because stories can humanize abstract issues and encourage children to think and talk about how they might feel and what they might do in a particular situation. Yung humanizing abstract issues, kasi like ngayong pandemic lumabas yung mga konsepto ng isolation, quarantine, no? Yung mga social distancing, na sa isang lagi nating tinuturo sa mga bata yung togetherness, yung ganyan, yung laging magkakasama, no? Pero ngayon tinuturuan tayo na mag-isolate, na mag-quarantine. So tapos may mga grado pa yung mga quarantine, merong enhanced community quarantine, di ba? Meron yung modified, enhanced, at general, etc. So yung mga kwento can humanize these abstract issues. And tapos tinuturuan din itong mag-isip at i-discuss ng mga bata yung nararamdaman nila. Next slide. Sabi rin ni Miss Renny Rojas, publisher of Tahanan Books, life goes on, no? Babies are still being born into the world. Parents are still parents are still raising their children. And lolos and lolas are reading bedtime stories to their apos. Perhaps even more so in the age of quarantine. So, talagang tuloy lang ang buhay, no? Hindi naman sinabi sa ospital na, ICU lang lahat pang COVID, no? Ang nursery patuloy pa rin may mapinapanganak, no? Ang pregnancy tuloy din yung process. So, life goes on. Next slide. So, stories are powerful. There are fascinating neurological explanations behind the power of stories. In fact, science has begun to uncover what's happening to our brains when we hear a good tale. Researchers discovered that when we are presented with vivid stories, lots of different centers in our brains light up. May mga umiilaw na mga centers sa ating brain. Next slide. For instance, if a ballet scene is beautifully described or depicted in the novel, the sight and movement centers of our brains respond, even for those of us who cannot dance. So parang yung center ng sight and movement iilaw, no? When a scent naman, such as halimbawa sampagita, ilang-ilang, or dama de noche, or rosas, is described, no? Our smell center lights up. Iilaw din na gano'n, no? Next slide. And paano nga ba nagre-respond yung mga brains natin? Kasabi, when we are presented with facts and figures, diba, marami tayong mga data na pinipresent, may mga dalawang areas ng brain that get activated. The Broca's area, which is involved with language processing, and the Wernicke's area, which is involved with language comprehension. Pero daw, when we are presented with stories, there are more than 7 areas of the brain that get activated. So dun sa, kung mga data and figures lang yung pinapakita, 2 areas lang talaga, yung Broca's and Wernicke's. Pero kapag daw mga kwento ang pinresenta sa atin, there are 7 areas in the brain that get activated. Next slide. Hindi lang 7, baka 9 pa nga, no? And because stories can engage up to 7 or more regions of the human brain, stories are more memorable than facts and data. Imagine, kung natatandaan nyo ba ng mga bata tayo, ang dami nating minemorize ng mga figures, mga facts and data. Nakalimutan na natin lahat, no? Pero yung mga kwento na senior na ating mga teachers, ng mga parents natin, ng mga kaibigan natin, nananatili sa atin. At ngayong pandemic na to, araw-araw ang daming figures na pinapakita ng DOH, ilan na yung na-infect, ilan yung nasa ICU, ilan yung namatay, no? Gaano kadami worldwide. Nakalimutan na natin lahat ng mga data na yun, ano? Blurred na. Pero yung mga narinig nating kwento about a particular person na who succumbed to COVID, or about a particular family who cope with this pandemic, yun ang nananatili sa atin. No? Kaya powerful ang mga kwento. And ano ba yung mga regions in the brain that get activated by stories? So marami, no? For example, kasi yung kwento, pag storytelling, may sound talaga ang storytelling, no? So yung auditory cortex na stimulate na agad. Yung kapag dinescribe yung mga colors and shapes sa mga kwento, no? Yung visual cortex na activate. Kung may dinescribe na scent, yung olfactory cortex. Kung tungkol sa touch, no? Yung sensory cortex and cerebellum. Kung may movement na dinidescribe sa story, the motor cortex gets activated. Kung may mga emotional reactions sa story, yung amygdala, ito yung region ng brain na involved sa seat of emotion. And then kapag may mga memories and shared experiences, no, yung insular cortex naman na stimulate. Dagdag yun sa Broca's and Wernicke's na involved sa language, no? So ang dami talaga na activate. Next slide. So, why does a story that is well told have power to shift our understanding and our behavior? Sabi ni Steve Denning, the World Bank's head of talent management, when it comes to inspiring people to embrace a vision or a change in behavior, storytelling isn't just better than the other tools. It's the only thing that works. Okay? So talagang yun lang daw talaga. And maybe that's the reason na yung maraming mga, siguro yung may mga cult following, makikita nyo, dinaan sa mga kwento, yung mga, kunwari, yung mga preaching na ginagamit nila, kaya kumbaga, yung pagyakap ng tao dun sa vision na yon ay ganun-ganun na lamang. So sabi, storytelling isn't just better than the other tools. It's the only thing that works. Next slide. And according to Jennifer Clark, the head of research of Sesame Street, storytelling is critical. If you organize information in storytelling, children are more likely to learn it, and adults are too. So next slide. And siguro yun yung ginawa ko, no, yung binabanggit na yun na you have to parang incorporate yung mga information sa storytelling. So I made use of my college education, no? I took up medicine, no? And my knowledge of medicine helped me explain the workings of the human body. So I tried to merge the health concepts with the story to make it appealing or interesting to children and adults alike. So parang minix ko yung medical concepts and stories. Next slide. So yan yung aking parang formula, no? Parang formula ba yun? Basta I will think of a particular science concept or health concept or medical concept, and then talagyan ko siya ng kwento. And presto, no, may children's book tayo. At napansin ko kasi sa Pilipinas, marami na tayong libro tungkol sa mga alamat, maraming tungkol sa mga values, no? Magaganda lahat 'yon. Pero nakita ko na parang if I have to do something para sa children's literature, magawa ako ng mga kwentong tungkol sa kalusugan. Lalo na sa isang third world na bansa na lagi tayong may cases ng dengue fever, ng tigdas, ng bulutong tubig, at the dengue at kung ano-ano pa. Next slide. So, yung creative process ko is I would choose a health-related concept, no? One that will interest any child and parents, and I will research on it, no? Then I will simplify it. Then I will explain it using simple words. Sometimes I use diagrams, illustrations, and analogy, no, to explain a particular concept. Then I think of a story to highlight the said health-related concept. Dapat yung kwento naman relatable, yung common sa marami. Okay, next slide. So sa pag-i-integrate ko ng health concepts and stories, I tried to dramatize it to make it interesting, no? I made it appear like it's happening before their eyes. Pinapalaki ko sila, no? From micro to macroscopic. I related it with a child's experience. And for microbes, which are very small, I tried to magnify them, make them appear big so the children are able to imagine what a virus or bacteria looks like and what happens when it attacks our body cells. Next slide. Yeah, my very first children's book is about the practice of vaccination. May gera sa katawan ni Mark, no? Matagal ko na itong nasulat at suddenly, because of the ongoing pandemic, biglang naging popular ulit yung kwentong ito. Next slide. Dito yung labanan ng virus at antibodies ang hinighlight ko. But the virus dito na naka-highlight ay yung hepatitis B virus, hindi yung COVID. But the principle is the same, no? Pati yung kung paano ginigising nung bakuna yung mga antibodies. Next slide. So, ang tawag ko dito yung stories with medical flavor. No? I came up with my own brand of children's stories. May medical flavor. These are stories that entertain and inform. So parang informational storybooks. May kwento na, may napulot ka ring information. And I made sure that there's a proper balance between entertainment and learning in my books. Next slide. And bilingual to, no, English and Filipino. So because of this fusion of medical concepts and stories, no, nagawa ko tong series ng mga kwento ni Tito Doc, which is a health literacy series for school-age children. Next slide. I also came up with Okay Doc series naman for younger children. No, nakita niyo yung mga issue niyan, Dialagnat si Enat, Dirty and Judy Ann, no? Check-up time, Adam and Audrey. Okay? Next slide. Also, meron akong for puberty concerns, yung Tuli o Di Tuli o ng Dalaw. Yeah, next slide. And then, somebody coined a word for the kind of literature that I make. No? This is parang sabi nila, sakit-lit. No? Literature of sickness. So, parang in a time of COVID-19 pandemic, my health-related storybook somehow contributed to the health literacy among our children. So, there was a renewed interest in some of my titles as there had been a string of online storytelling events that featured my titles. And so parents and teachers would send me messages, no, in my FB Messenger account telling me how these books help them articulate the hygiene concepts for their children and learners. So yung iba rito matagal ko nang nasulat, no, pero they remain relevant given the current predicament. Next slide. So yun, no, for instance, yung May Gera sa Katawan ni Mark helps parents overcome their vaccine hesitancy and eventual vaccine acceptance. So if there's one positive thing brought about by the pandemic, it's this, no? People have become more conscious of their health and hygiene and their way of living, no? Next slide. So sabi ko, bakit hindi lang basta sakit-lit, no, but health literature? And sometimes in integrating health concepts, no, sa mga kwento, gumagamit ako ng personification, no? Personification is a figure of speech where you give human traits to inanimate objects or non-living things. So makikita nyo ilang kwento ko, may personification of microbes, body parts, body organs, pests, and animals. No? Next slide. For instance, yung wanted lolit lamok ng dengue is about a mosquito personified. Ito namang what's this appendicitis is about appendicicae, an appendix personified. Next slide. Yung duglit ang dugong makulit is about a red blood cell personified. No? Ginamit ito ng DOH sa kanilang blood donation campaign. Ambisyosong stethoscope is about a doctor's stethoscope personified. Pero stethoscope to ni Dr. Jose Rizal. Next slide. And etong bagong book ko on a COVID virus, no? It's coming out next month, this December, no? A COVID virus is personified. Ang pangalan niya ay COVID-Doom. Yan, watch out for it. Next slide. So stories are powerful, no? Naisip ba ni Harriet Beecher Stowe in 1852 when she wrote her novel Uncle Tom's Cabin that her story would be a spark that contributed to the abolition of slavery in America? Did Jose Rizal imagine that when he wrote his novels Nolly and Philly, that these novels would serve as impetus for a revolution against the Spaniards? Akalain nyo, no? Next slide. So, just as Uncle Tom's Cabin, no, was the spark that led to the abolition of slavery, and Nolly ni Tangere was the spark, no, that led to independence from the Spanish tyranny. So the story can be used in many different ways to change the world for the better. Next slide. So storytelling in the midst of pandemic can be cathartic and therapeutic. When we say cathartic, no, ito yung release. Nagdudulot ng release kung ano yung pent-up mong emotions dahil dito sa pandemic. Through storytelling, nare-release yun. So that's cathartic, no? And then therapeutic, of course, is healing, no? So we grieve for people who succumb to COVID-19. We get frustrated with the way the government is handling the crisis. We fear for the lives of the medical frontliners. Pati sa mga buhay natin, di ba? Takot din tayo. We're anxious about our own safety and survival. Storytelling and writing provide a refuge, for it can be a tool to express our fears, disappointments, frustrations, hopes, and joys. It can help us make sense of the world and our place in it. Next slide. So yung national artist natin for literature, Virgilio Almario, would write a dose of poetry every day during the pandemic. So dito nagbigay pugay siya sa mga frontliners. May bagong bayani ang ating panahon. Next slide. Bawat artist, iba-iba. Nagkaroon din ng mga informational book about the coronavirus pandemic. For instance, si Professor Eugene Ivaskov, Diliman came up with Maging Ligtas sa Coronavirus para siyang info book. No? Tapos si Natasha Vizcara came up with a book din on coronavirus, no? Yung Spikies, there's a book no, na bago. And then yung Papuntang Community Pantry at marami pa. Next slide. Ang UP also came up with Dictionaryong COVID-19 para sa batang Filipino. Next slide. And then marami mga forum and discussion on children's books as refuge. Ang Aklat Pambata ay Kanlungan. No? So may mga conferences na ganyan. Next slide. Yung pandemic literature din, nagkaroon ng special edition ang Philippine Board on Books for Young People. Tingnan niyo po yung bisitahin nyo yung bit.ly/NCBD 2021. Makaka-download po kayo, free download ng ebook from the CCP in partnership with our board, the Philippine Board on Books for Young People. Kung paano po nag-cope yung mga tao na nasa industry ng children's literature sa pandemic. And for instance, meron akong article dito na sinulat yung kumbaga sa lugaw, kung bakit essential ang Aklat Pambata sa panahon ng pandemya at bakuna. So you can download it for free later. No? Next slide. Of course, may mga theatrical adaptations ng mga local children's books. Next slide. Tulad ng May Giyera sa Katawan ni Mark, ginawa siya sa pamanang pahina ng CCP. May shadow puppetry adaptation of my book. No? Next slide. Nagkaroon din ng digital version of May Giyera sa Katawan ni Mark via Audra app. No? Next slide. Kasi nga nagkaroon ng renewed interest, nagkaroon ng mga workshop for children. Madami, no? Left and right. Next slide. Pati si Teacher Robert Alejandro, di ba, nagsishare siya ng mga illustrations. And maraming online storytelling events. And nakakatuwa na mga libro namin ay nagamit din sa mga storytelling. Next slide. And tinignan ko yung mga titles that I have written so far, no? And I found these titles relevant for the current pandemic. Yung may book ako na Sipon Hahahaching, Nilalagnat si Enat, May Giyera sa Katawan ni Mark, and Iyo Kadiri ang mga germs, no? Tungkol sa pagkakaiba-iba ng mga mikrobyo. Next slide. And we miss those days when we can have a meet and greet sessions with our child readers. Sana bumalik na ulit yung panahon na yun, no? Para hindi online lang lahat. Next slide. Ayan. But meet and greet events will have to wait until safe na ang buong daigdig. No? Next slide. Ayan. Life goes on in the midst of pandemic. No? Kaya during the pandemic, tinapos ko yung unang dalaw na yan. Tsaka yung tuli, companion book siya ng Tuli o Di Tuli. Next slide. Tapos itong COVID doom tungkol sa COVID virus. Next slide. Tapos next, a few weeks from now, ilo-launch ko na rin itong Masela ang Tanong ng Batang si Usman, a juvenile chapter book on the Marawi crisis, no? told from the point of view of a bakwit, a child bakwit. Next slide. Tapos during the pandemic, natapos din namin itong Ang Kuya Kong Zombie, no? Tungkol sa gaming addiction for beginning readers in partnership with Room to Read International. Next slide. Yan. Health stories could be used as platforms for advocacies, no? Totoo yan. Next slide. Yan. For instance, yung libro kong Ang Makulay na Bahay ay ginamit sa lead poisoning prevention ng Eco Waste Coalition. Next slide. And then this book, Ang Piesta, ay ginamit sa Zero Opendification campaign ng DOH and UNICEF. Next slide. Yan. Nag-storytell pa si Ann Curtis sa Samar, no, nung tungkol dito. Kasi sa Samar, nakita nila may mga communities na wala pa rin mga toilets, no? So, kailangan wala nang zero na yung opendification. Okay, next slide. And then itong kwento kong Duglit ginamit sa DOH blood donation campaign. Next slide. Yan. Meron din akong nagawang libro about the danger of trans fat in our diet. Ang tatay kong mahilig sa instant. Next slide. So makita nyo magagamit yung mga librong to sa mga advocacies, no? And storytelling is being described as one of the keys to whole person care which is a healthcare that is based on emotional, spiritual, and psychosocial needs along with medical needs. So sa paggamot natin sa isang tao, hindi lang yung physical ginagamot natin at ano no, ginagamot din natin yung nandito sa loob, emotional, ganyan, psychosocial. And storytelling is a way to improve health related quality of life for patients, especially for those who are confined in hospitals or in quarantine facilities or for those with chronic conditions. Storytelling and other arts programs can play a part in wellness, even if these are delivered virtually. Next slide. So COVID-19 talaga naman is a very stressful time, no? Kasi we are confronted with the issues ng isolation, quarantine, social distancing. But storytelling is able to bridge that gap and bring people together again in spirit, if not physically. Next slide. And storytelling is about making connection, di ba po? Storytelling is a shared experience between two or more people. So parang it's sharing from the heart at a time when conversations matter more than ever. Next slide. So storytelling daw builds our empathy muscle. So kung marami mga iba-ibang muscle sa katawan, no, dapat din yung empathy muscle natin, ito yung pakikipagkapwa-damdamin natin na muscle, no, ay kailangan nating palakihin, ano? It needs to be exercised so it can help strengthen the dynamics of your relationships, balance your views of the world, and enhance your well-being. Tapos, and remember to listen to, no? In the end, people just want to be heard, no? Listening to someone sharing a story is an act of love. So you can start by asking questions and then simply listen to the answers without judging, bawal and judgmental, no? Without interrupting, and just be fully engaged in what they say, no? Minsan yung pagiging present mo lang ay sapat na, no? Next slide. Storytelling helps us come to terms with the pandemic and other bigger issues. So it's a crucial device, no? Enabling individuals to situate themselves in relation to a bigger event and gain perspective on the human experience. Kung itong bata, ikaw na bata na nasa midst ka ng pandemic, no? Nakasituate ka dun sa mga bigger issues na malaki kaysa sa'yo, no? For example, a child in the midst of war, marami crisis, a child with a serious condition like cancer, a child experiencing family breakup, or kahit hindi naman bata, no? Kahit tayo ay, kahit adults na tayo, parang paano ba tayo nakasituate in relation to a bigger event? So storytelling shows how very different people can share the same life experience and how human nature can transcend this moment. Next slide. So for example, yung libro kong Ang Pambihirang Buhok ni Raquel, nadinig ko yung sharing ng isang patient, sabi niya, kasi mga around 12 years old na itong batang to, sabi niya, for her, the bigger issue was not her leukemia, no? It was not the cancer of the blood, but the baldness brought about by her chemotherapeutic treatment. So nagulat ako sa sharing na yon na para sa kanya, mas malaking issue yung nakalbo siya, no? Kasi tinamaan yung self-esteem. And so I thought of making a story about it, kaya lumabas tong Ang Pambihirang Buhok ni Raquel. Next slide. Okay, tapos storytelling bridges generation gaps, no? Ang isang typical family has 3 to 4 generations na may grandparents, parents, children, and sometimes with great grandparents pa. So kunwari yung isang Gen Y na daddy or mommy wants to connect with Gen Z and Gen Alpha children, gagamit ka ng storytelling. O kung isang Gen Z kid, no, wants to reach out to his or her Gen Y mother, gagamit ka ng storytelling. So storytelling is an effective tool in bridging gaps between generations. Yes, expectedly, no, there might be conflicts, but it could be an enriching experience as well. Nagsishare kayo at lalong na-highlight to during the pandemic. Next slide. Storytelling also, ito. Ano bang hinahanap pala natin sa mga kwento, no? We should look for stories that are relatable. There should be connectedness, no? As to the topic. So the children should be able to see themselves in the story. Dapat pag binasa ng mga bata, makita niya yung sarili niya na nandun siya sa kwento. Kaya hindi kami gumagawa ng mga kwentong parang parang foreign looking yung mga characters, no? Kailangan na kakakonek sila. Stories, we should look for stories that help process what they feel, stories that will sustain their interest and curiosity, stories that make them care about the characters and what happens to them, and stories that speak to their emotional maturity. Next slide. And we should make time to tackle difficult topics in our storytelling. Huwag nating iwasan yan kahit yung issue ng adoption, issue ng death, no? Or sickness, ganyan. No? Children need to know that there are other children in varying circumstances, situations, and conditions different from theirs. And we need to acknowledge that there is trauma across conditions, cultures, and generations na makakatulong yung storytelling. So choose age-appropriate and developmentally appropriate topics for your storytelling. Next slide. Storytelling helps teach complex ideas in a natural way. Isa pa rin to sa mga advantages, ano? So, yung concept kagaya nga sabi ko nung yung mga isolation, lockdown, compassion for others, mai-discuss mabuti yan through storytelling, no? So, nakakatulong din siya sa pag-explain ng family breakup, ng grief. Lalo ngayon na na-bypass yung process kung may namatay na kaanak, no? Sa ala ng wake na nagaganap. Lalo kung namatay sa COVID, ang nangyari ay kinremate tapos nakalagay na sa isang urn. Tapos ang daming issues na maraming tanong dun sa mga bata, no? So yung storytelling makakatulong, no? Stories that are based on real life can also help children with their own life experiences, no? Next slide. Storytelling teaches life skills. Through storytelling, ang dami nating natututunan, ano? Storytelling helps develop the children's imagination, critical thinking, no? Decision-making skills, mga dealing with stress, dealing with COVID, etc., and other life skills. So life skills necessary to survive the pandemic, halimbawa, no? To wash hands or not, to wear mask or not, to go out to play or not. Yan yung mga life skills, no? Mamimili ka. Life skills to protect their bodies, no? Life skills to overcome their fears, life skills to face the online learning, etc. Next slide. Storytelling also helps relax the children, no? Sa gabi bago matulog, no? Maganda rin yung may storytelling tayo. Kapag yung stress and worries overwhelm the children, storytelling and reading stories can help them relax, especially at bedtime. So parang storytelling gives the child a sense of security that for a moment all is well with the world. Next slide. Storytelling releases happy hormones. Narinig nyo na siguro yan, ano, that when we listen to a good story, our happy hormones get secreted or released from the body and we feel good and we feel loved and satisfied. So ano-ano ba itong mga happy hormones na to? Tandaan nyo lang po yung dose, no? D-O-S-E, no? So yung D is dopamine, it's a happy hormone. O is oxytocin, S is serotonin, and E are endorphins. So, siguro madalas yung marinig yung endorphins, yung mga ganyan. No? These are happy hormones. It benefits both the storyteller and the listener of the story. So, kapag nakikinig daw tayo, therapeutic talaga to. No? Kaya lumalabas yung mga happy hormones na yan. Next slide. Storytelling helps the children cope with their feelings. So when children read or listen to stories, it can help them understand and accept their own feelings. It helps them understand that there are other children who feel the same way and that they are not alone. So this helps the child understand that feelings are normal and should be expressed. And watching the responses of the feelings of the characters in the stories will give you some idea of how a child feels and how a child feels about a certain circumstance. No? Sige, next slide. Storytelling heals, nakakatulong sa paghilom ang mga kwento, no? So, may bibliotherapy na ginagawa. This is healing through books or healing through stories, no? First, the child should be able to identify with the central character in the story being told. At kapag naka-identify na siya at nakita niya that the child character is able to overcome the obstacles in the story, naniniwala din siya that he too, no, can overcome the current situation. So we should be on the lookout for empowered child characters in our storybooks, for they are worthy of emulation. Kailangan yung mga bida sa mga kwento natin, yung mga empowered na mga bata, no? Para marami silang pamamarisan. Next slide. Storytelling brings hope. So embed your stories with hope. Tell stories about hope. No? Not all stories have happy endings, but always end the story with a sense of hope. Dapat may nasasalamin tayong pag-asa sa mata ng mga tauhan sa kwento. Kahit malungkot yung kwento, but when we look at the eyes of the characters in this story, merong pag-asa siyang tinatanaw. No? Walang kwenta, ang kwentong walang tinatanaw na pag-asa ang mga tauhan. Next slide. Few slides na lang po ito. Storytelling enlightens, no? So do not sanitize or sugarcoat the story, but use proper analogy when necessary. So ini-encourage ko kayo na be truthful, no, be concrete when you explain certain things to the children, ano. Wag yung sugarcoating. Halimbawa ng sugarcoating yung common na ginagamit sa mga pagpapabakuna, no. Parang kagat lang to ng langgam. Pero actually pag in-injectionan ka mas masakit talaga yung injection kaysa sa kagat ng langgam, no. Pero kung ang sasabihin mo siguro, medyo masakit itong injection to pero kaya mo. Na kaya ni ate, na kaya ni kuya, kaya mo rin to, ano. When you explain yung mga ganung na walang sugar coating, mas realistic yung expectation ng mga bata. And so, hindi siya na-feel na nadi-deceive siya. So and also when the children start to ask questions about difficult topics, it means that they are ready to grapple with the answers. So pag nagtanong siya, wag niyong iwasan, ano, kasi handa na siya tsaka kahit napaka-difficult pa ng topic, kahit tungkol pa sa giyera yan o tungkol sa kung ampun ba siya o hindi siya ampun, no. Pag nagtanong siya, handa na siyang umunawa. Okay, next slide. Ayan. So siguro since ano no, marami pa tayong mga speakers, gusto ko lang pakita siguro na kapag nagkukwento kayo, ang maganda lang naman, no, you find an appropriate storybook and then talk with them about the story para magkaroon tayo ng mga bata na who connect with stories. So next slide. Ito yung concept ng ng conversational reading, no. So let the children reflect on the story that was told, no. So encourage the children to ask a question from the story that was told and have a conversation about the story. Or you might ask a question first. Pwede mong tanungin, if you are the character in the story, would you do the same? What would you have done, no? In conversations, everything that comes up is right, no? Nothing is wrong. So you're not there to come up with solutions. So hayaan mo lang na nagbabahaginan kayo ng mga kwento. Next slide. So, why the need to have conversations during the pandemic? Because this time has intensified the need to have a conversation. Through storytelling, we can capture narrative time capsule of this remarkable period in their lives. Let this moment be a reminder not to wait. No? Now is the time to have conversation. Sabi ni Dave Eisen ng Story Corps. Next slide. So, explore natin yung conversational reading and storytelling. Next slide. Ang art of conversational reading storytelling, simple lang naman. You read a book, you ask a question, start a conversation. So sa conversational storytelling and reading, no, tungkol to sa what the story means to children in their lives now, no. It's less about trying to figure out the meaning of the stories, and this is more about what the story means to children in their lives now. May pandemic ngayon, anong meaning ng kwentong to sa kasalukuyang pandemic? So focus more on how the said story connected with the life of a child. Next slide. Yan, maraming tanong yung mga bata, no? So yung conversational reading and storytelling is about making comments and asking questions. It is talking with children about the stories that they read or heard, no? So next slide. Siguro ano na lang yan, mga conversations lang naman ito, no? Next slide, please. Make personal connections with the story, no? Keep the conversations moving, make it a dialogue kapag nagtatanong kayo, no? Tapos tanungin nyo kung sila yung character dun sa kwento, ganun din bang decision na gagawin nila, yung mga ganun lang naman to, no? So basta mahalaga ma-engage mo sila through questions. And then kapag may tanong na, mag-flow na lang yung discussion doon, no? Hindi naman kailangan laging bumalik sa book. Next slide. You don't always have to agree, no? There are no wrong or right answers in conversations. So conversations are meant to give a greater understanding of different views and perspectives, not necessarily to reach a resolution. Next slide. So next slide. Parents and teachers play an intermediary role in storytelling, no? So children need adults' intermediary role, no, to facilitate the flow of the story, to address the child's questions, to start a conversation. So if the topics are sensitive, lalong-lalo na, no, the presence of adults are needed to help process them. May collaboration na magaganap, collaborative endeavor ito, no? Next slide. As adults, we're in a position to influence our young children. Somehow, whatever we say or tell our children comes with authority. It comes with being a teacher or a parent, no? So let's make good use of this to affect change in their lives. Next slide. So why books and reading matter in the time of pandemic? Sabi ni William Somerset Maugham, a physician and a fictionist, to acquire the habit of reading is to construct for yourself a refuge from almost all the miseries of life. Kagaya ng nagaganap na misery dulot ng pandemic. Next slide. So, Somerset Maugham's words, di ba, remain true today because books offer a refuge, a place where we can go to soothe our minds and help us calm down. Reading and storytelling save us from boredom and the loneliness of lockdown and quarantine. Come to think of it, if we are reading or telling stories, we could easily travel to another land and time without a need for swab test, for the vaccine, and the required quarantine period. Next slide. Sabi ni Rene Villanueva, no, na isang kaibigan, siya ang a very famous children's book author and dati siyang creative director ng Batibot, no, the late Rene Villanueva. Sabi niya ang mundo ng bata ay hindi Sanrio na kulay pink, no? So siguro magandang ipaunawa sa mga bata ito ngayon through stories and storytelling na ang mundo ng bata ay hindi Sanrio yung kulay pink. Next slide. Bilang pagwawakas, no, gusto ko lang sabihin na hindi lang tableta, injection at stethoscope ang pwedeng gamitin sa panggagamot. Pwede rin ang mga kwento at libro. Salamat po. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Doc Gatmaitan. And I think our student viewers or even our teacher viewers here and participants are really amazed and pumped up while hearing Dr. Gatmaitan's presentation and topic. Mame, I just have some important keynotes here because as what Dr. Louis Gatmaitan mentioned earlier, that stories can humanize abstract issues.
That's true.
And yeah, that's right. So that's why one of our viewers right here, he is Sir Joffel Repasso. He said, learners are really interested to stories, and when a lesson or concept is used in a story and told, they will definitely remember it. So that's why I think storytelling has this magical power, and the lesson remains in our hearts, right?
That's right.
Yes.
And because literature is about significant human experience, who would have thought that such delicate issues, such technical issues can be translated to a fun, interesting, and creative stories that children would love to hear. Gusto ko yung part, Sir Doc Luis, na talagang nag-open ka about the Bible. And that's true na ang
Right.
Bible is full of stories, but we go on. And yun nga sa parable or sa part na sinabi ni Christ na lumapit kayo sa akin, and how powerful stories are in giving us a lesson about life.
That's right, Mame. And we also have here one teacher who also agreed to that. She is Ma'am Merkel Agnes Valiaga. She said, indeed, even Jesus used storytelling of parables to explain and teach lessons to the disciples and the ancient people. So the talk today of Dr. Gatmaitan is really empowering, and it's giving us hope in this time of crisis or pandemic. And
And
as what Sir Gatmaitan mentioned earlier, that his branding and his stories are more about medical flavor. So that's like you learn a story and you also get information about it. And that's the best thing about storytelling. You learn from it, and you also kind of progress from it.
yes, sir. And with that, we would like to confer your certificate of recognition, Dr. Luis Gatmaitan. So, the Department of Education, the Office of the Undersecretary for Administration through the Information and Communications Technology Service, Educational Technology Unit ICTS-EdTech, awards the certificate of recognition to Luis P. Gatmaitan for sharing his invaluable knowledge and expertise as resource speaker on a topic entitled The Importance of Reading, Storytelling, and Health Literacy for Children and Youth during the pandemic and beyond on November 27, 2021, during the National Reading and Book Month webinar series. His inputs assist in retooling, reskilling, and upskilling of educators on current trends in reading, literacy, and pedagogy streamlined to the emerging technologies in cultivating the critical thinking skills of learners towards responsible citizenry. Given this 27th day of November 2021 at the DepEd Central Office, Meralco Avenue, Pasig City, Philippines, signed by Sir Mark Anthony CC, Head of the ICTS-EdTech Unit, Director Abram Y.C. Abanil, Director 4 of the ICTS, and Undersecretary, signed by Sir Elaine Del B. Pasqua, Undersecretary for Administration. Once again, thank you so much, Sir Luis P. Gatmaitan.
We are honored.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Dr. Luis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Isang karangalan. Thank you.
And we are also honored to have you, sir. All
Yes, we are.
right. Kaya nga
Right.
po,
Thank
sabi ni
you.
Ma'am Josefina Olicuano, napakahusay po ni Dr. Gatmaitan. And indeed, he's one of our brilliant storytellers and story writers. Okay, now we will move on to our third speaker since we have already shared your valuable insights on the comment section. But before that, Shooter Nova, no, bati lang tayo ng konti to have an icebreaker
Yeah,
kasi
sure.
medyo, oo, kasi medyo ang dami kong natutunan actually from our first speaker to the second speaker. I have lots of things that I learned. I also learned that there is a term such as sakit lit and health lit. Akala ko chick lit lang. Meron na palang health lit tsaka
Napapanahon.
Di ba sakit lit and health lit. Wow. New emerging genres of literature that we also have to consider. And I really like
Yeah,
the
it's also very
the
important,
mhm,
Mame, in the 21st century to have this new add-on to the
mhm.
different types of literature.
Yes. And I really like the emphasis of Dr. Luis Pigat Mateng about how powerful stories can be to teach children. Diba? Kasi there are critical issues, delicate issues that we cannot really teach them directly. So stories are really helpful to bring out these
Hmm.
issues and for them to handle those issues. I really like them. Okay? So pagbati lang po muna sa ilan sa ating mga participants na nasa comment section. Hello po kay Ma'am Luena Robles from Polillo District. Hello din po kay Ma'am Arna Katla, or I think his or her surname is reversed, from SDO La Carlota City. And Ma'am Rachel Deliosa Buenviaje from Division of Laguna District of Pila. Go ahead, Ma'am Nova.
Thank you, Ma'am May. And we also got here from Ma'am Kim Eliza Salamat, and she is watching all the way from President Corazon C. Aquino High School. And we also got here from Javans Giliano, watching all the way from Diayo Iya Sapang Dalaga District Division of Misamis Occidental Region 10. We are reaching different regions
Wow.
today, Ma'am May. And we also got here just a last one from our YouTube viewer. She is Hasnia P. Abbas, watching all the way from Makatanong MNHS Division of Lanao del Sur 1. So we
Yes. Mhm.
are honored to have them as our viewers today.
Yes, and I would like to greet a very great and good morning to our 2,240 live viewers po yan, no? Combined po yan sa ating YouTube and Facebook account. So please, teacher, we still have four more brilliant speakers. Since you have learned a lot from our first and second speakers, I know you will be learning more on our
Right.
um, on our other speakers this morning. So we would like now to introduce our third speaker na mention na siya ni Sir Luis
Mhm.
P. Gatmaitan. And again, another Palangka Hall of Famer, Sir Eugene Y. Evasco. Go ahead, Ma'am Nova, and introduce our third speaker.
All right, our reading advocates who are with us today, our third speaker, he is a professor ng malikaing pagsulat at panitikan sa Universidad ng Pilipinas, Diliman. At naging research fellow siya sa International Youth Library sa Munich, Germany. Nagwagi siya bilang 2020 Mananaysay ng Taon mula sa Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino. Ang kanyang aklatang pusa ay napabilang sa White Ravens list noong 2019. And he is also one of the Hall of Fame ng Carlos Palanca Memorial Awards for Literature at ginawa rin ng Dangal ng Panitikan 2021 ng Komisyon ng Wika Filipino. Our third speaker, help me in welcoming Dr. Eugene Y. Vasco. A round of applause.
Good morning, Sir Eugene. There you go. I
Good
think she.
morning sa lahat.
Good morning po, pero mas maganda, sir, kung makikita po namin ang inyong face.
Teka lang po, i-share ko lang muna yung aking screen. Yung
No
Alright.
aking
problem, sir.
presentation bago ako magpakita. Kasi para baka di ko makita yung dapat ko i-share.
No problem, sir. Ganun talaga pag,
Ay,
pag
ba't
minsan.
ganito ang nangyari? Teka lang mga technical
Yeah, while
Okay
waiting,
lang
difficulties.
May,
po.
I think one of the comments here in our comment section was asking, is there a link for attendance or something like that? Do they have
So,
to
mhm.
comply something before earning us or obtaining a certificate? Well, the answer to that is no. It is open registration today, and we are catering to different age levels, I guess. And of course, teachers, they can obtain their certificates via our PDLMS by logging in to www.training.deped.gov.ph. So hopefully
And
they were able to obtain their week 1 until week 3 already so that they can obtain their week 4 certificate today.
mhm, that's right. And I would like to also, oh, there's Sir Eugene.
Hi,
Hi, Sir
sir.
Eugene. Okay na, sir. Nakikita ka na namin.
Nakikita na ba yung PowerPoint?
We
Not
will,
yet.
yes po. And we will add
Ayun,
that later. Okay, sir.
magandang umaga sa inyong dalawa, Tutor May at Tutor Nova. At
Magandang umaga din po.
syempre magandang umaga rin sa lahat ng mga nanonood, sa lahat ng mga kapwa guro at mga manunulat na nanonood ngayon.
Yes po. Naku, kaabang-abang. Biglang nag-code switch, no, from English to Filipino. Kasi naman talagang kaabang-abang yung ating third speaker. Binabasa ko pa lang yung title ng kanyang presentation. I know that I
Engaging.
will be engaged and I will be learning a lot further. So go ahead, Sir Eugene. You have the virtual stage.
Na-share, na-share na po ba? Okay. Ang aking paksa ngayon, magandang umaga muli, ay ang bisa at tungkulin ng mga aklat pambata sa panahon ng COVID-19. At ako ang inyong lingkod, Eugene Evasco, mula sa Departamento ng Filipino at Pahitikan ng Pilipinas ng Universidad ng Pilipinas. Ang layunin ng aking pag-aaral, no, na nais kong ibahagi sa inyo ay una ay maipakilala ang diwa ng bibliotherapy at ang mga kaugnay na gawain tulad ng art therapy. Nais kong maipakilala ang mga manunulat, marami sila, no, na tagapagtaguyod ng biblioterapiya sa Pilipinas. Nais kong mailahad ang mga karanasan sa kwento bilang karanasan at pagkakataon upang matuto ang mambabasa, ang ating mga estudyante. Nais ko rin makalika ng mga listahan ng mga rekomendadong aklat, no, para magamit natin sa ating pagtuturo at upang magamit natin, no, sa ating mga anak o sa ating mga estudyante. Gayon din, ang pag-aaral na ito ay isang pagsasadokumento ng mga ambagan sa panitikan sa panahon ng pandemya. At nais ko rin ipanukala, no, na ang mga manunulat ng mga aklat pambata ay gumanap din bilang mga frontliners, no, ngayong COVID-19 pandemic. Ano ba ang mga batang Pilipino? Ano ba ang sitwasyon ng mga batang Pilipino ngayong pandemya? So unang-una diyan, malaki ang epekto ng pandemic, no, sa mental at pisikal na kalusugan ng mga bata dulot ng lockdown at ng quarantine. Nalulungkot ako na naging limitado ang ugnayan ng mga bata sa kanyang kalikasan at sa kanyang kapaligiran dahil sa mga health protocols at sa mga restrictions ng bawal lumabas. Kaugnay nito ay naging limitado ang kanilang interaksyong panlipunan dahil sa social distancing o physical distancing. Ang mga batang Pilipino ay napagkaitan na madanas nila ang mga tradisyon at mga pangkulturang gawain gaya ng mga pista, ritual at mga pagdiriwang. May epekto rin ang pandemic sa pag-unlad ng wika at kakayahan ng mga bata sa komunikasyon. Nahihirapan sila sa online at remote learning dulot ng mahinang internet connection, kawalan ng kuryente, at kawalan ng mga gadgets. Ito yung tinatawag na digital divide. At panghuli, nagkaroon ng mga bata, no, na nawalan sila, no, ng oportunidad sa mga storytelling sessions, no, na madalas ay nasa anyo ng face-to-face. Ang keyword, no, sa aking presentasyon ay ang bibliotherapy. Una itong ginamit noong 1914 at tumutukoy ito sa paggamit ng mga babasahin para makatulong sa paglutas sa mga personal na problema o para sa psychiatric therapy. Ang bibliotherapy ay paggamit ng piling babasahin bilang pantulong sa medisina at psychiatry. No, ginagamit itong patnubay at paglutas sa mga personal na problema sa tulong ng directed reading. Ang mga aklat pambata ay kasangkapan upang talakayin at ipaunawa ang mga masiselang paksa. Natutuwa ako sa Pilipinas at sa buong mundo, marami ng mga aklat pambata na tumatalakay, halimbawa sa pag-aampon, sa mga karaniwang karamdaman, sa alkoholismo, bullying, mga takot tulad ng takot sa dentista, sa kamatayan o paghihingalo, mga kapansanan, paghihiwalay ng mga magulang, domestic violence, at ang pagtalakay sa nutrisyon at sa malusog na pagkonsumo ng mga pagkain. Maitatanong, paano ba tayo maging bibliotherapist? Una, kailangan may malawak tayong kaalaman sa panitikan. Mahilig tayo magbasa, marami tayong koleksyon ng mga aklat na nabasa natin. Pangalawa ay kailangan makalikha tayo ng mga listahan at anotasyon sa mga aklat na ating nabasa. Pangatlo, dapat nakasaayos ito sa tema at nakakatalogo ang mga aklat. So para tayong librarian, bilang isang bibliotherapist, kailangan ay meron tayong malawak at malalim na pagbabasa. So ito ay imbitasyon ko sa mga guro na magbasa, gumawa ng mga listahan, at magkaroon ng malawak na kaalaman sa panitikan. Kailangan may kakayahan na maging manlikha kung may pangailangan sa ilang paksa na hindi pa inilalathala bilang mga aklat. Gayun din, kailangan ng isang bibliotherapist ay makabata at may kaalaman sa pangailangan at pag-unlad ng mga bata. Ayon nga sa isang pag-aaral, ang pagiging bibliotherapist ay trabaho ng librarian, counselor, at ng doktor. Pero sa aking lektura ngayon, ang mga manunulat at guro ay pwede ring maging bibliotherapist. Hindi na bago ang bibliotherapy sa Pilipinas. 4 ang nakikita kong tagapagtaguyod nito sa ating bansa. Siyempre, unang-una si Dr. Luis Gatmaitan, na karirinig nyo lamang kanina. Siya ay isang manunulat para sa bata, manunulat ng mga aklat pambata na pumapaksa sa mga medical na issue at isang doktor. Si Vinda Dera, nakikita nyo ang kanyang aklat dito sa aking slide, Poetry. Siya ang may akda nito, buhat sa kanyang pananaliksik. At ang Poetry ay isang pananaliksik na nagpapakita kung paano ba nagagamit ang mga tula, ang poetry, sa mga therapy sessions. Siya rin ay isang guro at isang makatat performance artist. Pangatlo ay si Zara Gagatiga. Sa palagay ko, siya ay pinaka-masigasig sa pagtataguyod ng bibliotherapy sa bansa natin. Siya ay manunulat para sa bata at isa ring librarian. At gusto kong i-highlight si Professor Amelia Lapeña Bonifacio, isang national artist, manunulat, mandudula, guro. Si Ma'am Amel ay nagtanghal ng mga dulang pambata noong sumabog ang bulkang Pinatubo noong dekada 90. Ito ang mga dula na ginamit bilang art therapy sa mga bata para sa mga bayang biktima ng pagsabog ng bulkang Pinatubo at pagkakawala ng mga bayan sa Pampanga. Ano ba ang katangian ng mga manunulat bilang bibliotherapist? Una, dapat naniniwala sila sa kapangyarihan ng malikhaing pagsulat at pagbabasa bilang kasakapan sa emosyonal na paghihilom. So i-highlight natin dito. Sinasabi natin, ang ating thesis statement ay ang libro ay nakakatulong sa panggagamot. Pero alam naman natin na mga aklat ay hindi kayang pumatay ng virus. Diba? Pero may ibang kapangyarihan ang pagsusulat. Kaya nitong paghilumin ang mga emosyonal na damdamin, emosyonal na pinagdaraanan ng mga bata, halimbawa. Ang mga manunulat ay batid ang halaga ng estetika, yung kagandahan ng pagsusulat, kagandahan ng wika, yung kasiningan, nakatuwang o katulong sa pagpapaigi ng mga karamdaman. Sumusulat sila ng mga sariling akda bilang tugon sa mga pangangailangan ng bata. Napakahalaga nito. Sila ay sumusulat kapag alam nilang may pangangailangan, mga aklat, mga kwento o mga tula. Hindi lamang sila nagre-reseta, kundi lumilika rin sila ng mga lunas. Tumutugon sila sa pangangailangan ng lipunan na may kakulangan sa doktor, lalo na sa mga kanayunan at sa mga liblib na bayan na hindi naaabot ang serbisyong medikal. Ito'y nabanggit na kanina, at gusto ko rin igiit muli. Ang aklat ay isang lunas. Ayon nga kay Dr. Gatmaitan, hindi lamang stethoscope at injection ang pwedeng gamitin sa panggagamot, pwede rin ang libro. No, gusto kong i-highlight, pwedeng-pwede rin ang mga libro. Paano ba tayo pipili, no, ng mga mabubuting babasahing pampanitikan, no? So ito yung ano, no, ito na yung nalikha kong standard, no, na pwede natin maging gabay sa pagpili ng mga aklat na tumatalakay sa pandemya at kung paano ito maiiwasan. So una, dapat naglalaman ito ng maaasahang impormasyon na nagbuhat sa pananaliksik at mapagkakatiwalaang sanggunian. So gusto nating i-highlight dito, no, mapagkakatiwalaang sanggunian. No? Yan ang ating trabaho bilang manunulat. Dapat tayo ay nag-research at dapat yung mga hinahanap natin ay mapagkakatiwalaan. Pangalawa, dapat may mga tauhang makakaugnay ang mambabasa. Lantad dapat ang suliranin at dapat aktibo ang tauhan upang malutas ang suliranin. No? So dapat bata ang bida sa kwento, bata ang bayani sa kwento. Pangatlo, dapat may pagsisikap ang bata na lutasin ang suliranin imbis na naglalahad lamang ng suliranin. So kailangan, napakahalaga dito, ng paglutas. May kapangyarihan dapat ang bata at ang batang mamabasa ay makakaigpaw sa kanyang sitwasyon. Makakaigpaw ibig sabihin ay makakaligtas o makakawala sa kanyang sitwasyon. Dapat din ay epektibo ang pagtatalaban ng pagkamalikain at ng impormasyon. So, creativity plus information, yan ang formula, no, ng mahusay at epektibong babasahin. Dapat naglalahad ito ng mga konkretong sitwasyon, konkretong suliranin, at mga solusyon sa teksto, malikain man ito o informatibo. So dalawa ang uri, no, ng mga aklat pambata tungkol sa COVID. Maaring ito ay malikain o creative, maaari din itong informative o educational. Susunod, dapat meron tong pag-aalay ng pag-asa sa mga batang mamabasa. Tandaan, pag-asa. Alam ko malagim ang virus, malagim ang pandemya, malungkot ang quarantine, malungkot ang lockdown, pero dapat tayo mag-alay ng pag-asa, no, sa ating mga mamabasa. Kailangan din ang mga teksto ay may kakayahan na nakasulat, no, na maisalin, no, yung mga nakasulat na teksto ay maisalin sa iba pang mga anyo tulad ng audiobook, storytelling, at animation. At syempre, mahalaga na ito ay tutugma, no, sa edad ng target audience. Kailangang angkop sa konteksto ng pandemya sa Pilipinas dahil magkaiba ang danas ng pandemya sa bansa kumpara sa ibang bansa o sa ibang mga lipunan. Kailangan din ay tataglay ito ng mga halagahan o values na mahalaga sa pamumuhay sa kasalukuyang pandemya. Ito ngayon ang mga nakita kong paksa, no? Mga namumukod-tanging paksa, no, ng mahigit 100 mga aklat pambata tungkol sa COVID-19 sa bansa natin. So natutuwa ako na napakaproduktibo ng mga manunulat, napakaproduktibo, no, ng mga ilustrador, no, sa paglikha ng mga aklat. So dito, no, nakita natin ang pagpapakilala sa mga bayani ng pandemya. Lumilitaw ang malasakit sa kapwa at lumilitaw ang paniniwala, no, sa siyensya at sa katotohanan. Tulad nitong mahal ng mga frontliners at si Dr. Lee at ang mga nakakoronang virus. Tuwang-tuwa ako, no, na sa mga aklat pambata, ang mga frontliners na ang naging panibagong superheroes. Hindi na sila Batman, Spider-Man, Superman. No, mga frontliners na ang panibagong superheroes sa mga aklat na si Kaloy at ang tatay niyang superhero at ang mga superhero ni Lola. Gayun din, may mga aklat tulad ng Kaya Ko Rin ay nagpapamalas ng halaga ng mga frontliner at pagpapakilala sa bata ng kanyang tungkulin sa lipunan. Na gusto kong idiin, napakahalaga, no, na ipakita natin yung halaga ng mga bata at ano ang kanyang tungkulin, ano ang kanyang magagawa sa lipunan. Kaya tuwang-tuwa ako sa pamagat ng aklat na ito, Kaya Ko Rin, no, na sinulat ni Mark Norman Bukirin. Ngayon din napapansin ko, no, na ang mga aklat pambata ay isang paraan, no, para ipakita, no, na ang pandemya ay isang pagkakataon upang ipakita, no, yung mga suliranin sa lipunan. Gaya na lamang sa aklat na sa amin sa bayan ng Pisante na ipakita rito, no, yung kumbaga yung mga naisasantabi sa lipunan, yung hindi nabibigyan ng pagkilala, akmang pagkilala ang ating mga magsasaka. Ang batang maingat at nag-iingat ay mga bayani ng lipunan. Tingnan natin, no, ang mga tekstong ito. Ikaw ang aking bayani. Ang batang nag-iingat ang bayani. Gayon din sa mundo ni Jojo, no? Isang informational book at nagiging bayani ang mga batang nag-iingat ng kanyang sarili, nag-iingat ng kanyang katawan, nag-iingat sa kanyang kalusugan. At tuwang-tuwa rin ako. Ang mga kabataan ay hindi lamang tagatanggap ng teksto, sila rin ay sumusulat ng mga teksto para sa kanilang mga kapwa-bata. Ito ay ang Kabataan Laban sa COVID-19, isang kwento, pangkulay na libro na nilikha ng mga mag-aaral ng Philippine Science High School, Western Visayas. At pwede nyo po ito, no, libre po ito mada-download at pwede po natin itong gamitin sa ating tahanan at sa ating mga paaralan. Tuwan-tuwa rin ako sa mga aklat pambata na nagpapakita ng hiwaga ng pagmamasid at ang pagtatanong ng isang bata no, bilang isang paraan no, upang mabaka nila ang sitwasyon, maintindihan nila ang sitwasyon, at makita nila ang pangyayari. Tulad sa dalawang aklat na Magic Upuan at may pila sa tapat ng aming bahay. Litaw na litaw ang hiwaga ng pagtulong sa kapwa. Tulad na lamang sa aklat na Mapagbigay na Mesa. Ang aklat na ito ay talinghaga ng community pantry. No, na sa panahon ng kasalatan, no, ng mga problemang pang-ekonomiya, maaasahan natin ang pagtulong sa kapwa. Maaasahan natin ang ambagan, maaasahan natin ang bayanihan. No, at ito ang nais nating ibigay na mensahe sa mga bata na hindi lamang problema ang ibinibigay sa atin ng pandemya, kung hindi ito rin ay nag-highlight no, ng mga mabubuting ugali ng mga Pilipino. Gayun din natutuwa ako no, sa aklat na ito no, na nagtataguyod ng sustainability no, sa gitna ng krisis. No, sa aklat na Sa Bayan ng Anihan, gayon din ang pagkamalikhain ng mga bata at ang kanilang ambag sa lipunan. Sa aklat na Isang Butil ng Kabutihan, ito ay isang aklat na nagpapakita ng pagtulong ng batang tauhan sa kanyang nanay para lumikha ng mga face mask. Dito naman sa aklat na Ang Imbensyon ni Botbot, kung makikita ninyo ang pabalat, no, ay meron na kayong hinuha kung ano ang, o kung tungkol saan no, ang kwentong ito. No, at ito ay nagpapakita no, kung paano ni-recycle ni Botbot ang mga lalagyan o sisidlan ng tubig para gawing face shield. May hiwaga sa loob ng mga tahanan. No, alam ko, no, sa panahon ng lockdown, ng quarantine, lahat tayo ay nakakulong. No? Malaking porsyento ng ating buhay ay nasa loob lamang ng tahanan. Ngunit, ang maganda sa mga aklat pambata ay ipinapakita na may saya, no? May hiwaga no, sa loob ng ating tahanan. No, ito talaga yung halaga no, ng pagsulat para sa bata, yung itampok ang sense of wonder, yung pagkamangha ng bata kahit sa mga karaniwang bagay. No, ipinapakita ang mga bagong danas sa mga lumang espasyo. Gayun din, kahit na lumiliit ang mga mundo ng bata, no, sa aklat na ito at nabuhay ang mga gandang salita, ay nahubog ang pagkatao kahit na lumiit ang espasyo ng bata. Hindi hadlang ang espasyo para umunlad no, ang kamalayan ng bata, umunlad ang kanyang halagahan. No, kaya tuwang-tuwa ako sa librong ito. Gayun din, natutuwa ako no, na maraming mga writer, mga illustrator ang lumikha ng mga impormasyon sa anyo ng alphabet book. No, alam naman natin yung alphabet book ay isang aklat na nagtuturo ng mga titik, no, malaking titik, maliit na titik, at nagtatampok no, ng mga larawan at definisyon nito. No, tulad ng Q is for quarantine. No, ang ganda ng produksyon at ito'y likhang Pilipino. K for kindness, L for lockdown. Gayun din, ang impormasyon ay maaaring nasa anyo ng diksionaryong pambata na nalikha ng UP College of Education. Ito ay nasa Ingles at nasa Filipino, batay sa listahang nagawa ni Professor Eileen Nervaez. Ang mga aklat ding ito, tulad ng Spiky Sprinkles and Promise, ay ng Tahanan Books, sinulat ni Natasha Vizcarra, ay epektibong talaban ng pagkamalikain at impormasyon. Ito ay nagbibigay sa bata ng sapat na kaalaman. No, tingnan natin yung spread. No, ang ganda ng spread. Ito ay nagkukwento Bukod pa sa pagkukwento, ito rin ay nagbibigay ng impormasyon sa makulay at maiintindihang pamamaraan. No, nakita niyo yung pangalawang spread, ang napakakulay no ng mga microbes, ng mga mikrobyong ipinakita no sa mga pahinang ito. Dagdag pa meron itong a COVID toolbox for parents no na tutulong sa mga magulang no para unawain ang mga impormasyon at ito ay kanilang ihahatid no sa kanilang mga batang mambabasa. Gayun din ang aking isinulat, maging ligtas sa coronavirus. No, ito ay mga kaalaman at patnubay sa mga bata. Na nilathala ng Lampara Books at guhit ni Pergy Acuña, no, naniniwala ako no, na ang impormasyon at kaalaman ay mabisang sandata laban sa pandemya. Kung may alam ka, no? Kung may alam ka, armado ka no, laban sa pandemya. At may mga aklat din, no, tatlo ito, na konkreto nagbabahagi ng mga lunas sa pandemya. No, una ay may super hands, no, na sinulat ni Annette Ferrer. Ito ay nagtuturo sa mga bata kung paano ba ang tamang paghuhugas ng kamay no, para maiwasan ang hawahan. Ito naman, no, yung Isang Metro, kwentong pambata ukol sa COVID-19 na kwento ni Kate Del Rosario, ay nagtuturo ng halaga ng social distancing o physical distancing. Ang mga maskara ni Miko, muli ito ay nilathala ng UP College of Human Ecology sa Los Baños, no, ay nagtuturo naman ng halaga ng pagsuot ng face mask. Ito naman, no, yung gustong-gusto ko nang lumabas, no, ng chikiting books, ay nagpapakilala sa bata sa kahalagahan ng quarantine. Bakit ba kailangan ng quarantine? No, so mahalagang maipaunawa natin sa bata itong ano na to, no, yung desisyon ito no, ng Department of Health at mula no, sa ating pamahalaan. Bakit kailangan nating nasa loob lamang o pumirmi lamang sa loob ng tahanan? No? Ang aklat din ito ay pakikinig no, na nag-highlight ng pakikinig sa bata at pagtitiwala sa bata na maiintindihan niya ang sitwasyon. Ang multo sa aming klase no, ay isang aklat no, na isinulat ni Jack Lawrence Rivera no, ay pagbibigay ng pag-asa sa hamon ng online class at ng remote learning. At panghuli no, ay ang kwentong quarantine ni at Blanco. No, so ito ay isang personalized. No? Pag binigay mo ito sa bata, maging personalized na aklat ito. Ito rin ay isang activity book no, na pambata. Gustong-gusto ko ang aklat na ito dahil ito ay nagbibigay tinig sa bata na ikwento ang kanyang sariling karanasan. Nagbibigay ito ng payo kung paano ba maging kaiga-igaya ang kwarentena no, para sa bata. At ano ba ang tema no, ng National Children's Book Day noong 2020? Sa pagbabasa, hindi ka naiisa. Kapit. Sa pagbabasa, hindi ka nag-iisa. No, ito'y taguyod ng PBBY at ng ilustrador ng kabataan. Ito sa palagay ko yung pinakamahalagang tungkulin ng bata. Ay ng mga aklat pambata no, na binibigyan mo ng mensahe, no, yung ang mga mambabasa na hindi sila nag-iisa sa kanilang mga pagdurusa, sa kanilang mga nararamdaman. Paano ba magiging matagumpay ang bibliotherapy? No, ayon kay Gatmaytan, dapat ay nakakaugnay ang batang mambabasa no, sa mga tauhan na mayroong parehong suliranin. Para naman sa akin, no, magiging makabuluhan ito o magiging matagumpay kung mayroong kukuhang insight ang mambabasa at makakalika siya ng realisasyon. No, dapat ang aklat ay maging kaibigan at pagkaraan ng pagbasa, nagkakaroon sila ng lakas ng loob na magbukas at magbahagi ng kanilang nararamdaman. Mahalaga na higit nilang mauunawaan ang kanilang sitwasyon. Nagkakaroon sila ng mga ideya kung paano ba malulutas ang mga problema batay sa mga ikinilos ng pangunahing tauhan sa akda. So iyan, modeling ang tinatawag dyan, no, na kaya mahalaga na tayo ay sumusulat ng aktibong tauhan sa kwento dahil yan ang gagayahin ng bata. Diyan makakuha ng inspirasyon ang bata no, kung paano niya malulutas ang kanyang suliranin, paano niya ituturing o idudulugin ang kanyang problema. Ang hiwaga ng aklat pambata ay ang pag-aalay nito ng pag-asa sa mambabasa, na magkakaroon siya ng pakiramdam na hindi siya nag-iisa. At natutuwa ako no, sa panahon ng pandemya, nagkaroon ng ambagan, no, bayanihan. No, una diyan ay ang pagsasagwa ng mga libreng storytelling online ng Vibal Group. Nagkaroon sila ng mga live storytelling, animation at art workshop. Ang Merienda Tales ng Pample Pie Books and Happiness. Maging ang Pinoy Kids Read Pinoy Books at ng National Library of the Philippines, Kwentistas. Pangalawa ay ang pagbubukas sa mga online na aklatan para sa kapakanan ng mga mag-aaral, gaya na lamang ng Filipiniana ng UP Likaan, the Learning Resources Management and Development System ng DepEd, Let's Read Asia at ng Story Weaver. Natutuwa rin ako sa paglikha ng mga bagong aklat pambata na libreng mada-download, pwedeng ipamahagi at magamit sa ating mga klase. Ito ay nilikha ng CCP at ng PBBY, Ilustrador ng Kabataan, mga kwentong kalusugan ng DepEd Bureau of Learning Resources, at ang mga serye ng mga aklat pambata no, ng UPLB College of Human Ecology, Canvas, at ng UP College of Education. At panghuli ay ang distribusyon ng mga pisikal na aklat sa mga liblib na lugar. Ito ang Book Nook ng National Book Development Board. Ito kayo ang aking rekomendasyon. No? Kung ang aklatan ay isang butika, no? Kung ang library ay isang drugstore. No? So napakahalaga ang paglikha ng annotated bibliography ng mga e-books tungkol sa pandemya bilang patnubay sa ating mga guro, magulang at librarian. Kailangan taglayin ng mga bibliography na ito ang mga impormasyon gaya ng tema, edad na aakma sa teksto, no? At ang taglay nito mga learning competency. Kung kakayanin, mas mainam na makalika ng iisang site ng mga aklat, no? Na pwedeng i-download, pwedeng hanapin. Dahil napansin ko kasi kalat-kalat ang mga aklat na ito. Nasa Facebook, nasa Instagram, nasa Google Drive, nasa FB page ng isang organisasyon, no, nasa Twitter, no, so iba-iba, no. So kailangan ay matipon ang lahat ng mga ito, no. Mainam ang ginawang modelo, no. Mainam na gawing modelo, no, yung ginawa ng New York Public Library sa pamumuno ni Patricia Sarles, no. Ang librarian na ito ay gumawa ng iisang site, no, ng mga international na aklat pambata na pumapaksa sa pandemya. Makatulong din kung kaya na lumikha tayo ng mga study guide at activity guide no, sa bawat aklat bilang tulong sa ating mga guro at magulang. At panghuli, kailangan din ng mga aklat pambata na nasusulat sa maraming wika sa ating bansa, na may respeto sa linguistic diversity, pumapaksa sa pandemya batay sa kanilang mga lokal at pangrehiyong danas. Dahil karamihan no, sa mga aklat pambata na napansin ko ay nakatutok no, at nagtatampok ng mga lunang urban at mga danas sa sentro o sa Kamaynilaan. So panahon na upang hikayatin natin ang mga manunulat na ikwento ang kwentong pandemya mula sa kanilang mga lugar. In lamang po, maraming salamat at baya kon Diyos.
Hello? Oh, Tutor Nova, we cannot hear you. Okay. Hi, Sir Vasco. Wow, wow, that's a wonderful talk that you gave to us. And Sir, alam mo sir, sabi ko parang parang yung name ni sir nasa shelf ko. And then I went to my shelf and I got the book Anina ng Mga Alon. Oh my gosh! Sometimes kasi super into it ako sa content ng book. Minsan hindi ko napapansin kung sino ang nagsulat. Sabi ko, parang naaalala ko si sir. And then he wrote niya Anina ng Mga Alon. And I can really relate to that, sir, since our context is near the sea. And I really love how you presented Anina and how you really brought her story and brought the struggles of our Badjao brothers and sisters. Kaya pala sabi ko, nabasa ko na si sir, nabasa ko na yung sa mga gawa niya. And yun nga, pag pumunta ako sa bookshop, I confirm that you wrote Anina ng Mga Alon. Thank you so much, sir. And I really also like the way you make an emphasis on making stories that our children can relate to, no, dapat we emphasize or we focus on their social and cultural context. How about you, Ma'am Nova? What are your insights? Ayan. So, nag-freeze na naman si Ma'am Nova, o, di ba? Ayan. Hello, Ma'am Nova. Wala pa po, ma'am. Sige, Sir Eugene, habang hinihintay po natin si Ma'am Nova, there is a question. One question lang po from Ma'am Lorna Molina Jeronimo. Ang tanong po niya, sir, paano mahihikayat ang isang bata para gustuhin ang pagbabasa at pakikinig sa isang kwento? Since you talked about bibliotherapy, so paano naman po ma-encourage natin yung mga bata to really listen to, especially now that our kids have a lot of gadgets that can be used or that can be source of their distraction instead of focusing to hearing stories, children's stories.
Maraming salamat, Ma'am Jeronimo, sa tanong. Magandang umaga. No, ako nga nalulungkot ako, no, dahil ang mga gadgets ay modern pacifier no, sa mga anak. No, kapag ang mga bata ay restless, bata umiiyak, bigyan mo ng gadget, tatahimik. No, so para sa tanong, para masagot yung tanong, no, kailangan ang magulang o ang guro ay maging model ng mga bata, no, para mahikayat natin sila magbasa. No, dapat ipakita natin sa bata na tayo ay nagbabasa, no, para meron silang tutularan. No, wag natin ipakita na tayo ay nakatutok halimbawa sa Netflix o nakatutok sa mga telebisyon, nag-download ng mga pelikula para manood. No, mahalaga na makita tayo ng mga bata na nagbabasa, no, at natutuwa tayo sa pagbabasa. No? Hindi lamang modeling, dapat din ayain mo yung bata, no? Magkaroon tayo ng magkaroon ng tamang panahon para sa pagbabasa, no, sa pagtingin sa computer, no? At dapat sa mga storytelling sessions, no, matuto tayong bigkasin ng malakas, no, ang mga binabasang tula para marinig ng bata yung mga tunog ng mga salita. No, napakahalaga nun, no, yung makita ng bata na ay ganito pala kaganda ang mga salitang ito, na hindi lamang ito mga sulat sa papel. No, pwede pala itong mabuhay, no, sa pamamagitan ng storytelling, no, sa pamamagitan ng pagbabasa ng tula, no, hindi lamang kwento, maging tula, mga sanaysay at mga dulang pambata. No, so dalawa ang sagot ko. Modeling at syempre storytelling. No, napaka-powerful niya, no, para mahikayat ang bata, no, sa pagbabasa.
I really like that answer, Sir Eugene. We don't just model reading, but we also share the excitement and the culture of reading to our kids. Ma'am Nova, let us hear your voice. Nandiyan ka na po? Ayan, so medyo nagkakaproblema si Ma'am Nova with her audio. So sir, we will now confer your certificate of recognition because we are really touched by the things that you have shared with us today. Okay, so Republika ng Pilipinas, Department of Education, the Office of the Undersecretary for Administration, OUA, through the Information and Technology Unit, Information and Communications Technology, Educational Technology Unit, ICTS-EdTech, awards this certificate of recognition to Sir Eugene Y. Evasco for sharing his invaluable knowledge and expertise as resource speaker on a topic entitled Bisa at tungkulin ng mga aklat pambata na pumupuksa sa COVID-19 on November 27, 2021 during the National Reading and Book Month webinar series. His inputs assist in retooling, reskilling, and upskilling of educators on current trends in reading, literacy, and pedagogy streamlined to the emerging technologies in cultivating the critical thinking skills of learners towards responsible citizenry. Given this 27th of November 2021 at the DepEd Central Office, Meralco Avenue, Pasig City, Philippines, signed by Sir Mark Anthony CC, head of the ICTS-EdTech unit, and Director Abraham Y. Abanil, Director 4 of ICTS, and USEC Alain Del B. Pasqua, Undersecretary for Administration. Once again, thank you so much, Sir Eugene
Thank you, Sir
Basco.
Eugene.
Maraming salamat sa imbitasyon at hanggang sa muli. Magandang umaga sa
Yes,
lahat.
sir. Yes po, magandang umaga at
All
hindi po
right.
natatapos ang event na 'to 'no,
Right,
definitely
Mame.
if this is our first event, we will have other events to really harness our love for reading and also to upskill teachers on how they can teach reading efficiently. Now we are on our fourth speaker and siyempre we know the speaker because his work, I think that was last year, it made
Mhm.
rounds on social media. It was
Wow.
controversial. Actually, meron akong copy ng libro. Once I saw his book,
Wow.
once I saw yung book niya sa social media, I right away went to the bookstore and really got a copy. Kasi sabi ko, kung controversial to, baka maubusan ako ng copy. So I right away bought a copy and then meron din akong counterpart for a girl naman. So, kung kay Sir Boy, meron din akong counterpart for the girl. O ma'am, syempre, hindi natin patatagalin. Please introduce our fourth speaker.
It is my honor to introduce our fourth speaker. He is an advocate of children's literature and he has published more than 90 books for children. He
Wow.
teaches literature at the La Salle University and Philippine Normal University. He is the Associate for Children's Literature for Bienvenido and Santos Creative Writing Center, and his children's stories have won prizes from the Don Carlos Palanca Memorial Awards for Literature, PBBY Salanga Writers Prize, Romeo Forbes Story Writing Contest, Gawad Panitikang Pangkalusugan, and Gig Book Story Writing Contest. He was hailed as Makata ng Taon in 2004 and 2007. He is the author of the book Ako ay may titi. I have, you know what it means. That became viral on the social media, and that was what Ma'am May Sevilla talked about earlier. That went viral on social media recently. The book intended to teach young boys about proper hygiene. So our fourth speaker is none other than Mr. Hinaro R. Goho Cruz. A round of applause.
Hi, sir. Good morning po. Ayan. I think Sir
It's still
Genaro
loading
is
on his
still
end.
fixing his camera, pero
Yes.
nakikita ko na inaayos na niya. Ayan, excited niya
Mhm.
ako sa
Right.
ating first speaker. Ayan, hi sir!
Okay, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, lalo na sa mga gurong tagapakinig, no, sa napakayaman na seminar na ito. Okay, napakinggan ko na yung unang tatlo at ang dami kong natutuhan sa kanila, no. So, kukunin ko lang po yung aking presentation.
Go ahead, sir. So while we are waiting for the presentation of Sir Genaro, I would like to clarify some things about the getting of certificates. Again, there's no link that you will use to get your certificates. Please log in to PDLMS. It's training.deped.gov.ph. And there, you can search for the title of our webinar series. That's a National Reading and Book Month webinar series. And please answer the 10-item multiple choice or multiple choice quiz on every week. Sir, I think your presentation is already ready.
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay, so ngayon po ay kasi teacher po ako sa elementary, kaya gusto kong kahit papaano i-share, no, itong aking mga practices, no, paano ko ba nilalapit sa mga batang mga aklat pambata. Okay, so yun po yung magiging tunguhin ng aking lecture ngayong umaga. So isang salita po ang naging uso ngayon, yung virtual hub. No? So ngayon bilang guro sa elementary, no, at guro sa public school, paano ba natin maihahatid sa mag-aaral ang virtual hub na hindi natin na hindi natin physical na maibibigay dahil nga ang pagtuturo ngayon ay nasa ibang sitwasyon. So, virtual hub din ang pagkukwento sa mga bata online. So, isang salita na naging uso ngayong may pandemya ay yung madalas nating pagpapadala ng salitang ito, no, ng image na ito para iparating sa ating mahal sa buhay na nakadistansya sa atin na tayo ay nagmamalasakit, na tayo ay nakikiramay, na tayo ay kumbaga nakikisimpatya, no, sa mga pinagdadaanan nila sa kanilang buhay. So bilang guro, dalawa po yung madalas kong naririnig na concern ng mga bata. Una, nasaan kaya si teacher? No, ngayong pag-aaral nila ay ginagawa sa loob ng bahay. So ang tanong bilang guro, paano natin maipapadama sa inyong mga mag-aaral, sa ating mga students, ang inyong presence o yung pagiging naririyan ninyo bilang guro sa panahong ito ng pandemya, ng pag-aaral ng mga bata ay nangyayari sa bahay. Yun yung unang concern, nasaan ba si teacher? Pangalawang concern ng mga mag-aaral ngayon, kilala kaya ako ni teacher? Nakikilala kaya ako ni teacher ko? Kahit mahirap talaga, mga guro, paano ba ninyo maipaparamdam sa inyong mag-aaral na kahit hindi kayo nakikita ng harapan, ay kilala nyo sila? Okay? So, isa pong pwede natin gawin para masagot ang dalawang tanong na iyon ay ang storytelling or ang pagkukwento. At alam natin ang pagkukwento noong unang-unang panahon pa, kaya tinuturing natin itong pinakamatandang paraan ng pagtuturo, pinakamatandang anyo ng libangan, at pinakamabisang pagsasali ng kaalaman at kultura sa mga batang miyembro ng komunidad. So, may paniniwala ako at alam ko kayo din po, ang pagkukwento ang isang pinakamabisang estratehiya sa pagtuturo na kailanman ay hindi pagsasawaan, hindi maluluma sa pagtakbo ng panahon. Kaya, gamitin natin ang storytelling, ang pagkukwento online para maramdaman ng bata na naririyan lang si teacher, para makita ng bata na kilala niyo siya, para makita ng bata na at maramdaman nila yung virtual hug na gusto nating ipadama sa kanila. So ano bang importance ng pagkukwento para sa mga bata? Una, nakakatulong ito para ma-develop yung kanilang listening skill. At alam naman natin, ang listening skill ay isa sa 4 na pinakamahalagang skill na mahalaga munang matutuhan ng bata bago siya makapagbasa, bago siya makapagsalita, at bago makapagsulat. Kaya lagi kong sinasabi sa mga gulang ng mga batang nasa kinder at grade 1, bago po sana turuan ng bata ng mismong pagkilala ng mga simbolo, ay basahan muna siya ng kwento ng kanyang nanay at tatay. No, paglaanan ng panahon, paglaanan ng isang araw sa isang linggo, nakukwentuhan ng bata. Okay? Dahil ang listening, ang pakikinig, ay napaka-importante para makapagbasa, makapagsalita, at makapagsulat ang bata pagkatapos. Importante din ang pagkukwento dahil naririnig ng bata ang mga salita kung paano ito ginagamit. Naririnig ng bata ang gamit ng salita sa mga tiyak na sitwasyon. Naririnig ng bata ang tunog ng mga salita. So nakakapagpalawak ito ng bokabularyo ng bata. Pangatlo, kapag nagkukwento ang nanay, tatay sa loob ng bahay sa kanilang anak, lumalawak ang imahinasyon, imagination ng kanilang anak. Napupuntahan nila ang mga lupain, nararating nila ang mga lumang panahon o mga bagong panahon, at dahil dito natutuklasan ng bata ang kanyang potensyal. Natutuklasan ng bata ang kanyang mga gustong maging ganito at ganyan. Nililinaw ng pagbabasa, nililinaw ng mga aklat pambata ang pangarap ng bawat bata. Okay? So nagpapalawak, nagpapalawak, nagbibigay ng makulay na imagination sa bata ang pagbabasa sa kanya ng mga aklat o pagpapakilala sa kanya ng mga aklat. At syempre, to create appetite for words. Ang mga salitang naririnig niya paulit-ulit na masaya niyang napapakinggan ay maaari niyang magamit later on sa kanyang mga sulatin. At lagi ko sinasabi sa mga magulang, napakagandang bonding moment ng mga magulang sa kanyang anak kung ito ay may storytelling. Kung ito ay may storytelling component. To introduce the shared activity of storytelling, syempre from author or teller to audience. So sabi ko, magkwento lang po kayo mga nanay at tatay, ang dami niyo na pong naituturo sa inyong anak na hindi niyo namamalayan. Unang-una na, yung kakayahan sa pakikinig. Dahil kung matututuhan ng bata ang pakikinig, ang maayos sa pakikinig, nagkakaroon siya ng focus. At kapag fully develop yung listening skill ng bata, ang mga gawaing pang-isip sa paaralan ay magiging madali sa kanya. Okay? So narito po ang mga benefits na pwede nating magawa kahit online kung tayo ay mag-storytelling. Okay,
Hello, Sir
una,
Naro.
Yes,
Yes
opo.
po. Sir, I don't want to cut you off, but may I request to yes, present your slide, because you have so
Okay.
many fans on the comment section and they are requesting if the slides could be bigger. And there you go. You can proceed, sir.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
Okay, ano pa ang mga benepisyo ng pagkukuwento kahit online, kahit hindi face-to-face? Maipadama lang natin yung virtual hug. Una, yung values, 'no, yung halagaan sa buhay na naituturo ng bawat aklat. Wala kasing aklat pambata na nagtuturo sa bata na maging masama. Okey, ang bawat aklat pambata ay hindi man natin literal na sinasabi yung aral, 'no, ang bata ay makakakuha ng mga mabubuting halagaan sa buhay, sa bawat aklat. Pangalawa, nagiging malinaw sa bata ang pangarap niya, 'no, sa bawat aklat na binabasa natin dahil natutuklasan niya ang kanyang mga potensyal, natutuklasan niya ang mga kakayahan niya. Kaya napansin ko sa mga batang palabasa, sila yung, marunong magtanong, 'no, nag-uusisa, hindi takot magsalita, alam nila yung pangarap nila dahil nilinaw itong lahat ng mga aklat na binasa nila o binasa sa kanila ng kanilang mga magulang. Ang batang limitado ang karanasan ay nananatili yung takot niya sa kung anong pwede siyang maging sa hinaharap. Pangatlo, tulad na banggit ko, ang storytelling ay napakamabisang paraan para isalin natin ang ating pagka-Filipino. Okay? Dapat po ang paaralan, ang guro ay nagpapakilala sa batang Filipino na kung sino siya. Pilipino ka, may sarili kang wika, may sarili kang kultura, so tutulong ang paaralan, tutulong ang guro para ilapit ka sa iyong kultura. At ano yung pwede natin gamitin dito? Aklat pambata na sinulat ng mga manunulat na Pilipino para sa mga batang Pilipino. Kasi ang bawat manunulat na Pilipino, habang nagsusulat po sila ng aklat, ng kwento, ang nasa isip po nila ang batang Filipino na magbabasa ng kanilang kwento. Okay? Ikaapat, tulad na banggit ko, ang batang punong-puno ng karanasan dahil kinuwentuhan siya ng nanay at tatay niya mula kinder, grades 1 to 3, ay maraming maikukwento. Okay? Bilang teacher sa elementary, tuwang-tuwa ako sa mga writing output ng mga mag-aaral ko na punong-puno ng kwento. Okay? Punong-puno ng karanasan. Kasi ang batang maraming karanasan, sabik niyang magkwento eh. Ang unang hahanapin niya, mapagkukwentuhan. So, nai-imagine niyo ba yung batang hindi man lang napakilala ng kanyang mga magulang ang mga aklat na 'to? Saan niya kukunin yung isusulat niya? Saan niya kukunin yung kanyang sasabihin? Saang bahagi ng kanyang utak kung man lang wala man lang dinideposito, 'no, na kaalaman, karanasan ang mga magulang niya sa kanyang isip. At siyempre, ang pagbabasa sa bata ng kwento o pagbabasa ng bata ng aklat ay isang ehersisyo ng isip. Okay, nakakatakot kung sa 10 huling buwan na nakalipas ni wala man lang nababasang bago ang bata. Ano ang nangyayari sa kanyang isip? 'Di ba kasi ehersisyo ng isip ang pagbabasa, okay? So kung tayo ay nagkukuwento, muli ang nade-develop din sa bata yung listening skill. So kung made-develop yung listening skill sa kanya, magiging madali na ang iba pang mga gawain sa paaralan. Dahil lahat ng mga gawain sa paaralan, unang-una diyan kailangan alam mo, 'no, yung pinapagawa sa iyo, naiintindihan mo, yung gagawin mo at ito ay made-develop, 'no, yung kakayahan sa pakikinig kung tayo ay mag-storytelling. Okay? At siyempre, okay, ang pinakamahalagang, maibibigay ng storytelling kahit online, yung kakayahan ng bata na makipag-usap sa kapwa, bumuo ng relasyon sa halip na kaaway, bumuo ng magagandang ugnayan. At lahat ito, 'no, matutuhan niya sa mga aklat na binabasa sa kanya. 'No, yung pagiging mabuting tao, maayos sa paggamit ng wika, bukas na pag-iisip, okay, ready na tumanggap ng ibang idea. Lahat ito ay puwedeng, mai-share ng mga kwentong ikukuwento natin sa ating mga mag-aaral. So ang misyon ng mga guro, okay, lalo na sa elementary, ay hindi na lamang turuan ng mga batang makapagbasa. Ang mission po talaga natin ay mahalin nila ang pagbabasa, na nai-enjoy nila ang pagbabasa. Okay, na nila ang pagbabasa bilang natural na bahagi ng pang-araw-araw na buhay. At kung may instill natin yung enjoyment for reading, kahit hindi na natin sila utusan, magbabasa yan ng maraming pang aklat, okay, na kanilang mahawakan sa loob ng bahay. Okay? At paano ba natin mahikayat ang mga bata na magbasa? Una, kailangan po muli i-modelo ng mga adult sa kanyang kapaligiran. Kailangan po nakikita ng bata na may adult na nagbabasa sa kanyang bahay dahil muli ang mga bata ay natututo sa panggagaya, no, sa mga adult na kasama nila sa bahay. So kung wala nagbabasa, malayo din po na maging palabasa siya. Okay? So tulad ng mga batang natutuhan ng wika sa pamamagitan ng pakikinig at later ang paggagaya sa pag-pronounce, ganun din po ang halaga, okay, ng pagbabasa. Kailangan po ipakita yung halaga at saya sa pagbabasa, okay, sa bata para mahawa sila sa saya at halaga din ng pagbabasa. At maaari itong simulan ng teacher online sa pamamagitan ng pagpapakilala ng mga aklat pambata through storytelling. Okay? Bigyan diin ang paggamit ng pamaraang pamodelo ng mga guro, ng mga magulang sa kanilang mga anak na ganito ang pagbabasa o ganito ang halaga, o ganito ang makukuha natin kapag tayo ay nagbabasa. Okay? So, bilang guro, hindi naman po pwedeng kung ano makukuha nating aklat, ikwento natin. Kailangan po meron kayong mga preparation, no, bago tayo makapagkwento. So narito po, una, kailangan po nating piliin, no, yung kwento na angkop sa ating mag-aaral. Okay, gumamit tayo ng mga aklat pambata na pang-kinder, kung kinder ang ating mag-aaral, aklat pambata na pang-grade 1, kung grade 1 ang ating mag-aaral. Kasi ang pakikinig po ay hindi dapat maging boring o hindi dapat maging mabigat. Kasi ang layunin po natin sa storytelling ay maging mahilig silang magbasa. Ngayon, kung bibigyan natin sila ng tekstong masyadong mabigat, baka baliktad yung mangyari. Ayawan pa nila ang pagbabasa dahil nga binibigyan natin sila ng tekstong kung hindi mabigat ay hindi angkop sa kanilang comprehension at cognitive level. So piliin po ang mga aklat pambata na magagamit natin sa oral telling, depende sa ating mag-aaral kung anong level nila. Okay, pangalawa, basahin po natin ito sa ating sarili muna, tapos correctly identify plot sequence in the story. Kasi makakatulong po ito na aralin muna natin yung kwento para makapagplano tayo. Kailan ka hihinto, okay, kailan ka mag-stop sa bahaging ito ng kwento kasi meron kang inilalaan na tanong para ma-hook mo yung bata at hindi siya bumitaw sa pakikinig. So, aralin niyo po yung kwento. Tignan niyo po yung struktura niya, saan pinakamabisang huminto, tapos magtanong para ma-hook at mahawakan mo ang bata at hindi bumitaw sa kwento hanggang sa huli. Okay? Pangatlo, okay, habang binabasa natin ng kwento muna, bago ito basahin sa ating mga mag-aral, mag-notates, no? Para sa ating preparation. Anong gagawin ko bago ako magkwento? At habang nagkukwento ako, ilang putol yung gagawin ko at ano yung mga questions na ilalaan ko sa bawat putol. Okay? At bago maghuli, ano yung aking pinakahuling itatanong? Okay? Bago ako magwakas. So ito po yung story preparation. Hindi yung kung ano makita, kukwento ka agad. I-prepare po natin, okay, ang ating sarili sa pamamagitan ng pag-aaral mismo ng kwento. Okay? So narito po ang isang halimbawa lang po ito ng mga aklat pambata para sa tiyak na grade level. Okay, halimbawa sa pang-kinder, ito po yung mga aklat na pwede nyo mabasa sa kanila. Okay? Ito po yung mga kwento na may 100 salita pababa. Yan po yung bagay sa kinder. Okay, sa grade 1 naman, ito naman po yung mga titles ng aklat na pwedeng basahin sa grade 1. Sa grade 2, ito po. Sa grade 3, yan naman po. So, kailangan po ma-identify natin ang tiyak na aklat para sa ating mag-aaral. Kasi muli, ang layunin po natin, ma-develop yung listening skills sa kanila at later on, hanapin nilang libro at basahin nilang mag-isa. Okay? Kaya mapakahalaga na bigyan sila ng angkop na babasahin na angkop sa kanilang kakayahan sa pag-unawa at level, no, sa pagbabasa. So, bago tayo makagawa ng magandang pagkukwento, alamin po natin kung paano ba sinusulat ng mga writers yung kwento. So usually ang mga writers po, gumagamit ng mga sensory details sa kanilang kwento para maramdaman ng mga bata. So, sabi nga, human beings can draw conclusion without information. And we gain information, lalo ng mga bata, kapag ginagamit ang kanilang 5 senses. Kasi kapag hindi na pumapasok sa senses ng bata ang kwento, hindi nila ito mapoproseso sa isip nila. At kapag hindi nila ito naproseso sa isip nila, hindi sila nakapag-participate sa kwento. At kapag hindi sila nakapag-participate sa kwento, wala silang danas. Wala silang karanasan sa kwento. Okay? So, kailangan daw yung data, information sa kwento, pumapasok sa senses ng bata. Ano ba itong mga senses na to? Yung sense of sight, sound, taste, or smell, or through the contact with some part of the body, touch, para maiproseso nila no, yung mga information na to, okay, sa kanilang isip at maramdaman nila yung kwento. So, kailangan ng mga detalye sa kwento para makapag-participate ang ating mga target learners, ang ating mga mag-aaral. At ang writers, children's book writer, gumagamit nito. Okay, precise vocabulary, figurative language, dialogue, music and language, understatement, and surprise observation. Okay? Ngayon po, medyo nabubulunan na kayo, no? Ang daming info. Para maintindihan niyo po 'tong 6 na ito, okay, mag-storytelling po ako sa inyo ngayon para makita niyo kung paano pinuputol yung kwento, tapos paano ka magbibigay ng question, okay, at paano mo ipaparamdam sa bata na ito yung signpost ng kwento. Yung signpost po, ito yung mga importanteng muhon ng kwento na binibigyan diin ng writer kasi importante siya. Okay? Kasi tungkulin po ng teacher na bigyan ng necessary skill ang mag-aaral, no, para mapasok niya yung kwento. At para tayo makapagplano, okay, sa kukuwento natin sa mag-aaral, alamin natin kung paano ba sinusulat ng writer yung kwento para ma-identify natin yung mga necessary preparations kapag nag-storytelling tayo online. Okay? So, ready na po ba kayo? Ang kwento ko ngayon ay may pamagat na Ang Dagat na Kumukuha ng Mga Tatay. Ano uli ang title ng aking kwento? Ang Dagat na Kumukuha ng Mga Tatay. Ready na ba kayo, mga bata? Umupo kayo sa tahimik na lugar at makinig. Sisimulan na natin ang ating kwento ngayong umaga. Sa amin sa Daang Bantayan, saan daw? Daan Bantayan. May isang kwentong nagpapasalin-salin sa bibig ng mga bata. Ano kayang kwento yon? Kumukuha ng mga tatay ang kinalakihan naming dagat. Ano uli yung kwento na nagpapasalin-salin sa bibig ng mga bata sa Daang Bantayan? Pakiulit nga. Kumukuha ng mga tatay ang kinalakihan naming dagat. Wakwak daw ang tiyan ni Mang Gido na makuha sa laot, kwento minsan ni Junior. Putol-putol daw ang mga binti ni Mang Daniel na masisit sa ilalim ng dagat, sabat minsan ni Toto. Durug-durug daw ang mga kamay ni Mang Kanor nang maihatid sa pangpang, singit minsan ni Obet. Ang buong katawan daw ni Mang Dino, sabi ng ibang mangis na nakakita, nagkalasog-lasog daw tulad ng bangka niya. Balita minsan ni Ambet. Sa mga bata, meron tayong 4 na tauhan. Sino uli sila? Ulitin ko ha, si Junior, si Toto, si Obet, at si Ambet. Plus yung ating narrator, wala pa siyang pangalan, hintayin ninyo. At kahapon, nasabi ko sa kanila sa aming umpukan, sa nakadaong na balsa. Hindi pa nakakabalik si Mang Fredo, na pumalaot daw noong isa pang araw para mangisda. Nag-aalala na si Aling Honor na asawa niya. Napansin niyo ba yung illustrations, mga bata? Ano ang napapansin niyong hugis ng alon ng dagat? Ano ang kapareho ng alon ng dagat? Napansin niyo ba yon? Okay, turo din natin yung visual literacy, no? Yung pagbasa ng larawan sa mga bata, lalo na sa kinder grade 1. Ano ang napapansin niyo sa mga alon ng dagat? Di ba parang, okay, pangingisda ang kinakabuhay ng mga tatay sa Daang Bantayan. Tulad ng tatay ko, mangingisda rin ng mga tatay ni na Junior, Toto, Obet, Ambet, at lahat ng ibang mga bata sa amin. Sabay-sabay kami pumapasok sa paaralan kong umaga. Sabay-sabay rin kami pumapalaot sa dagat Sabay-sabay ring pumapalaot sa dagat ang aming mga tatay kung hapon na madaling araw. Sabay-sabay kaming umuuwi galing sa paaralan kung hapon. Sabay-sabay ring dumadaong ang bangka ng aming mga tatay bago tuluyang lumubog ang araw sa hapon o bago sumikat ang araw sa umaga. Pero kung minsan, may mga tatay na hindi na nakakauwi. Kaya, maraming bata sa daang bantayan ang ulila na sa tatay. Kinuha na ng dagat ang mga tatay nila. Mga bata, bakit kaya may mga tatay sa daang bantayan na hindi na nakakauwi ng buhay? Sa palagay niyo, ano kaya ang meron sa dagat, sa laot, sa gitna ng dagat? Ano kaya ang nangyayari kapag nangingisda sila? Okay? So, again, na-identify ko na kung anong part ng kwento ako mag-stop at maglalaan ako ng tanong. Kasi itong tanong na ito ay pang-hook sa bata para hindi siya bumitaw sa pakikinig. Okay? Siyempre, tatanungin ng bata, oo nga, ano? Bakit nga kaya? Pwede niyo silang tanungin. Ang madalas na ibibigay sa akin ng bata kasi po kapag may bagyo, kasing lalaki po ng bahay ang mga alon, baka po nawawasak ang kanilang mga balsa. Imagine na ibibigay yun ng bata. Kapag naghihinuha sila sa mga posibilidad na maaaring mangyari ang kwento, isang skill yon na, na medyo gumagaling ang bata, no, sa pag-unawa sa binasa. Okay? Nag-aalala ako kay tatay tuwing pumapalaot siya sa dagat. Paano kung kunin na rin siya ng dagat na kumukuha ng mga tatay? Pero sabi ni tatay isang gabi, hindi mangyayari yun, bunso. Kilalang kilala ko ang dagat. Kilalang kilala ni tatay ang dagat? Hindi mangyayari yun, bunso. Kaibigan ng tatay mo ang dagat. Dagdag ni nanay. Kaibigan ni tatay ang dagat? Okay, I decided mag-stop uli ako dito. Mga bata, kailan nyo ba masasabi ang kaklase ninyo ay kaibigan ninyo? At paano niyo masasabing ang turing niya sa inyo ay kaibigan? Ang sagot dito ng mga bata sa akin, "Sir, kapag ginagawan ko siya ng mabuti, kaibigan ko po siya. At kapag ginagawa niya po ako ng mabuti, kaibigan din po yung turing niya sa akin." So sa makatuwid, ang kaibigan pala ay paggawa ng mabuti, okay, sa isang matalik na kaibigan at binabalik niya yung kabutihan na binibigay mo sa kanya sa'yo. So yun pala ang kaibigan, tama? Opo. Pero kung sinabi ni nanay na kaibigan ni tatay ang dagat, pero bakit laging kakaunti ang mga huling isda ni tatay? Hindi niya napupuno ng mga huling isda ang aming bangka. Paano naging kaibigan ni tatay ang madamot na dagat? Tanong ko ngayon sa inyo ngayon yon, mga bata. Sabi niyo, kaibigan, ginagawa ng mabuti at ginagawa ka rin mabuti, pero dito, mukhang may problema yata sa sinabi ng nanay. Sinabi ng nanay na kaibigan ng tatay mo ang dagat, pero sabi ng bata, bakit kakaunti po ang mga huling isda ng tatay ko? Gusto nating malaman? Ano kaya ang dahilan? Bakit nga ba kakaunti ang mga huling isda ng tatay niya? Okay, panghukuli yun, di ba? Ang mga tatay ni na Junior, Toto, Obet, Ambet, maraming laging isda ang huli. Umaapaw sa buraw, dalagang bukid, lawlaw, ang daming isda, oh. Salay-salay, talakitok, bataway, panak, matambaka, labahita, mulmol, bagaong, malakapas, at iba pang isda ang bangka nila. Tapos sabi ni Ambet tsaka Junior, ang sabi nila? Sabi ni tatay, bibili na kami ng isa pang bangka sa isang buwan. Yabang sa amin ni Ambet isang araw. Kami rin, sabi ni tatay, bibili kami ng mas malaki-laking bangka na demotor pa. Singit naman ni Junior. Tapos sabi ng bida natin, naisip ko ang maliit at marupok na balsa ni tatay. Iginuhit ko sa buhanginan ang isang malaking bangka na pangarap ko kay tatay. Ito yung sinasabi kaninang understatement. Okay? Ang mga writers kasi, marami silang gustong sabihin. Ayaw nilang sabihin ng direkta sa mga bata. Kasi gusto nilang mag-isip ang mga bata. Dahil kapag ang kwento ay napakaliteral, tandaan niyo po, minamaliit natin ang mga batang mambasa na parang hindi ito maiintindihan ng bata. Okay? So, malalobat lang po ako. So, isang teknik ko sa pagsulat ng mga kwento pambata, yung understatement. May sasabihin ako sa bata, no, pero hindi ko ito sasabihin ng literal. kasi gusto kong hamunin sila ng critical na pag-iisip. So ito ay understatement. Nakita nyo, si Ambet may date na no, kung kailan sila bibili ng bangka sa isang araw. Sure na sure. Ano kaya yung isang pangarap na gusto mo sa tatay mo na sinulat mo sa buhangin? Ano kaya ibig sabihin nun? Mga bata, kapag may ginuhot ba kayo sa buhangin, ano ba ang nangyayari doon kapag nadaanan ng alon? Di ba? Yung ganon. Alalayan po natin ang bata sa pagbasa ng metaphor. Alalayan po natin ang bata, armasan po natin sila sa pagbasa ng mga understatements ng mga writer. Alalay hindi po sasabihin. Kasi madalas sa mga elementary teachers, anong aral ang natutuhan mo? Mahirap pong sagutin yon. Bago dumating ang bata sa aral, kailangan po alalayan natin sila sa unti-unting pag-unawa sa teksto para maibigay nila yung aral na laging hinahanap ng mga teachers sa elementary. Okay? So ang kaibahan po, sa bata ay walang kasiguruhan kung mangyayari dahil sinulat sa buhangin, dinrawing sa buhangin, pero yung kay Ampit at kay Junior, may kasiguruhan na mangyayari itong pinangarap ng kanilang mga tatay. Isang umaga, nang papasok kami sa paaralan ni na Junior, Toto, Obet, Ambet, nagtakbuhan sa baybayin ng dagat ang mga tao sa daang bantayan. Aling Dolor, ambanan ninyo! Aling Dolor, ambanan ninyo! Sigaw ni Manggorio habang ibinababa sa bangka ang katawan ng isang lalaki. Obet ang tatay mo! Obet ang tatay mo! Amban ako! Dinig kong palahaw ng nanay ni Obet. Nakita ko nang malapitan ng tatay ni Obet, laylay ang balikat na parang nasabugan. Kasama na sa mga kwento nagpapasalin-salin sa bibig ng mga bata ang nangyari sa tatay ni Obet. Anong kwento uli yon na nagpapasalin-salin sa bibig ng mga bata sa daang bantayan? Yun yung tinatawag kong mga signposts, no? Yung mga importanteng natatandaan ng bata habang nagkukwento tayo. Ulila na sa tatay si Obet. Tulad ng maraming bata sa daang bantayan, kinuha na rin ng dagat ang tatay ni Obet. Ano ba ang meron? Nakita nyo nga itong hugis na ito. Ano bang meron sa gitna ng dagat na pinangingisdaan ng aming mga tatay? Na itanong ko sa sarili. Isasama na kita sa pagpalaot ko bukas, bunso. Gusto kong makita mo ang pusod ng dagat. Salubong sa akin ni tatay habang inaayos niya yung lambat. Talaga tatay? Hindi ako makapaniwala sa sinabi ni tatay. Oo anak, sinabi ko na rin sa nanay mo na isasama kita, dagdag ni tatay. Pinuntahan ko kaagad sina Junior. Sino uli yung apat na tauhan natin? Naibibigay ito ng mga bata sa grade 2 Sina Junior po, Toto, Obet, Ambet. Pinuntahan ko kaagad sina Junior, Toto, Obet, Ambet sa buhanginan para ibalita na isasama ako ni tatay sa laot bukas. Ano kaya ang sasabihin ng apat? Buti ka pa. Gusto kong makarating sa laot pero bawal. Ang bata doon, sabi ni tatay. May inggit na sinabi ni Toto. Ikwento mo na lang sa amin kung ano ang makikita sa laot. Lino, bilin sa akin ni Ambet. Ayaw ni tatay na maging mangingisda ako tulad niya, kwento ni Junior. Ano kaya ang sasabihin ni Obet na kamamatay lang yung tatay? Ibulong mo na lang sa dagat, Lino, na alagaan niya ang tatay ko. Lino ang pangalan ng ating main character. Alam ko na nasa laot pa rin si tatay. Malungkot na singit ni Obet. Okay? Kung ako ay teacher sa grade 6, ipa-analyze ko rin yung mga dialogo ng mga characters na to kasi yung dialogo ng mga batang ito ay nagsasabi ng kanilang katangian bilang bata. Okay? Nakakainip pala ang pangingisda. Kailangan ng talas ng pandama. Kailangan ng tiyaga. Inihulog ni tatay ang lambat habang paikot na umaandar ang bangka at naghintay kami. Naghintay. Nakakainip talaga ang pangingisda. Sa malayo, tanaw ko rin ang mga bangka ng ibang mangingisda. Napakalawak ng dagat. Ang dagat na kumukuha ng mga tatay sa daang bantayan. Boom! Isang pagsabog sa malayo ang narinig ko. Ano yun, tay? Tanong ko. Sa malayo, nakita ko nagkumpulan ng mga bangka sa isang bahagi ng dagat. Iligal na pangingisda ang ginagawa nila, bunso. Kapag nakakita sila ng kawan ng mga isda, ihahagi sila ang isang dinamita, kwento ni tatay. Paano nila nakukuha ang mga isda, tay? Sunod kong tanong. Pagkatapos ng pagsabog, sa kanila kukunin ang mga patay na isda. Sa narinig mong pagsabog kanina, sumabog na rin ang mga bato at kurales na nagsisilbing bahay ng mga isda sa ilalim ng dagat, dagdag ni tatay. Kaya pala nagagalit ang dagat, tatay? Sabi ko, oo bunso, Sinisira kasi nila ang bahay ng mga isda. Nagiging mitya ng buhay ang paggamit ng dinamita. Maraming tatay na sa daang bantayan ang nasabugan ng dinamita at namatay sa pangisda. Dugtong ni tatay. Tinulungan ko si tatay na hatakin ng lambat. Tuwang-tuwa akong makita ang mga huli naming buhay na buhay ng mga isda. Gusto kong maging mangingisda tulad ni tatay. Sabik na akong bumulik sa daang bantayan para ikwento kina Junior, Toto, Obet, Ambet ang nangyayari sa laot. Kung bakit nasabi ni tatay na kilalang kilala niya ang dagat. Kung bakit nasabi ni nanay na kaibigan ni tatay ang dagat. At kung bakit hindi kailanman kukunin ng dagat ang mahal na mahal kong tatay. Okay? So, pwedeng maging tanong, bakit siguradong sigurado ang bata na hindi kailanman kukunin ng dagat ang tatay niya? Babalik tayo dun sa in-establish natin kanina, yung pagiging kaibigan. No? Ano ang kabutihang ginagawa ng tatay sa dagat? At ibinabalik ba ng dagat yung kabutihan ng tatay? Okay, kabutihan ba 'to kakaunti yung isda nila? Sabihin mo, "Opo." O bakit? Kasi po buhay na buhay po yung mga isda na nakukuha nila. Bakit kapag buhay na buhay ba kaibigan mo kaagad? Opo, kasi mas safe pong kainin yung, isdang nahuli ng buhay kaysa po dun sa isdang nahuli dahil gamit ang dinamita. Hindi na po sa akin galing yun. Sinagot na po yun ng mag-aaral. So kahit hindi ko po tanungin kung anong aral ang natutuhan mo, pero sa aking na-identify na bahagi ng kwento kung kailan ako mag-stop at maglalaan ng tanong, na alalayan ko sila patungo doon sa gusto kong malaman nila sa kwento. Okay? Kung anong ginawa mo sa kalikasan, ibabalik sa'yo. Okay? Kung ako ay nagtuturo sa grade 6 muli, ang sasabihin ko dito, kumuha ng isang papel, kung kayo si Lino, ikwento mo nga yung naranasan niya sa laot na dapat ay ikukwento niya kina Junior, Toto, Obet, Ambet sa isang paragraph na may 10 pangungusap. Nako, may isusulat na yun ng bata kasi binigyan mo sila ng karanasan, di ba? Sa pagkukwento mo. Okay, mahirap magsulat ng isang batang hindi mo binigyan ng karanasan sa pagkukwento. Okay? So yun po yung preparations na sinasabi natin. Basahin mo muna, aralin mo muna, identify mo yung parts ng story, saka mag-stop, ano yung mga ilalaan mong tanong para ma-lead mo sila sa pag-unawa at pagpasok sa kwento para madanas nila no, yung magandang karanasan at hindi nila ito malilimutan. Pwede itong gawin online. At kapag nagawa po ito, nako, napakagandang virtual hug ito sa mga bata. Okay? So, kailan po dapat nating angkop na ibigay ang mga angkop na aklat? So, ayon kay Charles, may 6 na stages. Stage 0, Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3, 4, and 5. Okay? So, sana maano nyo to, ma-access sa internet. Kasi narito po, sa bawat edad ng bata, ang mga angkop na aklat pambata para sa kanila. Bakit po? Kasi ito pa yung kanilang kakayahan, mastery, sa pagbasa sa bawat edad. Okay? Halimbawa, yung stage 0 hanggang 6 years old, ito na yung skills na kaya niyang gawin. Child pretends to read, pwede niya siyang mag-retell ng story based sa kanyang memory. Pseudo reading, kinakabisa niya no, yung kung paano niya narinig. Okay, sa stage 1, ito naman po yung edad 6 hanggang 7. Ito naman po yung child learns relationship between letters and sound and between printed and spoken words. Child is able to read simple, tandaan niyo po, simple text containing high-frequency words. Ito yung mga salita na malimit niyang ma-encounter, malimit niyang marinig, malimit niyang magamit o mga salitang nagagamit niya. So, dapat ang mga kwento para sa 6 to 7 years old ay may high frequency words para makita niya yung pattern, paano binibigkas, no, kung paulit-ulit, nalalaman niya kung paano isulat. Okay? Stage 2, in 7 to 8 years old, ito na po, children read simple pa rin, simple story, familiar story, and selection with increasing fluency. Okay? So, kailan po natin pwedeng introduce yung mga kwentong may sensitive topic? Yung mahaba yung teksto, complicated yung plot, saan pong edad yon? Hindi ho pwede yan sa stage 0, 1, and 2. Kasi muli, ang layunin natin, ma-encourage sila magbasa ha. kung bibigyan natin sila ng teksto na napaka-complicated, baka ayawan nila ang pagbabasa. Okay? So dito, kung susundan natin, paniniwalaan natin si Charles sa stage 3, 9 to 13. So kung ito ay nasa public school, baka grade 4, 5, and 6. No? So dito, ang sabi niya, reading is used to learn new ideas, to gain new knowledge, to experience new feelings, to learn new attitudes, generally from one viewpoint. So, ibig sabihin, ang mga kwentong patok sa mga batang edad 6 hanggang 8 ay mga kwentong familiar sa kanila. Mga kwentong simple, hindi komplikado. Ang word count sana 500 and below. Okay, ngayon yung mga kwentong complicated, mga kwentong sensitive na iba sa karanasan ng karaniwang batang Filipino, pwede yan sa 9 to 13, 15 to 17. Okay? So, diyan po ako nanggagaling. As a children's book author, ginagamit ko po ito. Kasi gusto ko naman na yung aking kwento ay swak na swak doon sa bata, sa estudyante ng teacher. Okay? So, yan po. So, isa po sa nakakaligtaan, okay, yung halaga ng storytelling ng teacher lalo na sa elementary. Kasi ang madalas pong nangyayari, agad-agad ituturo ang bata ang pagkilala ng mga simbolo. Sana po, medyo unahin natin ang storytelling, yung listening for pleasure, wala mo nang papagawa sa teacher, basta no, masaya muna tayong makikinig ng kwento. Kasi kapag na-instill sa bata yung kasayahan ng pakikinig at pagbabasa, napakadali na pong turuan ng pagbasa ang bata. Okay? So, pleasure is fundamental to learning. Tandaan niyo po yan. Kapag nag-enjoy ang bata sa mga gawaing pampaaralan, pampag-iisip, mas madali siyang matututo. Pleasure is fundamental to reading to read, learning to read. Reading for pleasure, listening for pleasure, rehearses the mechanics of reading in meaningful context. So the reader learns to respond to text as part of the reading process. Okay, so reading for pleasure po muna, listening for pleasure, storytelling. Okay, once a week ni teacher sa kanyang mag-aaral para mapadala niya yung virtual hug na gusto nating maramdaman nila. So reading for pleasure is not properly understood and is often confused on or conflated with literacy. So reading for pleasure is reading for enjoyment. Ganon din po sa listening. Done of free choice, whereas literacy is ability to read and write. Ang problema po, nauna tayo sa literacy. Sa isang batang kailangan matutuhan muna mag-enjoy no, sa pag-accumulate ng karanasan at kaalaman. Okay? Reading for pleasure feeds literacy. Tandaan po natin yan. Because it is challenging to learn something if you don't enjoy it. Kaya, bilang pag-alalay sa mga magulang na nagtuturo sa kanilang anak, meron tayong isang araw sa isang linggo, storytelling. Okay, develop natin yung listening skill para pag tinuruan ng bata ng nanay niya, medyo armado na ng bata. No? Nakakayahan sa pakikinig ng mga salita, kung paano ito ginagamit sa konteksto. Okay? Why do few children read for pleasure? Because sa school curriculum, the curriculum makes reading a subject to learn, not something to do for fun. Yun po ang solusyonan niyo lang po ito mga teachers sa grade 1 no, sa kinder. Paano niyo gagawing masaya ang storytelling ninyo kahit online kasi meron kayong layunin i-develop yung kakayahan ng bata sa pakikinig para magkaroon siya ng focus. Yung kakayahan sa pakikinig na to, kakayahan magkaroon ng focus, malaking tulong sa nanay na magtuturo naman ng literacy sa kanilang anak. Pangalawa, screens. Increasing time on screen means less time for reading and other activities. Gamitin natin ito. Itong moment na ito na nakababad sa screen sa mga bata. Sumingit tayo ng ilang minuto. Kukwento naman si teacher gamit yung cellphone ninyo. Okay? Kasi naandyan sila lahat eh. Okay? Sa gadgets nila. Parents, lack of awareness that they need to read to their children beyond the point at which the child can read independently. Kasi ang madalas, kapag natuto na yung batang magbasa, tigil na si nanay. Hindi po pwede yun. Dapat continuous, no? Tuloy-tuloy hanggang sa mahikayat natin ang bata to love reading. Okay? So, wala po tayong magagawa bilang teachers. Tayo po talaga ang pinakamahalagang bridge para mag-guide natin ang bata sa tamang pag-iisip ng critical at ma-experience nila ang literature na gusto nating ma-experience nila. At ang mga experiences na ito ay magagamit nila sa kanilang pagsasalita, sa kanilang pagbabasa, sa kanilang pagsusulat. Okay? So kailangan ng intervention ni teacher para maging fruitful, maging memorable yung karanasan ng bata sa bawat aklat ng bata na storytelling natin sa kanila online. Okay? Parang sinasabi, it's our professional responsibility bilang guro sa elementary. Okay? As teachers, we often intervene in the process through which young people respond to and make meanings from the literary works. Okay? I-guide po natin sila through yung magagandang pagtatanong na pinakita ko kanina. Okay? Wag po yung anong lesson ang natutuhan mo. Avoid that question. Okay? So it's part of our professional responsibility as teachers. In school and libraries, the adult intermediary's role intersects no, both the reader's world and the world of the text. Okay? So yung pinakita ko kanina, inaral ko muna yung teksto, yung work, okay, yung children's book. Ang dagat na kumukuha ng mga tatay, no, ginawa ko yung necessary preparations bago ko to storytell online para yumaman ang karanasan ng bata sa tekstong ito, itong Child Reader's World, ay yumaman, maging makulay at memorable. At syempre, because of my series of questions, no, nalaman namin yung importance ng dialogue, importance ng understatement, may sinasabi pala yung buhangin, may element of surprise pala, kaya kumukuha ng tatay yung dagat, mali pala yung paraan ng pangingisda nung nung ibang mangingisda, gumagamit ng dinamita. So ito yung author's world. Okay, na gusto niyang sabihin sa mga bata through his work. And because of series of questions, naaarmasan mo yung bata paano magbasa ng critical. Okay, binabasa pala yung metaphor, yung dialogue pala, nagsasabi ng tungkol sa characteristic ng main character, meron pala tayong tinatawag na element of surprise, meron pala tayong tinatawag na setting, daang bantayan, di ba? Lugar po yon. May tinatawag pala tayong understatement, yung mga sinasabi ng author pero hindi niya sinasabi ng lantaran. So tungkulin pala natin yung i-discover. So lahat ito ay magiging fruitful yung karanasan ng bata sa teksto kung meron tayong intervention as teacher. So aralin niyo muna yung bawat libro, planuhin niyo muna paano niyo ito ika-cut, no? Tapos maglalaan kayo ng mga tanong para leading doon sa isang karanasan forever na hindi makakalimutan ng bata na parang niyakap niyo siya gamit ang magandang kwento ninyo kahit hindi kayo magkaharap. Okay? So, yun po. Sana ay medyo maikli lang yung oras, Sana ay minapulot ko kayo na paano to i-apply sa klase. Nagpakita ko ng isang sample ng how to prepare at pagpili ng isang teksto at paano ito ipipresent online, storytelling sa ating mga mag-aaral. Okay, please, sasagutin natin yung tanong ng bata na andito lang ako bilang teacher ninyo. Okay, na andito lang si teacher, lagi lang ako naririto at kilala ko kayo. Yon ang dapat maramdaman ng bata. At magagawa niyo po ito through online storytelling. Maraming salamat po. Paalam, mga bata.
Wow, amazing virtual clap, Sir Hinaro. And our comment section is so filled with messages of gratefulness and congratulatory message na nabubulol tuloy ako kasi sobrang
Sa galing,
hanga
sir.
din ako.
Medyo
Hanga ako dun
nagmamadali
sa
ako.
story. Okay lang po, sir. And talagang kahit taga Navotas ako, no, yung mga terms dun sa pangalan ng fish, namangha ako
No?
kasi talaga oo nga naman eh. Etong mga terms ng mga fish na ito, yung fish names na ito, hindi ganong mulat ang mga bata na may mga pangalan pala yung different fish sa atin since we are also an archipelagic country. It's nice that we are opening these vocabularies to our kids. How about you, Ma'am Nova? What can you say about the presentation of Sir Hinaro?
I am just so amazed. And as what one of our student viewers or our teacher viewers here, our participant said that it's a great story from the great storyteller himself. And as
Mhm.
what Sir Naro said earlier, ehersisyo ng isip ang pagbabasa. So that means to say, books hold limitless knowledge, mame, and there is a book for just
That's
about
true.
anything there are also incredibly insightful learning materials, as what Sir Hinaro also shared earlier too.
Yan. And as a teaching of language and reading, talagang tama si Sir na you cannot just right away ask ano ang lesson or moral ng isang story because we have
Yeah.
levels of understanding, literal, inferential, evaluative. So we cannot right jump in. No, we really have to guide our learners so that they can answer appropriately and correctly our questions. Sabi nga, Sir, di ba, Sir Hinara, since you are also a fellow PNU1, pag hindi nasasagot ng bata, di kailangan mong i-level yung question mo.
Yeah.
They always emphasize the art of questioning because that's one of the basic and most powerful tools of teachers. Pag hindi kaya ng para sagutin, please rehearse the questions. Baka hindi pa ready sa level ng question mo. And for that, Sir Henaro, we are to give you your certificate of recognition for your sharing for today. Ma'am Nova, go ahead.
Sure, Ma'am May. The Department of Education, the Office of the Undersecretary for Administration, through the Information and Communications Technology Service Educational Technology Unit, awards this certificate of recognition to Mr. Hinaro Argojo Cruz for sharing his invaluable knowledge and expertise as resource speaker on the topic entitled Critical na Pakikinig, Critical na Pagbasa, Pagtuturo Online on November 27, 2021 during the National Reading and Book Month webinar series. His inputs assist in retooling, reskilling, and upskilling of educators on current trends in reading, literacy, and pedagogy, streamlined to the emerging technologies and cultivating the critical thinking skills of learners towards responsible citizenry. Given this 27th day of November 2021 at the DepEd Central Office, Miracle Avenue, Pasig City, Philippines. Signed by the head of the ICTS-EdTech Unit, Mark Anthony CC, the Director 4 of the ICTS, Director Abram Y.C. Abanil, and the Undersecretary for Administration, Elaine Del D. Pasqua. Thank you so much, Mr. Hinaro Argojo Cruz.
Maraming pong salamat sa inyo lahat. Virtual hug sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, sir. And tama si Sir, talagang may kabig sa puso yung kanyang presentation for today. And if Sir Hinaro shared to us how to teach reading effectively and how to teach it with effective guide questions, we will now proceed to our fourth or fifth speaker. Naku, nag-lose
Fifth
count na ako.
now, Ma'am May.
Kasi
Two
hindi
more to
naman
go.
talaga, yes, hindi ko na alam yung order ng speakers. Why? Because I'm really into the things that they are learning for
Information,
today.
right?
Oo, grabe yung information na nare-receive ko from them. And I'm not just a host in this webinar series. I am also a learner participant. Grabe. So
Right,
gusto ko yung gusto ko yung mga questions na ibinigay ni Sir Hinaro when he was telling to us his story. And syempre, kung nag-storytelling naman tayo, we will learn on how to write stories for children and how to really cater the kind of environment that we have right now, 21st century learning. Now, let's introduce our fifth speaker for today. Okay, our fifth speaker is currently editor-at-large of Liwayway Magazine. So sa mga readers dyan na talagang matagal na at part na ng ating kultura ang Liwayway Magazine. He's also a children's book author, journalist, translator, and editor and poet. His work in both literature and journalism has been recognized at the Carlos Palanca Awards. So we are filled, sorry for that, we are filled with Carlos Palanca
Award-winning.
Awards. Grabe po. Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino, talagang ginto, PBBY Salanga Writers Prize, Gintong Aklat Awards, Catholic Mass Media Awards, Lasallian Scholarum Awards, and the International Board on Books for Young People Honor Diploma of Excellence. He wrote some of the most iconic and I would say epic best-selling storybooks for children like Chenelin, May Higante sa Aming Bahay. Itong mga stories ito meron sa mini library ko. Ang Bonggang Batang Becky, Ang Bago Kong Laruan, The Seed That Wanted to Fly, Si Faisal at si Farida, Olive Ridley Comes Home, and Mga Lihim sa Gabi ni Roming. His latest book, Maanghang na Salita, has been published abroad and translated into Vietnamese, Khmer, and Hindi languages. He has been a veteran trainer in campus journalism competitions, having judged the NSPC from 2014 to 2017. From 2018 onwards, he has become trainer and judge of division and regional writers in editorial featured science writing, collaborative and online publishing, and guest critic and consultant of several noted and award winning school publications. Aside from his writing and lecture activities, he also manages Randy Reads online bookstore on Facebook, as well as Randy Writes on online writing workshop, writing stories for children for aspiring storybook writers. And for today, Randy Talks. Let's welcome to our virtual stage Sir Randy Garlito. Sir Randy.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
Hi, Sir
Yes.
Randy.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning to Tutor May and Tutor Nova. And good morning to everyone who's now watching at the DepEd Tech Unit Facebook page. Magandang umaga po. Ako si Randy Garlitos. Isa po akong manunulat pambata at isang educator of sorts. So, actually kanina umaga pa ako nakikinig no, simula dun sa talk ni Sir Francis Toscano, no? So they're all
Mhm.
very enlightening and also useful
Yeah.
to me. So I'm also learning from this webinar, even if I'm one of the resource speakers. So anyway, I've been writing children's books since I was 18 years old. Maaga ho akong namulat sa pagsusulat and my very first book actually is published when I was 18 years old, no? By Rex bookstore. And since then on nagkasunod-sunod na yung publishing opportunities for me. And I think this is the reason why maraming uma-attend dun sa aking workshop na kinoconduct personally. It's because the teachers or usually the participants of this workshop get to
Mhm.
understand the nuances of how a children's book writer would think, and this will
Mhm.
help them, especially if they're interested in the creation of their own stories, whether this is for a competition or this is for their own
Mhm.
learning resources. No, so maybe let's start with my
Yes, sir.
presentation.
Okay.
The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, so my topic would actually be diversity, inclusivity, and uh, hindi ko mabasa, sorry. I couldn't see you, my own presentation. Wait lang. Yan. And message-driven content for digital learners and readers. No, so this is not on the. Of course, our target audience here is our young readers, ating mga mag-aaral na nagbabasa. No, regardless of what age, a child is always a learner. No, whether pumapasok sa school o hindi. So next slide po. Okay. So pag sinabi nating diversity, we refer to the obvious fact of human life, no? Na there are different kinds of people. Yun po ang ibig sabihin ng diversity. Iba't ibang uri tayo ng mga tao at iba't ibang uri din ng ating mga buhay na tinatahak, no? So we all lead different lives and we have to acknowledge that there are always different experiences. Some may not gel well with others, pero definitely we all live together, no? Regardless of our individuality and our common experience. So next slide po. So, ito yung goal ng bawat children's book writer. So, you've noticed that there are so many children's book writers who are now our speakers for today. No, ako na yung pang-apat, no. So, I think every children's book writer's goal is to imagine a world in which all children can see themselves in the pages of the book. And that's the reason why I want to talk about diversity. Kasi dahil iba't ibang uri ng mga bata, gusto ko na marami ang makabasa nito regardless of age, regardless of nationality, regardless of culture, no? All of these become familiar to the kid, ano? Nasa tamang pagtuturo, nasa tamang pag-storytelling, nasa tamang paggabay ng mga adults lamang. No? So, ayun po. Next slide po. So yun, diversity in children's stories, ano ba yung goal natin dito? One is to promote mutual understanding among different readers. So we have different kinds of readers. We have readers who are Muslim. We have readers who come from the West. We have readers who are Filipino. And within the full spectrum of Filipinos, merong readers from the Ilocos, may readers from Mindanao, may readers who come from the mountains, may readers who come from the islands, no? And there are readers who come from the city, no? Iba-ibang karanasan, pero we want every child to be able to experience those in our writing and in our stories, no? And from there, we also promote tolerance. Okay, from tolerance, which means to tacitly accept what is there. At the same time, we want to cultivate a culture of embracing and celebrating differences. So nung narinig ko kanina si Henaro talking about virtual hugs, I want not only a virtual hug but also a complete embrace and celebration of the differences. Okay? And I think every a children's book writer who wants to discuss a topic that is not very much common to many of our readers, gusto rin tuklasin yung ganitong klase ng mga karanasan, ano? And let's also affirm that each child reader lives uniquely. Okay? Ibig sabihin, ang bawat bata ay may kani-kanyang paraan ng pamumuhay. At tanggapin natin ang masakit na katotohanan na marami sa kanila hindi nabubuhay sa mga ideal na kondisyon. Meron tayong mga bata na nas na dumaranas ng migration, dumaranas ng evacuation, dumaranas ng war, dumaranas ng pagkagutom, dumaranas ng depression. So, iba-iba ang condition at kailangan ma-address natin itong mga not ideal conditions na to sa ating pagsusulat, no? Okay, next slide po. So I want you to check out these two images. The one on the left is from a popular television show in Nickelodeon called Where's Noddy, no? So Where's Noddy is that kid with the red shirt, no, nasa harap. At kung napapansin ninyo, marami nagkomento sa show na to, no? Nasa tuwing ito kasi yung kanilang ending part, no, yung pag magbababay ng mga characters, no, na sila magpapaalam na sa screen, no. Yung animation na to. Maraming mga magulang nang nagreklamo, no, sa British television. Sabi nila, why is it that there's only one or two female characters and the other one is people of color, no, person of color siya. So yun yung tinutukoy nila. So ano yung lumalabas na problema nito? Same thing sa isang very popular children's book, yung Where's Walrus and Penguin, no? Kung saan natukoy daw na bakit puro daw male daw yung characters, yung mga illustrations ng mga characters na nasa libro, no? So, yun yung tinatawag nating tokenism, no? Pag sinabi nating tokenism, nagkukunori tayo na sinasama natin ang lahat ng tao, pero parang hindi sila bahagi ng community kasi parang lumalabas, mini-mention mo lang sila para masabi na ikaw ay patas, para na ikaw ay nakakaunawa, no? So parang lahat 'yun parang very superficial, no? And especially in children's media, napapansin 'yun hindi lamang ng bata kundi maging ng mga magulang, no? So remember sa children's media including books, even there are very much passionate viewers and commenters on our work. So we have to be very very careful, no? So next slide po. Yun. So that's the reason why we want to introduce diversity in children's stories. Because we want to avoid tokenism and patronizing or stereotyping representations. No? Example, no, look at the images here. In this 1950s paperback novel, no, supposedly for teenagers, no, makikita nyo yung His Brother Love, no? Pag napansin niyo yung portrayal sa isang gay character or sa person who was a member of the LGBTQ IA plus community is always in a derisive or a ridiculous way. And this is not only in children's books but also in popular media like films and television shows, no? Di ba laging ang portrayal sa mga person sa LGBTQ community laging paano siya, laging derisive, yung nakaka-insulto yung dating, example, o mababa yung pagtingin or pagtanaw. Example, no, pag iniisip natin yung mga palabas ng unang panahon na pinoportray ni Roderick Paulate, ni na Manny Castañeda, ni na Bernardo Bernardo, na yung portrayal sa mga gay characters bilang mga hayok sa laman, na patay sa lalaki, na ang alam lang gawin ay magtrabaho sa parlor. Tapos pag lesbians naman, lagi tayong merong snide remarks with the likes of Aiza Sigera and all these other lesbians and other members of the queer community, no, na parang meron tayong laging snide remark about their or yung representation nila sa media is always parang tinatago natin sa mundo na sila ay ganoon, ano? 'Yon. So, paki-zoom out po. 'Yan. So 'yun, yun nga tulad nito, signages na lang makikita ninyo, no? May mga signages sa infographics in which bakit kailangan single out yung black guy? Even in media, di ba? Who's the first to die in a movie? Lalo na kung horror to or murder to. Sino unang namamatay? Di ba black person? Di ba? O kaya yung person of color. So, sinong laging tinitirang buhay? Yung white. Yun tuloy yung naiko-condition sa mind ng mga tao, no? And even in our politics, nako-condition tuloy na dapat yung white ang parang binibigyan ng a special preference sa survival sa mundo, no? And then of course, women, no? Pag sinabi nating women, ang tendency kapag um, ang babae ay strong at very tinatawag natin strong-willed and very independent, no? 'Di ba anong tawag sa kanya, 'di ba? Bitch, 'di ba? In which sometimes even LGBTQ na medyo strong ang personality, bang tawag bitch. Kaya yung mga members ng LGBTQ, nila mismo yung yung term na bitch, no? Ano daw ibig sabihin ng bitch? For the LGBTQ community, it means being in total control of herself, himself, no? So ibig sabihin nun, talagang may control sa kanilang sarili. So let's avoid those stereotypes about women being bitches or LGBTQ members being bitches, no? So yon. Um, Sorry po sa term kung ginamit ko yung term na yun. Pero alam niyo, ang dami kong batang naririnig na 3 taon, 4 na taon nagagamit ng mga salitang ganyan, no? So isa rin yun sa gusto kong ito class, no? Kanina binanggit yung word na titi, sa ako ay may titi ni Hinaro Goho Cruz. For the longest time, ang daming tao na even in the US, they're afraid to use terms that are related to the body. Bakit tayo gumagamit ng term para sa sexual organs na parang euphemism, no? Example, merong ako ay may titi, ako ay may kiki. Bakit maraming nagreklamo, bakit ganun yung title? Bakit ganun? Dapat ang ginamit, ako ay may flower, ako ay may lizard, ganun. Pero parang naglolokohan yung mga tao, di ba? Parang sa kagustuhan nating maging padisente or maging pamagalang, parang we are trying to hide the idea that there is a word for that, no? So let's try not to let's leave that in the 20th century, no? Wala na nga yung 20th century, binabalik pa natin dito, no? So let's try to be open about the idea of naming our bodies and the use of the terms without it being used as a weapon. Yun yung problema natin sa media, no? We are using words to weaponize things. For example, if we don't agree with somebody, we call them bitches. If we don't agree with somebody, we call them names, no? We cancel them. It's this culture of canceling. It's this culture of naming just to have bigger mileages in social media. It doesn't work for me. So yun, parang sa akin, let's stop this culture of pagkukunwari, no? If we continue doing this, we are only parang deluding ourselves. We are only niloloko lang natin ang ating mga sarili, no? So yun po, no? So next slide po. Ayun. So diversity in children's stories is not only about gender, no? And not only about anything that's political about gender, no? So let's also talk about linguistic and cultural diversity. When we say linguistic and cultural diversity, dito sa Philippines, we all know that we have 100 plus languages, but only English and Filipino that is based in Tagalog ang nangyayari, no? Kasi sabi nga nila, yung Filipino nga daw ay based lamang sa Tagalog. Pero pag titingnan mo yung Constitution, ang Filipino daw is a working developing language that includes languages from all over the country. So it's about time we publish books that are written in other languages. We should also be reading as whether you're Tagalog no or Bisaya. You should be reading the works of other writers from the other languages, no? Para maging ano tayo, maging multilingual tayo bilang mga Pilipino, no? If kahit pa Bisaya ka, kahit ikaw Ilonggo, kahit ikaw Ilocano or Bicolano, matuto tayo magbasa at mag-aral ng wika ng iba, no? And yun yung tinatry at nagsastruggle man ako, nag-attempt din ako na matutuhan yung wika na hindi lamang Tagalog, no? So let's promote this thing by introducing words, by introducing cultural terms, no? And not in a tokenist way, no? Yung ibig sabihin, yung binention lang natin para sabi, oy, si Sir Randy inclusive, ganun. Hindi po ganun, no? Kailangan talaga i-embrace natin ito, no? Sa pagsusulat, no? So, yung cultural diversity, let's all accept that we all come from different cultural backgrounds, no? For example, and this is always portrayed in media as yung parang regionalism or yung extreme regionalism or extreme provincialism, no? Yung parang example, we portray Ilocanos as kuripot, we portray Bisaya or the Kapampangan as bulagsak sa pera or ubos-ubos biyaya, mga ganon, no? Parang hindi po totoo yun, ano? Nagkakaroon lang ng ganon generalization kasi minsan yung mga popular cultural references natin sa popular media and nagpo-promote ng ganong klaseng mga stereotypes, no? So yun, we should all acknowledge. I mean, I would love to learn Chavacano, not only the Chavacano in Visaya, in Zamboanga, but also the Chavacano that is a dying language in Cavite, no? So yun, let's all promote that. How do we promote the books that are published in other localities? We should learn their language, no? Because the language reflects the setting and the culture of that area. Yun po. So, next slide po. Yun. So, another form of diversity is to promote diverse family types, no? Um, and this is one thing that I really like about our books now, no? So these screenshots that you are seeing here are samples of books that are published in the Philippines. Maniwala kayo sa hindi at meron akong copy ng mga librong to, no? Ng iba't ibang uri ng mga pamilya. Halimbawa, no? Nakikita nyo yung book na Dalawang Daddy ni Billy. Na-publish na po yan sa Pilipinas, no? Tungkol po yan sa isang bata na tinutokso dahil daw dalawang kanyang tatay. Which in reality is, kung magbabasa kayo ng newspapers, meron na published recently about a same-sex couple who is raising their kid. And I know a friend who's also raising their own kid, no? No, so I'm really happy that we are creating these kinds of books. The book below, no, yung ang nanay kong driver, no, na pinablish ng Lampara ay tungkol naman sa pagsama ng bata sa kanyang nanay na nagmamaneho ng jeepney, no? And doon pa lang makikita mo, no, na meron tayong reversal of roles in which pag-uwi ng bata at ng kanyang nanay galing sa kanilang mahabang biyahe ay ang tatay ang nagluluto, no? Di ba nakakatuwang isipin, ano, na because in the reality meron mga ganitong tatay na, no, sila yung tinatawag na house husbands, no. At minsan ang nagiging breadwinner talaga ay si nanay. Tapos yung sa right side naman, kung nakikita niyo yung batang may ibang kulay ng buhok, yan po ay book ni Zara Gagatiga, no. So ang pangalan ng libro ay Sayang Maging Ako, and tungkol ito sa realization ng isang bata tungkol sa kanyang sarili, no, na she is apparently the product of some hate or ridicule ng kanyang mga kaklase na hindi naintindihan kung bakit gusto niyang magsuot ng maraming alahas, gusto niya magkaroon ng ibang kulay ng buhok, gusto niyang gawin ng mga bagay na gusto niyang gawin. No, so itong librong to, tinutuklas na okay lang dapat sa bata na hindi makaramdam ng panliliit sa sarili kapag sa kabila ng panunuya, no? So kailangan turuan din natin yung mga bata na maging matapang upang ipagtanggol ang kanilang sarili and i-assert ang kanilang individuality, no? So nakita niyo, no, itong mga books na to, they promote actual practices of diversity in children's book publishing. So yun po. Thank you. Next slide po. So yun. we should show that there is a diversity in action, no? Example, this is a book uh, published in Singapore that talks about there are different skin colors in a typical Asian society, no? So yun po ang pangalan ng book, The Wheels on the Tuk-Tuk, no? So kung napansin po ninyo na walang tokenist representation, ano? Marami ang may pale colored skin pero mayroong may pale colored skin pero mas marami yung ang complexion, no? In our society, pinopromote sa media natin yung pagpapaputi ng balat, no, which is unnatural, no? Tapos lumalabas kapag meron namang dark skinned na contestant sa isang beauty pageant, ano lumalabas? Parang ay mabuti na lang may sumali isang dark skinned contestant, no? Dapat we should not be making those kinds of tokenist remarks, no? Let's just support those people, no, who are promoting and asserting their color, no? I mean, let's accept the fact that the Philippines is a multicultural and multiracial society. Baka akala natin puro lang tayo mga kayumanging kaligatan at mga mapuputing Filipino-Chinese, Filipino-Spanish, no? Marami tayong parang meron tayong broad spectrum of complexions na hindi dapat nating kinahihiya, no? Yun po. Next slide po. Ayun, diversity in action. So in two examples of the works that I have written, I am teaching this parang ito yung advocacy ko bilang isang writer, no, to promote that diversity in action. For example, in my work si Faisal at si Farida, na minsan nailagay sa na-mention sa isang DepEd textbook sa grade 4, no? Children of different belief systems can live together in a community, no? Para maturo natin sa bata yung tinatawag nating embrace of other religious beliefs, no? Hindi naman ibig sabihin na kapag ang bata ay nagbasa ng librong may character na Muslim, ay magiging Muslim siya, no? At hindi naman kinakailangan yung Muslim na bata sa isang libro ay laging stereotype, no? Kailangan buwagin natin yun or i-demystify natin yung mga misteryo na yun sa likod ng stereotypes na yun. So yung next naman, yung ang bonggang-bonggang batang Becky, no? Actually, marami nagsabi sa akin that this book is one of the very first children's books in the entire publishing community, in international publishing community, to discuss about sexual orientation and gender identity and expression, ano? So, it's a good, actually nasulat kong story na to way back in the 1990s, pero bakit ngayon na-publish lang siya noong 2013? Ganon kalaki yung inintay niya para mag-mature yung audience, no? Mabuti na lamang na meron ding pinapakita na meron din namang responsible and very compassionate media. Like for example, nung naglabas ang GMA7 ng My Husband's Lover, Destiny Rose, yung mga na very controversial kasi they promote representations of LGBTQ, pero at the same time we're also promoting positivity in media, no? For example, nung lumabas to, merong isang kilala sa meme yung batang ito, no, yung batang contestant sa isang popular TV show na very assertive siya, no? Na kahit si Willie Revillame yung katanungan niya, hindi siya natatakot sumagot ng pabalang, no? So I really admire this kid, and actually nakita ko sa studio mismo yung batang yun because I was interviewed in TV5 when they were doing that, no? So yun, so importante yung mga ganun, no? So next slide po. So sa content, so you have to bring the key concept of your story using effective story elements para na po to sa writing proper ng ating mga teachers, no? So I'm sure marami sa inyo interested dito kasi gusto niyo pong matutong magsulat ng kwentong pambata. So yun po, next slide po. So yun, so themes and topics. So themes should be universal. Magkaiba po yung themes tsaka topics, no? So themes should be universal, ano? Ano po yung mga themes? Friendship, loss, animals, having fun, discovery, etc. Ito yung underlying message, no? Ito yung pa-feel good na tone, nagsiset ng tone doon sa storya, no? Ano naman yung mga topics, no? Choose topics that should be relevant and appealing to young readers, no? So it should evoke their emotion and it teaches them how to deal with, sorry po, paki-zoom out po. It teaches them how to deal with difficulties. Yes po, no? Kung napansin nyo, ang dami sa mga resource speakers na children's book writers, they are very much welcoming sa idea ng pagtuturo ng topics that have that teach about difficulties in life, no? mga situations, like for example, there is like a whole lecture on COVID literature, no? There is also a topic about realities, like nung kinento ni Hinaro kanina, no, about yung realities ng mga children who live in communities that deal with dynamite fishing, no, or irresponsible fishing practices. So yung mga ganitong inconvenient truths ay itinuturo, no, sa atin ng mga librong ito, no, at maaari nyo rin po itong isulat, no. Let's go beyond milk. Sorry po, alam ko marami sa inyo nagre-rely po doon sa idea na kailangan may MELC compliant po o yung milk na sinasabi nila sa DepEd, no. Pero let's think beyond that kind of mindset, no. Let's write stories that only you can experience and share with others po. Okay po, next slide po. Saglit lang po. PDF yata yung ginamit nila eh. Kasi baka magloko yung ano eh, kaya pala ko ng PDF. So yun, so you have to know your readers, no? You have to take into account the target age range of your readers. So before you decide on writing a story, you have to target, kanino ko ito susulat? Para sa isang batang maliit ba? Para sa isang batang nasa intermediate level? Para sa isang intermediate level o yung tinatawag kong preteen? No? Ito yung mga malapit na magdalaga, malapit na makaramdam ng mga crushes, no? Nagsisimula ng nagbabago mga katawan nila. Isusulat ko ba to para sa isang audience na young reader or teenager? So yun, discover niyo po yun, no? Yung age range na yun, no? We have different kinds of learners. We have toddlers, no? 0 to 3. I'm actually writing books now for those age range, no, or age demographics. Meron pong upper primary, yung beginning learners, ito yung mga preschool learners, no, kindergarten. Merong upper primary, merong lower primary, yung grade 1 and grade 2, upper primary, grades 3 and 4, preteen, intermediate, grades 5 and 6, and teenagers, no? So yun. So at the same time, you also have to, in discovering the topics of your story, you have to show the different learning tendencies of your readers, no? And it should strike a balance of the reader's stock knowledge and curiosity. Ano po yung stock knowledge, no? Ito yung nalalaman na nila, ito yung naka-imprint na sa utak. And the curiosity, no? Ano yung gusto nilang malaman? Ano yung gusto nilang matutuhan, ano? So we usually I use this kind of mirror and window thing, no? Comparison when trying to write a story, no? Pag sinabi nating mirror thing, ano ba yung gusto kong malaman tungkol sa sarili ko? Ano ba ang nagre-remind sa akin pag binabasa ko yung kwentong to? Pag window naman, ano naman yung tingin ko sa perspektibo na ito sa isang kwento? So yun yung dalawang klase ng paraan ng learning tendency, no? That to strike the balance of stock knowledge and curiosity. Yes po. Next slide po. So ano daw ba yung the secret of great stories? Teka lang medyo pa-zoom po yung yung quote ni Arundhati Roy. By the way, Arundhati Roy is one of my favorite writers, no? She's a novelist, no? So according to her book The God of Small Things, the secret of the great stories is that they have no secrets. The great stories are the ones you have heard and want to hear again. The ones you can enter anywhere and inhabit comfortably. In the great stories, you know who lives, who dies, who finds love, who doesn't. And yet, you want to know again. Yun po ang ibig sabihin, ano? Ang lalim naman, parang yung sinasabi ni Sir Henaro kanina na na kailangan merong decoding na nalalaman. Pero minsan kailangan po yun, no? Kailangan turuan natin yung ating mga readers ng literal and denotative and connotative meanings, no? Kasi minsan we cannot share words very openly, no? And para tumaba din yung ating imagination, ano? Or lumaman din ang ating imagination. Pa-zoom out po. Ano po yung yung secret na yon actually? Ito po yung secret talaga, no? Create fun stories and good stories. What are fun stories? The story should be playful, no? Kailangan malaro siya. Example, naalala niyo yung brew ha 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 ha, brew hi 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 hi, 'di ba? At saka yung papel de liha, 'di ba? Ano yung maalala niyo sa mga librong 'yun? Yung uses of fun and play and repetition and sound, no? Nandun din yung humor ng mga librong to. Example, yung Alamat ng Ampalaya ni Ogie Rivera, di ba? Yung tungkol sa isang gulay na tinangka niyang nakawin yung yung iba't ibang lasa at texture at ng ibang mga kapitbahay niyang gulay, no? So they should also be imaginative, no? And they also inspire curiosity, no? And foster creativity, no? And of course, higit sa lahat, enjoyable. Babalik tayo doon sa sinabi ni Jean kanina, ni Sir Henaro, na yung unahin muna natin yung libro bilang isang plaything, no? Alam niyo ba, kung bakit yung board books, yung mga books na pambata, ay ganong katigas at hindi pwede yung normal na papel? Kasi para sa mga batang yun, yung mga libro ay hindi learning material. Yun ay laruan. Kaya kinakagat, binubuklat, binibisaklat, lahat na. Yung kailangan yung librong yun tatagal para ma-endure niya yung abuse na kayang gawin ng isang batang tinutuklas yun bilang isang laruan. So, I always see children's books as toys rather than learning materials, no? And that's the reason why I love collecting children's books. And that's the reason why I never always thought of reading as boring, no? Kapag tinuring mo na yung libro bilang isang textbook, doon nagiging burden yung libro. Isang halimbawa, kapag yung math book ng bata ay hindi nagalaw o hindi man lang napunit o napilas, ibig sabihin po noon hindi yan nabuklat ng bata, no? So alam na po ninyo dapat gawin, no, sa mga math textbook writers diyan. Gawin yung creative ang pagsusulat ng math kahit pa alam nating napakahirap ng math, no? And in fact, even some children's book writers have created math stories, no? So yun, and good stories they should also stimulate the imagination, no? Yung tipong nakakapanood ng pelikula yung mga bata sa kanilang mga isip, no? Kapag nagbabasa ng libro, na-imagine nila yung sarili nila bilang parte ng librong yon. And of course, it should be child-centered, no? That's the reason why I tell the teachers, ma'am, wag po kayong susulat na ang bida sa kwento ninyo ay mga teacher. Kasi pag ang bida ninyo ay mga teacher, inaago yung atensyon ng pagtuto sa bata kasi lalabas niyan yung teacher na main character hindi mababali. Kasi 'di ba sa classroom dapat in control ng teacher, kaya dapat ilabas natin sa classroom yung setting ng pagsusulat ng kwento. Gawin nating child-centered. Bata ho ang magbabasa, hindi po teacher. Okay? At hindi po definitely yung adult lang ang namimili, no, nung gusto niya ipabasa sa mga bata. And of course, they should also include opportunities for fun. Some people use children's books for games, no? Some teachers make this an opportunity to make kids read more and more, no? Hindi dahil lamang i-require silang magbasa ng 50 books, no? Kundi para magbasa sila at their own pace kasi may mga batang mas mabilis matuto kaysa sa iba. At i-acknowledge natin 'yon, no? Okay, next slide po. Yon, so morals and fun. So anong dapat tandaan? Stories need not be message-driven all the time. No? Ano pong ibig sabihin nito? Huwag po nating panaigin yung paglalagay ng moral value sa ating mga kwento. Kasi kapag ganun pong nangyayari, nagiging teachy-preachy, yun yung term doon, yung teachy-preachy, para kang teacher ka na, pastor ka pa, naninermon ka pa, pastor ka na, pari ka pa, so and in other words, puro sermon, no? So, syempre, ang bata, nagkaka-fatigue yan yung tenga niyan pag naririnig na, ikaw, hindi ka nag-aaral, kailangan mag-aaral kang mabuti, ganyan yung tendency minsan ng mga ibang kwento. O kaya, kaya ka minulto sa iyong panaginip kasi hindi ka nagsisipilyo, ganyan-ganyan. So, 'di ba? Preachy-preachy na kagad 'yun. So, hindi kinakailangan message driven. You can always serve the message of your story na pa-suggestive lang. Yung kumbaga gentle tap on the back lang, no? Hindi yung pinamumukha mo dun sa bata na guilty siya o siya ay maaring tawag dito, makaramdam siya ng feelings of guilt sa kanyang condition, ano? So, at the same time, you also have to make a bridge for discussion, ano? I always remember Beverly Cleary. I don't know if you've read her. She's one of the most fascinating children's book writers. She's writing children's novels, no? And according to her, no, as a child, I disliked books in which children learn to be better children. 'Di ba? Parang ang goal natin usually sa ating normal learning is for children to be better children, no? So children should learn that reading is pleasure and not just something that teachers make you do in school. Di po ba? So kapag ganun po, no, kahit tuloy mga bata, parang lalo na kapag nakakaramdam ng na parang pababasahin na naman siya ni ma'am ng mga mahahabang libro, parang may takot or intimidation lagi, no? pag ako normally I suggest to teachers na huwag gawing homework reading yung pagbabasa ng libro, no? Mas maganda kung pagkwentuhan ng mga bata yung mga libro. Gawing nating parang group discussion um, rather than make them parang answer questions, no? Tsaka na natin pag-answer questions sa mga yan pag nakaka-handle na yan ng mga ng mga topics na pwede na nilang i-review for learning and all that, no? So yon, next slide po. Thank you. So there is actually value in good stories, no, without having to make them teachy preachy. These are some of the newest books. They were published by Room to Read in cooperation with different publishers in the Philippines. No, so Kaya ni Mina by Janina Rivera talks about what? Talks about self-worth and dignity. It's about a visually impaired child who can take care of herself and her sibling. Parang she manages the house in the absence of her parents who are working, no? So, Masaya Maging Ako, which I mentioned earlier, is about realization and epiphany that you are your own self and nobody can tell you what you should be and what you should not be, no? And then, Paalam Puti, which is about processing emotions. Ano yung pinaprocess na emotions dito? About the acceptance of a death in the family. And not necessarily a member of a human member, but maybe a pet, 'di ba? Which to many children is can be a very traumatic experience. So we should teach how to process things like death and trauma sa mga bata para they will grow stronger from this so that when they experience situations like this, they do not feel very helpless. Okay, they can process the problems themselves. So, yun po. Next slide po. So, sabi nila, what's a story with a huge impact, no? Ito yung pang ano ko to, pang sarili kong feel good quote ko, no? Sabi ko, what's a story with a huge impact ba? The one that passes through your heart without even piercing it. Ibig sabihin po nun, tagos sa puso, pero hindi kailangang mabasag yung puso. Hindi kailangang lumuha ka. Hindi kailangan umiyak ka para makaramdam ka ng feel good, no? Kaya minsan sabi ko sa mga teachers, pag susulat tayo ng tagos sa puso ng mga kwento, alalahanin na huwag niyong papaiyakin ang inyong character o papaiyakin yung mga adult characters na parang example. Di-discourage ko yung at niyakap ako ng mahigpit ni nanay. Mahal na mahal ko siya. Yun na yung yun na yung pang pierce moment, no, yung pambasag moment dun sa tagos sa puso na storya na yun. Okay? So next slide po. So you have to in dealing with issues, no, try to write stories that support what? Inclusivity. Lahat ay kabilang, ano man ang kulay, ano man ang balat, ano man ang itsura, ano man may depekto man o wala, no? O meron man tinatawag na special needs o wala, no? So that includes there are classrooms nowadays in the Philippines in which children with special needs and children who are normal and even children with special talents or parang high IQ ay pinagsasama-sama, no? Para magkaroon ng fluidity and inclusivity yung classroom, no? Stories can include universal and national values, no? Of course, bilang Pilipino, meron tayong sariling national values tulad ng bayanihan, tulad ng malasakit sa kapwa. These are values na hindi mo madali mahanap sa iba. Bakit? Halimbawa, i-translate mo yung word na malasakit. Ano ba yung malasakit sa English? May makaka-translate ba na wala, di ba? Pag sinabi nating bayanihan, matatawag ba nating heroism yon? Di ba? Iba yung meaning ng bayanihan sa pagiging bayani, no? So yan, no? Human dignity, you have to promote human dignity with our stories, no? We have to promote equality and equity. We have to promote advancement of human rights and freedoms. We have to promote non-racialism. Ibig sabihin nun, tanggalin natin yung mga stereotypes about people and races and about non-sexism, no? That people can use any gender that they can prefer any gender that they decide on their bodies, di ba? And in fact, ito nga yung meron kaming recent development I want to share with everyone, ano? I have read a story in which there is a character, a child character. Yes, oo. There's a child character na who calls himself non-binary. So this is a novelty concept, no? Even among the LGBTQ spectrum, no, yung non-binary. They don't want to be identified as female or male, and they prefer the pronouns as they. So sabi ko, Naku, malaking challenge to sa kung sino magpa-publish ng ganitong klaseng story, in which, for example, my name is Taylor. Okay, my friend's name is Taylor. Uh, they are independent and good friend. So pag gumamit ka ng they, parang pwede na palang gamitin yung they na bilang sa isang tao, no? So magkakaroon ng slight confusion diyan. So sabi ko, this is a challenge, no? So kailangan i-educate yung mga tao tungkol sa use of pronouns, new functions of the they pronoun in English, no? Yes, okay. So next slide po. How to deal with issues. Kunwari, you're going to write about difficult issues. So do not avoid issues that are important to children of this age. Hindi nyo pwedeng sabihin, ay, ano yan eh, hindi pa pwede sa bata yan. Actually, you have to, sabi nga nila, yung universal law nga daw ngayon, kung gusto may paraan, pag ayaw, napakaraming dahilan, no? Pero tayo, kailangan humanap tayo ng paraan para maituro natin sa bata yung isang napakahirap na topic or paksa, no? Nang hindi natin kinakailangang magsiwalat ng inconvenient truths, no? So kailangan gawin natin very creative, no? And yun yung challenge ko sa aking mga fellow children's book writers and to all the teachers who are attempting to write children's stories. So allow children also to process ideas into values, no? Hindi po yan kinakailangan ituro yung value. Para kang nag-serve ng hinog na prutas, tapos sabi nila, ayoko yung hinog na prutas na yan, hindi ko gusto yung lasa. Hayaan mong yung bata yung magproseso at pahinugin yun sa sarili niya, no? And we have to encourage critical thinking over what we call relevance and political correctness, no? Minsan nauuna yung mga ganitong klaseng big concepts, no? Relevance and political correctness. Pero importante, ipaintindi muna sa bata. Paano ito mapoproseso ng bata? Paano natin itututuro sa mga bata nang hindi sila kinakailangang maging tawag dito, na hindi nila kinakailangan na i-prefer yung political correctness or yung relevance, no? So yun po, next slide po. So culture must be processed through language and the story in a way that affirms the Filipino child. So gaya ng sabi ng mga kasama kong writers kanina, no? We write for Filipino children first and foremost bago tayo nagsusulat para sa ibang mga bata, no? Pero syempre, of course, all our aspirations is to reach out to a global child, no? So yun, pero sulat muna tayo para sa mga batang Pilipino, no? Para ma-affirm natin yung ating sariling identity. So sensitivity to both language and culture is needed, and writers should do thorough research when writing about culture-related children's stories po. Okay? So next slide po. So culture. So be careful not to misrepresent or misappropriate culture, no? Lalo na kung nagsusulat kayo ng stories tungkol sa mga indigenous peoples, no? So be careful how you describe their clothes, how to use their clothes, how to use food, how to use their belief systems or religious systems and their community practices, no? So for example, if you are writing about a story that's set in the Cordilleras, no? Hindi pwedeng token na kuha lang kayo ng mga elements na nabasa ninyo, nasagap ninyo, no, sa inyong mga research, no. Kailangan talaga 'yan, namnamin niyo mabuti. Yun ang naging challenge sa akin when I was writing a story about an Ifugao child who wants to become a weaver, no. So I had to really study the nuances of the practice of weaving in a cultural community, no. Yun, so para maipaalala at kailangan natin ng mga story na to kasi pinapaalala nito sa atin kung sino talaga tayo bago pa dumating ang kung sino mang dumating. Yun po, no? So it strikes a balance between respecting the old and introducing the new. Kailangan pa rin natin magpakilala ng bago sa mga kulturang ito, no? Pero hindi natin kinakailangan basagin yung kanilang mga nakagisnan na. Okay? So next slide po. Culture must not be patronizing or tokenist. Nasabi ko na yan. So all children should be celebrated in a positive light. Look at the illustrations of these children's books, no? These are published in the Philippines. May mga batang masyadong naglalaro kahit ang isang bata ay may saklay at isang bata ay maliit pa, no? Yung isang bata iba ang kulay. So napansin niyo ibang isang bata na iba yung itsura nila, no? So ibig sabihin walang isang definite look ang kagandahan or itsura. At the other side naman, tignan niyo yung isang book, no, yung Sali Ako ni Alisa Reyes, no. Nakita niyo naglalaro yung characters dito, yung dalawang bata. Una, ayaw silang isali sa laro. Bakit? Kasi yung isa sobrang liit, yung isa naman sobrang laki. Nung naglalaro silang dalawa at nag-enjoy na sila, yung mga ayaw magsali sa kanila, sila naman ang gustong sumali dito sa kanilang laro, no? Yung itong larong bata na to. Kung napansin ninyo, walang rancor or walang revenge na gustong ipahiwatig itong batang ito na sila ay very may openness, no? So anong patunay dito? Children's differences are sorry, kumabasa masyado. Children's differences are noted but the focus is on their similarities, no? Pagdating po sa kultura, bagang may pagkakaiba, ang focus natin yung similarities nila. Okay, so next slide po. Yan, bilisan ko na lang po ito, no? So plot. So next slide po. So dialogue. Sa dialogue, dialogues are the soul of a narrative, no? So kailangan may usapan sa mga kwentong pambata. Kasi yung characters, nabubuhay sila kapag sila ay nagsasalita, no? At tumutulong ito upang dumaloy ng maayos yung kwento. Kaya lang, do not turn the dialogue into mindless chatter. Yung para tayong nakikinig sa mga talk show na kung ano-ano yung bukang bibig ng mga writer habang nagba-buy time, no? So, kailangan bawasan din natin yun kapag tayo sumusulat, no? So, intentions and plans are best written as actions. Yes po, no? Sa halip na sabi, pag mula ngayon, ako ay magiging mabait na. Hindi dapat ganun yung pagkakasulat ng line na yun sa isang kwento ng batang gusto magbago, no? Dapat gawin nating proactive, no? At mula noon, ang batang sipilo ay natuto ng magsipilyo. O ang batang sipilo ay araw-araw nang nagsisipilyo. Ganun po, wag yung magmula ngayon, gusto ko ako may magsisipilyo na araw-araw. Pag ganun po yung intention ng kwento, parang New Year's resolution 'yan. Wala parang broken promises po lagi, puro hopya po 'yan, na. Okay, next slide po. Starting your story. So start with a startling or attention-grabbing sentence, no? Kailangan may pabigla. Pero hindi kinakailangan patunog, no? Yung parang bang, bang, bang. Hindi kailangan na ganun. Ano naman yun, agaw attention naman ng sobra yun. So introduce your protagonist problems at the very beginning and introduce the protagonist aspirations too, no? Pwede ninyong simulan sa problema ng para diretsahan na wala nang paligoy-ligoy, no? You can also start with the dialogue, no? This I did with my story, the opening paragraph of my children's book, Mahigante sa Aming Bahay. Gusto ko pa sanang ikwento, but we are running out of time, no? Next slide po. So conflict. So ito yung pinaka-interesting part ng story, no? Bilang mga spectators, ang mga bata dito sa libro, ito yung inaabangan actually, no? So aspirations and problems are the launchpad of conflict, no? So avoid turning the conflict into a simplistic battle of good versus evil, right versus wrong, no? Yun, noong unang panahon ginagamit po ito, yung halimbawa, may isang batang mabait at may isang batang masama, no? So iniiwasan na natin yung ganitong klase ng pagkukwento kasi ang tendency nito, nagkakaroon tayo ng mga tinatawag na unnecessary binaries, no? Yung mga necessary binaries na parang kung hindi kita kakampi, kaaway kita. Kung hindi kita kasundo sa pag-iisip, hindi tayo magiging magkaibigan. Which is nangyayari ngayon sa di ba, sa social media na nag-unfriend yung mga tao. Pag hindi daw tayo magkasundo sa politics, hindi tayo pwede maging magkaibigan. So tanggalin natin yun, Ituro natin sa bata to understand that there are different reasons for our choices, no? Hindi natin kinakailangan maliit, no, ng one over the other, no? Next, so protagonists should be able to sort their problems without the help of Deus ex machina or God of the machine, no? Simply put, divine intervention. Huwag po tayong papasaklolo sa Diyos para iligtas ang ating kwento. Yung tipong nalaglag sa bangka ang batang si Minda, no, habang siya ay nangingisda. Bigla na lamang lumitaw ang isang balyena at siya ay tawag dito, itinulak paakyat sa kanyang sinasakyang bangka. Parang talaga ba nangyayari ito sa tunay na buhay? No, parang although may fantasy sa literature, syempre parang divine intervention yun, parang sinugo ng Diyos yung balyena para iligtas yung bata. Hindi ganoon. Let's try to make stories that are more proactive, no? Hayaan nating bata ang makasort out ng solution. Hindi yung ililigtas na lang siya basta-basta ng isang mahiwagang balyena o ng isang kamay ng isang mapagpalang kamay ng Diyos na sumasalo sa kanila, no? Because in reality hindi po talaga nangyayari yun, no? So wag nating i-frustrate yung bata na may mga ganong hayaan na nating si Santa na lang yun ang maging main frustration nila every Christmas. So next slide po. Resolution or conclusion, no? So children's stories often aspire for hope or positive change. No? Sa bandang dulo po kailangan laging merong pag-asa sa dulo. No, kahit na uncomfortable yung ending, for example, may mga endings na namamatay yung character, no? Or parang necessity yung death or the necessity yung parting ways, no? We should always hope for positive change. Ginawa ito ni Ogie Rivera sa kwentong Lihim ni Leia. Kwento ng isang bata na dumanas ng sexual abuse mula sa kanyang sariling ama. Sa dulo nun, anong ending? Nakulong yung tatay. So, syempre, ang sad part doon, hindi niya makakapiling ang tatay niya, pero ang good part, hindi na niya makakapiling yung tatay niya na inaabuso siya. So, sino nagsalba sa kanya dito? Yung kanyang teacher, no? At yung kanyang nanay, no? Upang bigyan siya ng panibagong buhay na malayo sa pang-aabuso, no? Ng kahit pa kapamilya, no? So hindi natin dapat tanggapin, no? Huwag nating ituro na yung maging manahimik ang bata sa ganung klaseng mga pandaraha sa kanila, no? So yun. So let's avoid death or tragic ending for the antagonist. Then ibig sabihin nun yung para maging successful yung story, kailangan pumatay tayo ng kontrabida na ginagawa madalas sa pelikula, no? Parang tapusin na natin yung ganung klaseng stereotype, no? Na bakit kailangan i-avoid na yung mga ganitong kamatayan? Minsan yung tinatawag nating kontrabida, actually yun yung supporting character, no? Yun yung dahilan kung ba't nagbabago at nag-i-improve yung main character. So hindi naman natin siya kailangan patayin, no? Pwede naman natin siyang turuan ng leksyon ng hindi niya kinakailangan mamatay, no? So yes, avoid resolutions done at the expense of another character. Tulad nga nun, para magtagumpay yung bida, kailangan patayin yung kontrabida. Hindi niyo kailangan gawin yun, no? Or tawag dito yung kailangan mantapa ka ng iba para patunayan mo na tama ka. Hindi iwasan po natin yung ganong klase ng mga situations, no? And another thing is for the protagonist to get the answer to the problem in a sense of fulfilling way, no? And that the protagonist will experience change or transformation, no? Maraming klase po ng transformation sa dulo ng isang kwento. Example, yung physical transformation na in-experience ng The Ugly Duckling, dahil hindi naman pala siya duckling, isa pala siyang swan, di ba? So yung emotional and spiritual changes na nangyari sa alamat ng Ampalaya, no? Pagkatapos dumanas ng transformation ng itsura ni Ampalaya, no? Kasi ang parusa sa kanya ay lahat ng ninakaw niya ay mapupunta sa kanya, no? So anong ending? Lahat nga napunta sa kanya pero naghaway-away 'yon, ano? At dahil doon nagkaroon ng spiritual and emotional change si Ampalaya, no? Kaya gusto niya sana tikman niyo rin daw siya bilang isang gulay, no? So it can leave a question or a challenge to the reader and give the reader a surprising ending. So yun po. Ito na ba yung aking ending ng aking kwento? Thanks po. By the way, you can follow me sa aking Facebook account. Ito po yung picture, dalawa po yung Facebook account ko. You can also message me on Messenger, hence the symbols there, no? Hindi ko man kayo ma-add sa Facebook sa unang account, pwede nyo po akong i-add dito sa may Facebook account ko na may black and white picture po. And you can also email me on the email address that you see on the screen. Anyway, marami pong salamat. I wish I could talk more, but there's another speaker waiting, no? Baka abutin na siya ng hapunan, si Sir Joey De Los Reyes, na isa ring kaibigan, no?
Thank you so much, Sir Randy.
Ayan. So, nag-feedback lang ng konti pero our comment section, sir, is filled with a lot of messages. Thank you and
Yeah,
how they were informed. Kahit ako, ang dami kong realization
me
from
too.
this presentation. The stereotyping, the new term that I learned today is that tokenism. And yeah, oo nga, no? Meron talagang mga evident things na nasa literature pa rin natin. How about you, Ma'am Nova?
Well, I have to say, Sir Randy, that you have a lot of fans for their Liwayway. They're actually Liwayway readers now. They've been expressing it in our comment
Thank you
section.
po.
Yeah, and also I really wanted to highlight what Sir Randy also mentioned earlier, that write
Mhm,
stories that only you can experience and share with others. And I think it's also a way of like empowering the reading in a kind of way that we read for pleasure first. So that sabi nga ni Sir Randy
mhm.
kanina, parang it's also a nice thing to have that pag-inculcate ng love ng reading sa
Mhm.
bata at a very young age, and to tell them what is really should be there for them, what is in store for
Yes.
them. So ayun. Yeah, Thank you
And
so
I
much
also
for
like
that.
how he pushes the idea that we have to welcome the kind of context that we have today. Kung ano yung mga issues natin. Eh. Yung example, yung
Yeah.
they na pronouns, yung mga
Oo.
non-binary things na nasa LGBTQ community. And that's already present but not yet very welcome by our society. And we can use storytelling to somehow, sabi nga ni Sir, no, it takes time for the audience to be mature. And
Yeah.
like what stories baka matagal ginawa pero matagal pa siyang i-welcome ng audience. So storytelling has really a big role in our society. And for that, Sir
I
Randy, we
agree.
will now confer your certificate of recognition. Go ahead, Ma'am Nova.
All right, Ma'am May. Department of Education, the Office of Undersecretary for Administration through the Information and Communications Technology Service Educational Technology Unit ICTS awards the Certificate of Recognition to Mr. Raymond Garlitas for sharing his invaluable knowledge and expertise as resource speaker on the topic entitled what we call the topic entitled On Teachers Writing Short Stories for Children, Diversity, Inclusivity, and Message Driven Content for Digital Learners and Readers for the National Reading and Book Month webinar series. His inputs assist in retooling, reskilling, and upskilling of educators on current trends in reading, literacy, and pedagogy, streamlined to the emerging technologies in cultivating the critical thinking skills of learners towards responsible citizenry. Given this 27th day of 2021 November, at the DepEd Central Office, Meralco Avenue, Pasig City, Philippines. Signed by the head of the ICTS-EdTech Unit, Mark Anthony CC, the Director 4 of the ICTS, Director Abram Y.C. Abanil, and the Undersecretary, oops, nawala. Okay, ayun, Undersecretary for Administration, Alain Delby Pasqua. Thank you so much to Mr. Randy Carlitos.
Thank you. Thank you very much po. And I hope to see you when this pandemic is over and be able to give you not only a virtual hug but also a physical hug. Okay. Thank you very much po. And I enjoyed this experience with all of you. God bless to
So
everyone.
empowering. Thank you so much, Mr. Carlitos. Thank you.
Once
Thank
again,
you.
Sir
Bye-bye.
Randy M. Garditos. Yes, bye-bye, sir. Have a nice day. Now, we will put the cherry on top of our National Reading and Book Month webinar series. We will now have our last speaker. Siyempre, no, hindi pa dadaig ang ating last speaker and he's very ready to engage us with another talk. Pero po, no, bago natin ipakilala yung ating last speaker, syempre, no, it's already 12:12 and para sa ating mga participants, if you would like to get something, no, kain muna
Yeah.
habang nakikinig ng webinar, pwedeng kumain sa inyong table and then while watching the webinar, wala pong problema, no, kasi it's already 12:12 and we know na medyo nag-extend tayo pero our day has been so fruitful and so productive. Okay, now let us introduce our last speaker. I'm very excited to present him to you. Okay, our last speaker. Okay, I have to coach switch. Nagtuturo ng seminar in new media, writing for new media, contemporary and popular literature, research, pamamahayag sa Filipino at creative writing sa Faculty of Arts and Letters, College of Education at sa Graduate School ng Universidad ng Santo Tomas, si Dr. Joselito D. De Los Reyes. Nagsipagwagi ng National Book Awards for Essay in Filipino ang mga aklat niyang Status Nation at Teacher Pangkalawakan at National Book Awards for Nonfiction naman ang Finding Teo, Tula o Talambuhay. Regular opinion contributor siya ng mga paksang kulturang popular at social and new media dynamics sa Abante at Rappler. Nagtapos si De Los Reyes ng BSE Social Science sa PNU Manila at MA Philippine Studies sa De La Salle University. Ginawara ng outstanding dissertation ang pananaliksik niya para sa pagkamit ng PhD Philippine Studies mula pa rin sa De La Salle University. Recipient siya ng 2020 Gawad Sulo Philippine Normal University Eminent Alumni Awards at ng Dr. Pia Valenzuela Memorial Awards bilang naatanging mamamayan ng lungsod ng Valenzuela sa larangan ng periodismo at panitikan na iginawag naman noong 2003. Writing Fellow si De Los Reyes sa UST Center for Creative Writing and Literary Studies at Research Associate ng UST Research Center for Culture, Arts, and Humanities. Siya ang kasalukuyang academic coordinator ng BA in Creative Writing Program ng University of Santo Tomas. Ladies and gentlemen, our last speaker, Sir Joey De Los Reyes.
Good morning, Sir Joey.
Magandang tanghali. Oo, sana habang kumakain kayo ng inyong tanghalian ay makinig at magnilay-nilay habang sinusubo ang kanin at ulam. Ako po si Joey De Los Reyes, guro sa Universidad ng Santo Tomas. Nakikinig ako kay Randy kanina, sa kay Jean, kay Hinaro. Tapos pinauwi ko na maaga yung klase ko sa graduate school. Para hindi
Thank
ako
you so much
mapakinggan.
for your time,
Alright.
sir.
Dahil ako yung huling tagapagsalita, kailangan ko magmadali para magawa nyo ang dapat nyong gawin ngayong hapon na ipinangako nyong gawin last week na hindi nyo rin nagawa at hindi na naman magagawa dahil ganyan tayong mga karamihan ng mga guro. Parang di ba, ang dami nating gawa, hindi natin alam kung paano sisimulan. Okay, sisimulan ko sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng aking screen at sana ay share screen. Share screen. Sana maayos yung nakikita. Entire screen. Nakikita ba? Hello, Miss May, nababasa?
Not yet, sir.
Ayan. Dahil ngayon lang ako gumamit ng StreamYard sa pag-share ng aking... Ayan, share. Okay. Okay. Nababasa?
There you go.
Nababasa na?
Go ahead, sir.
Testing lang kung gumagana ang presentation ko. Relax. Hindi pa ako magsisimula pero alam kong gustong-gusto na itong matapos kung paano. Siyempre, lahat tayo ay may mga gawain ancillary to what we are doing sa ating mga paaralang pinagtuturuan. Ayan po ako. Ayan, anong aking paksa. No? Anong uri ng book? Ang Facebook. Maikling gabay. Dapat nalagyan ko pa ng emphasis. Maikling gabay kasi I need to discuss this in like 20 minutes or less. Magulang hinggil sa new and social media literacy, which I have always been, bahagi ng krusada ko. My crusade to make social media a bit more friendly place. Kasi mahirap, no? So, lagi ako nagtuturo nito at ilang universidad at eskwelahan na ang aking nabigyan ng lecture tungkol sa etika, no? Proper etika sa paggamit ng social media. Pero ngayon hindi. Dahil reading month, book din ba ang Facebook? So, yun yung aking, siyempre, sasagutin ngayon lamang. Magkasundo muna tayo, mga ginigiliw kong audience, saan mang bahagi ng mundo kayo ngayon naroon. Gaya ko na narito sa Lucban, Quezon. So kung meron man pong nakatutok sa atin na taga Quezon, narito po ako ngayon sa Lucban. Magkasundo muna tayo, mga ginigiliw kong tagapakinig sa whole gamut ng social at new media na ayon sa kay Eugenia Ciapera, no, ng isang lumang aklat 2018, no, na what's so distinct about teaching new media, no? Yung 2018 bago yan sa iba, pero so pag nag-aaral ka ng new and social media, parang 2018 is so Jurassic, no? Parang okay, luma na yan, marami na nangyari dahil ang dami ng inobasyon. Katunayan nito, gumawa kami ng kurso sa UST kung tawagin Social Media Dynamics 2017. Pero alam mo yon, parang ang hirap umayon, ang hirap makibagay, ang hirap maging updated sa mabilis na pagbabago ng social and new media. Sinasabi dito, ang digital media, ito lang naman siya. All the information and data are encoded in numbers, can be compressed and fitted to very small spaces or even accessed remotely. No? At tinatawag yun na digital media. Digital media doesn't necessarily mean na sa internet. So it can be stored on our smartphones, USB, thumb drives, pwede rin sa hard disk, no? At kung wala itong access sa internet, nananatili siyang digital media. Okay? An online media is it prioritizes mali spelling ko, prioritizes the element of connectivity. Ayan. So kapag daw nagkaroon na ng connectivity sa internet, nagiging online media na siya. At ano yung social media? Saan natatangi ang social media? Social media lamang, well, kayang-kaya natin pag-usapan to, magkwentuhan tayo hindi sa perils ng social media. Ang social media lamang yung user-generated content sa Web 2.0. No? Paano to? Tayo yung naglalagay ng mababasa ng iba. No? Seemingly walang restriction unless ireklamo ka sa ombudsman ng community standards, no, ng social media. So user generated, napakaganda ng business end ng social media kasi tayo na gumagawa ng content, tayo pa rin ang kinukuhanan ng oras, tayo pa rin ang nagpapakita sa mga sponsors at sa platform, no? Tayo na sumusulat, tayo na nagbibigay, tayo pa rin ang nagugumon sa lahat ng ito. Tapos tayo pa rin yung binebentahan ng kung ano-ano by way of user behavior and experiences through surveillance technique, di ba? Constant data collection and algorithmic ordering sorting technique. Paano yan? Nahahalata nyo rin siguro ito. Nag-PM lang kayo sa isang kaibigan na gusto nyong pumunta sa ganitong tindahan ng ganitong appliances or furnitures or anything na makikita sa loob ng bahay. Tapos, wala, meron ng advertisement sa inyong social media. Sinabi nyo lang na maliit na at nag-search lang kayo sa Google ng mga sapatos, meron na agad advertisement sa social media. So ginagamit ito ng social media platforms natin, lahat, no? In fact, ang sinasabi ko lagi kapag nag-lecture ako, mas kilala tayo ng social media higit sa pagkakakilala sa atin ng nanay natin o asawa. Oo. Yung binibigay nating data sa social media ay dinidesign nila para lalo tayong malulong sa social media. Katunayan. Ito daw ang nung last year, October 2020, most used social platforms. Nangunguna ang Facebook. Di ba? Hindi pa nila pinagsama ang Messenger na nasa ika-4 na pwesto. No? So, sa buong mundo, yan daw ang pakikisangkot ng bawat isang tao in millions. So, kung 2,701, that's 2.7 billion easily na tao. 1/3 ng mundo. Okay? Ano ba? Twitter. Pansinin natin na isang bansa. Naka-rank 11 tayo paggamit ng Twitter. Kasi hindi tayo masyadong matweet. No? Masyadong maikli ang tweet para sa angas natin, para sa mga hinaing natin, para sa mga agam-agam natin na nais nating i-share sa sangka-Facebookan. Okay? Katunayan, nangunguna ang Google, pangatlong Facebook, YouTube ang ikalawa sa world's most visited websites. Yan, October 2020. Saan papasok dito ang mga Pilipino? Heto na, no? Pansinin natin kung maganda-ganda ang resolution ng inyong gadget na kung saan ito napapanood ngayon. Tingnan ninyo ang average mobile speed, mobile internet connection, 36 Mbps, no? Megabytes per second. Ang ginagamit ko ngayon nasa mga ganyan, 30 something, 30 to 50 daw pangako ng aking internet provider, no? Pansinin natin, pero sa buong Pilipinas, nandun tayo sa ika-4, no, sa pinakamababa. Ayan, no, Indonesia, Ghana, India, Philippines pang-4, 16.9 Mbps ang average. Way below the worldwide standards or the average, worldwide average. Nangunguna syempre yung mga OPA natin sa South Korea, no? Ganun sila kabilis, 121 Mbps. Iniisip mo pa lang naka-search na sa kanila sa Google, no? So, sa kabila nito, pansinin natin mga kaibigan, mga kapanalig, sa kabila ng kabagalan ng ating mobile internet connection speed, hashtag Pinoy Pride, 100% o 81 million ng may internet access ang may Facebook. 100% na may internet access sa atin na may Facebook. May mga kakilala pa tayong dalawa ang account. Yung isa ay pang stock sa dati nilang sa X or sa Crush, no? At yung isa ay gamit para sa paaralan. May isang personal doon yung kung saan maaari kang magpalabas ng iyong damdamin, at yung isa para mabasa ng principal at division supervisor. Na sabihin, wow, puro Bible quotes si Mrs. ganyan. Okay? Tapos meron tayong isa. It happens. No? It happens. At meron tayong kakaibigan akong principal, dalawa din ang kanyang social media account, pang estudyante at pang personal. No? So, ganun natin iniaasa ang ating buhay sa Facebook. Okay. Ano pa dito? No? Ay, teka. Media number is met typical Facebook users age 18 plus comments on a Facebook post. Okay? Gaano daw tayo nagko-comment? Sinong bansa sa mundo ang pinakamalakas kumonsumo ng social media batay sa dami ng comments? Hashtag Pinoy Pride. Ayun no, nangunguna ho tayo, 12. Each month yan. Hello, each month. Ngayon lang araw na to, ilan na ba yung issue na nag-comment ka? Di ba? So, average yan. Pangalawa sa atin ang mga taga-Ehipto, ikatlo ang Brazil, no? Sa worldwide, ang average ay 5 beses lang nag-engage by way of commenting ang isang typical Facebook user. Hindi tayo masayang hindi nakikisawsaw sa anumang usapang may kinalaman sa breakup at pag-akit sa Baguio as a friend, no? Out of 45 countries, PH ranks first as most obsessed with social media. No? Ayon yan sa isang dyaryo, hindi ko alam kung pinagkakatiwalaan ninyo, tinatawag itong Inquirer. Okay, kung ang lecture ko ay tungkol sa bakit masaya sa social media, mayroon akong paliwanag. It incites us to feel good. Yun. Sa madaling salita, gano'n na lang. Bagamat may agham tungkol dito. It incites us to feel good kapag nila-like tayo, sinishare, at nagahaha ang ating mga intended audience na napaka-instantaneous. Pero hindi yan ang paksa ako ngayon dahil reading month. No? On the need to have media, not necessarily new, and information literacy. Yan. Nasa media information literacy for the Sustainable Development Goals ng UN, ang pangangailangan daw na magkaroon din tayo ng media and information literacy. Sa mga nagtuturo dyan sa senior high school, alam na ito na ito ay MIL, no, na sinasabi on all sides of the digital divide. Everyone, lahat, walang mayaman, walang mahirap, everyone needs the necessary competencies to access, evaluate, critically interact with, and produce useful, timely, and relevant information. Yan. For this, individuals must be media and information literate. Okay. May isang uri ng literacy pala. Itong nakikita natin sa harap ng monitor at ating mga gadgets. Anong sinasabi dito? Kasi lahat tayo ay may karapatang gumawa, mag-produce ng impormasyon at YOLO, no? Mag-YOLO at mag-wanderlust ng ating mga ginagawa, lalo nitong bihirang-bihira na tayong makalabas ng ating bahay. So, noong unang panahon, pre-pandemic, lagi na tayong nasa labas. So, okay lang. Hinihikayat tayo na mag-interact to the detriment of our information na binibigay sa mga social media accounts. No? Kaya naman pagka pumunta ka sa Palawan, makikita mo ron makikita mo sa social media mo ang maraming hotel sa Palawan at sinasabing sa iyong pagbabalik, doon ka na pumunta. Okay. On the need to have, ulitin ko, media, not necessarily new information literacy. No? So, sinasabi pa rin ng UNESCO na ang media information literacy empowers citizens, including children and youth, with competencies related to media information, ICT, and other aspects of literacy which are needed for the 21st century. Sino bang, di ba, ito na talaga yung vital tool natin, ang accessibility. No? Parang hindi ako makagalaw kung wala ang access sa internet. Di baling pwede naman. Di baling, ano bang kaya natin ipagpalit in lieu of internet? Di baling hindi kami magkita ng jowa ko personal. Basta meron lang akong internet. Baka hindi pumayag yung iba. At any rate, binibigyan ng kahulugan lang nito ang importansya ng MIL, no? Media Information Literacy. These competencies include the ability to access, find, evaluate, use the information they need in ethical and effective ways. No? Emphasis on evaluate. no? Evaluate, kasahin, no? Understand the role and functions of media and other information providers like libraries, museums, and archives, including those on the internet in democratic societies in the lives of individuals, no? Magsuri, no? Magsuri. Hindi lahat ng nakikita sa internet ay tama, ay totoo. Ayan. Pero mamaya pag-uusapan na natin yung issue ng katotohanan, no? Understand the conditions under which media information providers can fulfill their functions, critically evaluate, eto na tayo, critically evaluate information and media content. Kaya ako tinawag, anong book ba? Anong uri ba ng book ang Facebook? Engage with media information providers for self-expression, lifelong learning, democratic participation, and good governance. Oh my God! Sorry Lord, na-invoke ko ang pangalan mo. Oo, kailangan pala namin na kami ay media and information literate para maisulong ang makabuluhang pamamahala, mabuting pamamahala. No? So lahat ng ito ay umuugnay sa pagpapasaayos ng ating lipunan. Ang literacy sa media at information ay, diba, hindi lamang para sa ating pansariling interes na maging masaya, makapag-shopping. Oo, bahagi ito. Pero dapat mayroon din kaakibat itong tungkulin upang isaayos natin ang lipunan sa pamamagitan ng pagsusuri sa impormasyong natatanggap natin. Yun yung contribution natin sa Reading Month. Okay? Okay. Internet literacy. Ito, may tinatawag palang internet literacy. It is the ability to use devices such as smartphones or laptop to access the internet. It covers accessing websites and apps, navigating through them to access content and understanding. And to some extent, how and why someone publish that content online. Internet. Halimbawa, ngayon, binuksan ko ang aking smartphone, may nag-chat sa akin. So, anong ating pinag-uusapan dito? Internet literate daw tayo kapag kaya natin gumamit ng devices such as smartphones or laptops. Pero meron talaga natatangi ang galing dito, no? Lagi ko sinasabi, hindi nga kaya panahon ng dagdagan ang, 'di ba, ano nga ito? Multiple intelligence, no? May mga bata na sadyang kay galing gumamit ng from iOS to Android. Ayan. So parang ako takot ako nung gumamit ako halimbawa ng Safari kasi lilipat sa Chrome dahil hindi uubra ang StreamYard sa Safari. So kailangan kong pumunta sa Chrome at namumroblema ako kasi lahat ng data ko ay nasa Safari. So may mga ganun akong anxiety, no? Anxious na oh my God, bumamit ako ng ibang web browser. Ganun din naman kapag gagamit ako ng ibang laptop, para bang bahagi na ng ating pagkatao yung ating makinarya na pagka pupunta ka sa ibang makina, parang meron kang reluctance. No? Kapag mag-upgrade ka halimbawa ng telepono o lilipat ka ng Apple to Android, parang, teka, alam ko ba ito? Ganyan din naramdaman ko dati nang nag-migrate ako. No? May tinatawag na migration. At merong sadyang magagaling dito at merong sadyang hindi masyado magaling gaya ko. Okay. Pero internet literate ba tayo? Siguro dahil na-access natin ang seminar na ito sa pamamagitan ng FB Live ng DepEdTech Unit nang hindi nagpapaturo sa anak. Ang asawa ko teacher, baka silipin ko lang. Asawa ko teacher. Pero pagka gumagamit sila ng Google Classroom, meron pa siyang hindi makabisa. 2 years na. So sadyang merong biniyayaan na magaling sa internet literacy. Okay, ano naman yung social media literacy? It is looking specifically at platforms such as Facebook or Twitter and learning how to critically analyze the content published here from a technical, paano ba yan? No? Paano ba lumunsad yan? Ba't nga kumalat? Ba't yan naging viral? Cognitive and emotional angle. Ang galing ng pagkakagawa nito. So, paano ito binuo para maging appealing? No? Tapos sabi niya, oh my God, ang ganda-ganda naman itong isinulat na ito na napaiyak ako. Samantalang Facebook status lang naman or meme or short video or GIF. Okay? So meron daw tayong ganun. Hindi lang tayo gamit ng gamit. Ang social media literacy ay hindi lamang basta paggamit, kung hindi yung kakayahan nating makapag-analisa critically. No? Tatlo, technical, cognitive, and emotional. Susuri dapat natin ang kumakalat at yung nababasa natin sa social media o napapanood sa social media sa iba't ibang antas ng iba't ibang salik ng karunungan, technical, cognitive, and emotional. Okay? Pero hindi ko kayang ikahon ang lahat ng higit na pangunawa sa media information literacy. Kaya ito na lang ang iiwan ko dahil inaalaala ko akma ito sa ating okasyon. 5. Lahat ng umiiral sa social media dapat sinasala natin sa 5 uri ng pagkilatis. Ito na yung reading month. Ito yung reading sa reading month ng social media understanding. Social and new media understanding natin. Una, no, social media literacy, the 5 key concepts. Ano sinasabi doon? 1, lahat ng mensahe sa media, traditional man at new media ay binuo lamang. So constructed dahil mayroong pangunahing dahilan kung bakit yan inilagay doon. Okay? Media present carefully crafted constructions that reflect many decisions and are the results of many determining factors. No? Yung media literacy, yung kakayahan nating kumilatis ng laman ng social media, dapat nagsisimula sa pangunahing konsepto na constructed yan. Case in point. Case in point. Case in point. Case in point ay ilang beses kayo nagse-selfie, tapos ilan doon yung i-upload nyo as DP, display photo. Isa lang. Pero meron kayong 5 litratong nag-selfie na pinagpilian nyo. Tama? Parang hindi maganda yung background. Kita yung kaldero. Hop, gawin tayo konti. Ay, gusto ko itong ano. Okay. Kayo yon bilang producer. Pinipili nyo yung pinakamabuti kasi gusto ninyong ma-capture yung nais ninyong ipabatid. No? Nag-construct kayo. Ganun din halimbawa sa pagbabalita. Marami sa pagbabalita na ang haba ng interview, ang ibibigay lang ay yung key points ng interview. So thereby, sasabihin mo, bakit hindi sinabi lahat? Tandaan na limitado lamang ang oras at atensyon ng bumubuo at tatangkilik sa media. Okay? Kaya ang ginagawa natin, tayo mismo ay curator ng nais nating ipalaganap sa social media. Ilang beses tayo nag-e-edit. No? Ano ang pinakatamang GIF na emoticon na react sa ating kaibigang nalulungkot. So lahat ito ay constructed. Okay? So mailalim ang marami nating nililikha at estado ng buhay na naisipabatid sa maraming layers of filtering, literal at figurative. No? So papakinisin mo yung mukha, tapos magpipicture tayo sa airport, kunyari paalis ka. So may mga ganun, constructed 'yun, no? At hindi tayo dapat naninisi lamang at tumitingin sa kakayahan ng media to construct message. Tayo mismo, meron din ganyan. Okay? So gusto ko ipakita to kasi maganda ako dito, or gwapo ako dito, or labas ang dimples ko. Ayan. Okay? So lahat ng media messages are constructed. Okay? Walang hindi sinasadya. Ay, na-click ko. Ay, napindot ko. Ay, na-record ko. Hindi. Media messages shape our perceptions of reality. No? Ang media raw ay responsible for the majority of the observations and experiences from which we build up our personal understanding of the world and how it works. No? Dahil totoo din naman, ang lakas maka-impluwensya, kaya nga meron social media influencer ang lakas maka-impluwensya sa atin ng mga nilalaman ng social media. Masarap kaya ito, ang ganda sa picture Ba't ang daming umu-order ng leche plan ng babaeng to? Matikman nga. Okay, kanina sabi ng misis ko, ba't ang haba ng pila sa IKEA? Maganda ba doon? Maganda siguro doon kapag may 200,000 ka pagpunta mula dito sa Quezon Province. No? Tatambay lang tayo doon, mahal. Yan. So, much of our view of reality is based on media messages that have been pre-constructed and have attitudes, interpretations, and conclusions already built in. So, sa pagbabalita, kung nagtuturo kayo halimbawa ng campus journalism, may angulo. No, ano ba yung lalaman ng balita? Tungkol halimbawa sa hindi pagbubukas ng klase dahil Dahil meron na namang variant, say, na ang Omicron, ano ba yung iba? Ano ba yung importante? Yung paghahanda doon o yung maaantalang klase na naman? So maraming kaakibat na issue, pero hindi sa lahat ng pagkakataon na iuulat mo yan na parang isang komprehensibong libro. So pumipili ka lang. At unconsciously, well, consciously sa maraming media entities na kakilala ko, alam nila na humuhubog ito ng ating pananaw. No? Hinuhubog ito ang ating pananaw. So kaya lakas-lakas nga ng, 'di ba? Sabi ko nung nagturo ako ng new media seminar in new media sa graduate school, parang sila, talaga bang malakas ang ang influencers? No? You put premium on influencers kasi pinaniniwalaan pala talaga. No? Kung meron kang 4 na milyon na followers sa Twitter or sa Facebook, baka yung at least 10% man lang dyan ay maniniwala sa'yo, that's 400,000. Ganun ba? Hindi ko rin naman ramdam. Hindi, well, hindi ako magpapaka-ipokrito. Siguro, dahil may umiiral din ako sa social media at well, nakakabenta ako ng libro, gaya na, Come Teacher Pangkalawakan, na lumabas 2015 pa ito. Ayan, ganyan. Tapos sabi niya, sir, nabasa ko yan sa social media. Okay, sige. Itong si May na nag-imbita sa akin, feeling ko sa social media kami unang lumunsad nito. No? So, napakalaking bagay na ng social media sa buhay natin. Kaya hindi natin mapapasinungalingan yung contribution nito sa paghubog ng ating pagkilala sa mundo. Different audience, different understanding of the same message. Unawain natin, bago tayo makipagbangayan sa mga marites ng inyong faculty room o ng inyong barangay, na maaaring may iisang pangyayari pero may iba't ibang pananaw ang iba't ibang tao sa pangyayaring yon. We need to understand that para lang makapag-contribute tayo sa world peace. Okay? Online content can easily travel beyond our intended audiences. Maaaring magpapatawa ko, pero offensive yun sa iba. Okay? Lalo na, I remember one time na imbita ako sa Makati. Meron akong binanggit na isang pangalan ng artista at tawa sila ng tawa. Tapos pinsan pala ng teacher yung artistang yun. Well, apparently, parang pinsan kasi apelido. So, naging, sabi, okay, hindi lang pala, well, hindi lahat matutuwa sa'yo. Hindi lahat ay malulungkot sa sasabihin mo. Kaya it's a battle for attention and battle for you to make them believe, no? Paniwalaan ka, no? Dahil hindi lahat ng audience ay isang interpretasyon lamang ang kanilang pananaligan upang makuha ang iyong mensahe. Maaaring sa puntong ito, marubdob akong nagpapahayag ng kaalaman ko sa social media, pero meron sa inyo na mas maalam sa akin at lagi ko yung kinukonsidera. No? Mas magaling ito. Mas alam niya kung paano gumamit ng social media at kung paano umiiral ang social media. No? Iba-iba ang nagiging pagtanggap sa mensahe kahit pa iisa lang yung intention ko. Okay? Bakit kailangan yung maintindihan yon? Para hindi tayo laging involved sa hindi pagkakaunawaan sa social media. Okay? We also might forget that what is funny or mundane to some might be inflammatory to others. Nagtuturo din ako ng humor. No? Kamakailan kayo ba? Nung Wednesday, ang lecture ko po ay tungkol naman sa humor. Ang dami kong pinapasukang mga hindi ko natatapos. No? Ang dami kong gustong malaman sa mundo na hindi ko naman alam kung paano tatapusin. Okay. Media messages ay mayroong commercial implications. Walang magmamalinis. No? Lahat yan ay may prevailing market force na nakaka-impluensya. No? So, kung may media entity dyan, mayroon niyang baseline ng pag-usad, pag-asenso. No, hindi mo sa isang maglilingkod sa ngalan ng Pilipino, ayan, magbibigay. But at the end of the day, nasaan yan sa kanilang report, annual report sa stockholders. No? Ako halimbawa ay hindi ko intensyong kumita sa social media. Nax. Hindi naman talaga. pero halimbawa, may engagement gaya nito, may ancillary na i-market ko yung aking cultural capital bilang tagapagsalita at bilang guro. No, ganun din halimbawa kapag hindi mo man namo-monetize ang social media presence mo, Joey, pero may bumibili ng libro mo. O kaya ay may nag-iimbita sa'yo. O kaya ay kinukuha kang ninong sa Boy Scout. So lahat tayo ay mayroong ganyan ng pagmamarket kung paano lahat ng media entity ay mayroon ding ganyang implikasyon. At the bottom of it all, this marketing, contributes to their capital and cultural capital as well. Okay? So lahat yan, bandang huli, kahit anong tatanggapin natin, kahit pa iyan ay sabi mong government-owned, wala yung interest kung hindi i-valorize ang government projects. Yes, pero at the bottom of it all, kailangan niyang i-market yung mga nakamit ng pamahalaan. Okay? Ano yung marketing doon? Para ipagkatiwala mo ang buwis. Lalo na sa pribadong sektor, halimbawa. Sa pribadong sektor, lagi na may tagline, nagsasabi ng totoo, walang kinikilingan, pero anong kwentuhan sa stockholders meeting? Tumaas ang ating profit by 50%. Yan. Okay? Most media production is a business and so must make a profit. No, most, if not all. Pero may kailangan pa rin yan para sa cultural capital. Ano yung cultural capital? Ano yung banggit ko nun? Halimbawa ako, no? Ang cultural capital ko, yung pinakilala ko kanina, no? Parang, wow, ang dami nakakabit ng taong to. Ang laki naman ng butas ng ilong. Hindi. Malaki yung butas ng ilong, pero somehow, it makes the audience, like you guys, feel better na, okay, may sinasabi yung aming speaker pala kasi ang dami niyang blah, blah, blah. No? That's cultural capital kasi it makes for like easy sell. Easy sell kapag sino kukuha natin speaker? Ito kasi may credentials siyang ganito. Ayan. Okay. Sino? Parang, okay, minamarket niyo ba ang sarili niyo? Oo, pagka mag-apply kayo for magiging Master Teacher 1. O, di ba? Dami kong certificate. Gaya pagkatapos ng quiz natin mamaya. And 5, para matapos na lamang tayo dahil alam kong nagdidelirio na ang iba sa inyo sa gutom, media messages embed points with a view. When we post vacation photos instead of images from our less ordinary routines of life, di ba? Paano ba natin binubuo yung mensaheng iyon? Di ba? Dito, bes, dito mo ako picture, kita yung bilbil ko eh. Mga ganyan. Dito ako sa airport, nasa likod ko yung malalaking aeroplano, kunyari busy ako. Wanderlust. Okay? Lagi kasing tinatamaan kapag nagtuturo ako na meron nagdi-deliver sa Shopee. So, sinip lang ako. Anyway, yeah. What is good and valuable in the world and what are the unstated messages are we constructing about wealth and the opportunity that are some for some and not for others, no? Wealth, yung mga yung simpleng show off, no? Merong false humility, tapos merong simpleng show off, no? Nakachamba, award. Pero buwan-buwan may award, no? Parang so we construct that. We carefully construct that. But some, of course, are poorly constructed. Pero nonetheless, it's the product of our longing to sell ourselves. That we are more than capable to handle tasks, no? Na nakakapagod din naman sa totoong buhay. Sa dami ng trabaho ng mga guro sa kasalukuyan, pero meron pa rin nakakapag-flex ng kanilang mga achievements. How are we using the media to edit out what is undesirable about our world and our lives? So yung pagtanaw daw sa social, bahagi ng social media literacy natin guys ay yung laging pagtatanong, bakit ito ang naka-expose? Bakit hindi ito? Bakit hindi yan ang ipinakita? Okay? Bakit kung nakatanggap ng award, bakit hindi ini-highlight yung sino yung nagbigay ng award? Kasi baka binayaran yung award. Registration fee. May ganon, girls and boys. No? Okay. Ang dami kong hanas. How often do we go against the popular opinion of those we think of as our audience and when we hold contrary opinions, no? May point of view ang bawat ipinalalabas na content ng social media. Kilatisin natin ang bawat lumalabas sa ating social media. Key concepts. Magiging social media literate tayo ng kaunti. Kung mauunawaan natin ang motibo, anggulo, dahilan sa bawat impormasyong dumarating sa ating newsfeed. Maraming salamat.
Wow, thank you so much,
Wow,
Sir Joey. I really like your talk and how you emphasized on there's no such a thing as accidental content. Everything is constructed on social media, and we also have to filter. Now that's the reading on that's the reading literacy on using Facebook. Like we really have to filter out or filter the content that we are browsing on social media. How about you, Ma'am Nova?
Well, it was a very comprehensive discussion with humor and wits, Mame. And of course,
True.
in this media driven generation, let us be critical and be social media literate. As they say, Tutor May, reading is the vaccine to ignorance. So that was a very timely discussion from Sir Joey. So I hats off to you, sir.
Now we are ready to confer the certificate to Sir Joey de los Reyes. Go ahead, ma'am.
The Department of Education, DepEd Complex, Meralco Avenue, Pasig City, the Office of the Undersecretary for Administration through the Information and Communications Technology Service Educational Technology Unit, awards the Certificate of Recognition to Mr. Joselito D. De Los Reyes for sharing his invaluable knowledge and expertise as resource speaker on the topic entitled Anong uri ng book ang Facebook? Gabay sa mga guro at magulang hinggil sa new media literacy on November 27, 2021 during the National Reading and Book Month webinar series. His inputs assist in retooling, reskilling, and upskilling of educators on current trends in reading, literacy, and pedagogy streamlined to the emerging technologies in cultivating the critical thinking skills of learners towards responsible citizenry. Given this 27th day of November 2021 at the DepEd Central Office, Meralco Avenue, Pasig City, Philippines, signed by the head of the ICTS-EdTech Unit, Mr. Mark Anthony CC, the Director 4 of the ICTS, Director Abram Y.C. Abanil, and the Undersecretary for Administration, Elaine Del B. Pascua. Thank you so much, Mr. Joselito D. De Los Reyes.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable time to us. All right, we'll see you again, sir, in our future webinars.
Bye.
Thank you,
Bye,
sir.
sir. Okay, so if you're fans of our guest speakers, from Sir Jim to Sir Luis, we also have Sir Hinaro, Sir Randy, Sir Joey, and Sir Eugene. Fan tayo lahat nila dahil po sa galing nila. I'm also a fan of this person. Oh, medyo lumabas lang si Sir. Pero before we invite our speaker for the closing remarks, we would like to put up the evaluation link and the QR code that you can use to evaluate our speakers, our 6 speakers for today. Ma'am Noah, can you guide them how to use this evaluation?
Well, if you have a QR code scanner on your phones, it may be on your Android phone or on your Apple phone, you can just quickly scan this QR code. Or if not, you can simply go or type to your to your URL, https 10url.com/nrbmws2021/day4. So that's the way they could send us the evaluation or feedback in today's webinar series.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am Nova. And I would also like to use this opportunity to guide our participants on how they can get their certificates of participation. I'll be sharing my screen and give
Right.
you a step-by-step process on how to really retrieve it, because I can really sense in the comment section that there are so many of
They're
our
kind of
participants.
lost. Yeah.
Yes. So I will be giving you a step-by-step process on how to get your certificates. First of all, clarification, there's no certificate or there's no link. I mean, there's no link that you should sign it, or that you should fill out for your attendance. Okay, so like what Ma'am Nova said, it's open for all. This webinar series is on
Right.
open registration. So to get your certificates, please go to training.deped.gov.ph. Okay, let me share my screen to you. There you go. And this will be the dashboard, or this is how the website looks like. And as you can see, I have already created an account. If you haven't created an account, you can click here, new account. Okay, so just click new account if you haven't yet created your account for the PDLMS. If you have already created and you have you have already typed in your email address and then your password. Click log in. So you can see that let's try once again and refresh the page because I think so many participants are now accessing the website. Sometimes that happens because of the traffic.
Yeah, it logs.
Okay, so lige. Okay, let's type that once again.
Training.deped.gov.ph.
.gov.ph. That's right, Ramnova. Let's click log in. And as you can see there, okay, I'm already in the main page of the PDLMS. So I will be choosing the icons here and I will go to home. And then I will scroll down and then I will choose ICTS-EdTech Unit Webinar Series 2021. Then I will choose the name of the webinar series that we have today. It's a National Reading and Webinar Series. And as you can see, my internet is a bit lagging. So you have a
Oh, we can
lot
see it now.
of Yes, so we have a lot of
Okay,
programs
there.
here. Please choose this one. National Reading and Book Month Webinar Series. Then you must answer all the evaluations per week. Again, we need you to finish or we need you to have a full score. So kahit po nag-quiz na kayo, example, this is every quiz here has 10 items. Example, nag-quiz na po kayo, tapos naka 7 over 10 or naka 8 over 10, you cannot yet get your certificate. You should have a full score. That means you should get 10 over 10. And the questions are not really hard, teachers. If you have really listened well to our dear participants, our dear guest speakers, you can do it. And we believe in you. After getting all the certificates of participation for every week, then the system will give you your certificate of recognition. That's it.
And also, by the way, Ma'am May, in case our teachers right here are with us right now, maybe they weren't able to attend maybe one session, perhaps they can just
Mhm.
do a replay that they
Sure.
can also watch there through the PDLMS website that Ma'am May have showed you, gave you a quick run through, so they can view there the replay of the video link.
Yes. So I hope that is clear, our dear participants, that you don't need to have attendance links. Just help us to evaluate our guest speakers from week 1 to week 4 using the QR codes, but there's no attendance link that you should answer or you should fill out. If you really want to have your certificate, please go to the PDLMS like we have shown a while ago. Now, I'm I am a fan. If I am a fan of our guest speaker, I am also a fan of this man who heads the ICTS EdTech unit. If you think that our event is very commendable and we have lots of wonderful guest speakers, the one that will be talking right now is a great wonderful person too. Let's welcome to our virtual stage Sir Mark Anthony CC, head of the ICTS EdTech unit.
Hello,
Hi, Sir
Ma'am
Mark.
May.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, Chico Nova. Hi, Ma'am May. Sa ating pong mga teachers na nanonood po ngayon, good afternoon. Am I loud and clear?
Medyo mahina sir pero okay naman po.
Okay. Kasi nasa mall ako ngayon. Ayan, so, alam niyo na, anywhere,
Kala ko, sir,
anytime,
nasa IKEA.
we can always adjust. So, sa ating pong mga tagapanood, maraming salamat po sa inyong pagsuporta sa lahat ng Sabado nitong Nobyembre for our celebration of the National Reading and Book Month. Ako po bilang isang teacher na nagturo po sa lower grades, I always ask my learners, what is your favorite storybook? Lagi nilang sinasabi, as long as there is a superhero. I think ganun din po kayong lahat. Tayo ngayon ay mga superheroes sa ating mismong mga sariling pamamaraan. We could always be someone. We could inspire other people based on the inspiration that we had based on reading certain books. Kung hindi naman sa mga libro, what is available online, kagaya ng mga ipinakita kanina ng ating mga research speakers. We could always learn. However, sa ating pagkatuto, pinaka-importante ay isinasapuso natin to, isinasagawa. Dahil ang pagbabasa ay hindi lamang nagiging epektibo kung tayo lang ang natututo. Mas nagiging epektibo ito kung ang ating mga binasa ay ating ibabahagi sa iba. Kung saan man tayo mapunta, isa lang ang ating sasabihin. Thank you to our dear teachers who helped us to know how to read and comprehend. Congratulations sa lahat ng ating mga speakers. Congratulations Miss May. Congratulations Miss Nova dahil naitawid natin ang buong buwan na ito para sa ating selebrasyon ng ating book month and reading month. Maraming salamat po at sana po makasama pa rin po namin kayo sa lahat ng aming mga webinar sessions na in-offer. Maybe sooner, paparating na po ang pagkakaroon natin ng face-to-face classes. Anuman ang modalities, tatandaan po natin, mahalaga na matuto tayong bumasa. Ang ating binabasa ay inilalagay sa puso at isip. Maraming salamat po.
Wow, thank you
Wow.
so much, Mr. Mark Anthony C. And that's right, we are the main characters of our own story, Mame, and we also have our untold stories. And through these webinar sessions from week 1 until week 4, we can also use this to maybe if there will be face-to-face classes soon, so we can really apply or employ these. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And I know that our teachers are upscaled in teaching reading and literacy to our students now that we are gearing on the imminent face-to-face or hybrid sessions. Again, thank you so much, Sir Mark Anthony CC. And sorry po sa istorbo, pero we're so thankful that we have you here. Bye po. Okay, I would also like to thank the people behind this webinar series. Definitely, I cannot do this alone as the event organizer. I would like to thank the media team composed of Sir Rainer De Jesus, Sir Rex Fajardo, Sir KG Benafe, Sir Dennis Evangelista, headed by Sir Alvin A. C. I would also like to thank the certificate and Kwatami team, Sir Earl Aaron Villanosa, Sir Marco Paulo Victoriano, our technical director team, Sir Mark Edward Luktu, Sir AJ Alvarez, Sir Chester Pagkaliwagan. Thank you also to Sir Mark Anthony Papa for helping me post the questions in our PD LMS and also creating links for our StreamYard account. Also, our webinar host, my co-host, Ma'am Rubilin Pastrano, Ma'am Draisel Sexon, Ma'am Mary Rose Lagunsat, Ma'am Jennifer De Jesus, and my partner for today, Ma'am Nova Dolor. Definitely, a great work needs collaboration, and these people, aside from our guest speakers and our resource speakers from week 1 to week 4, they all make this webinar series. And I hope that this will not be the first and the last national reading webinar series that we will give to our teachers. I hope we have
Right.
another.
And I can also see in the comment section earlier, Ma'am May, that they are really happy to be having you as the event organizer of this National Book and Reading Month celebration, because they said you were highly commendable. So we can see how you put a lot of effort and work. And of course, to all the people behind this successful event. So thank you and congratulations, everyone. And
Yes.
I think
We're okay. And you are part of that, Tutor Nova. Thank you for making this webinar series a history. And thank you so much to our dear participants who made this
yeah,
event very much successful. Okay, so
they were.
syempre, all good things will come to an end. This has been Tutor May.
And I am Tutor Nova.
See you again next year. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.